Yes, good afternoon. Welcome to transfer deadline day, and Tottenham are keeping football interesting. Matthias Tell, it was dead, it was buried. He didn't believe in our project. Spurs apparently have removed the obligation to buy. I don't know why I'm doing that actually. And apparently now Tell wants to join. That's what we heard about an hour and a half, 2 hours ago. And in the last hour and a half, 2 hours, we're hearing that Spurs might still try and push to add in an obligation. But it looks like Tell is back on. We've got Plettenberg telling us apparently that Man United couldn't afford it because of PSR. I don't know. I'm just here like you. I'm just talking football. And he's saying that, but to get the best out of this guy, we need to play him through the middle, which is great. All the while Solanke's out, that's great. What about when Solanke's got, when Solanke gets back? What happens? Well, this is going to be interesting. Look, for me, with the Matthias Tell signing, yeah, I'm seeing people put compilation videos together, which I think is hilarious. It's what we do. We really do go over the top. I've just been having some interesting conversations with people who are still talking about project, process, plan. I'm not sure what any of it means, but hey, Daniel Levy's out there. He's making phone calls. He's trying to do things very, very late. And it looks like we are going to get another teenager on loan. So we'll see how good he is. When I've watched him, he looks good. He looks decent. But really difficult to tell with 19, 18-year-olds, isn't it? Because if they're not playing regularly, how good are they? Anyway, welcome to Transfer Deadline Day. Going to have lots of people jumping on, between, now and about 11 p.m. I've heard rumours, guys, and there's other rumours that Ange called him to talk about the project. Well, we'll see. If the guy joins on a straight loan with no option, then that's absolute bullshit, isn't it? If the guy joins with an obligation, then that is different. Again, look, the club is building for the future. I've heard this. I've heard this for 25 years under these owners. I think our fans have what they deserve. I'll call it out. I know people don't like it when I say it. A lot of our fans have exactly what they deserve. They think the same thing. We've been doing this method for years and years and years. Youngsters coming in, youngsters coming in, youngsters coming in. It's never worked in terms of being successful, but we're still here saying it again. But hey, if it's playing time, yeah, I get why he's joining. If it's playing time, he's going to get more games with us than he probably will with the others. So sure, get him in. Let's see how good he is. I find it very difficult to get too excited, though, because again, it's somebody that hasn't had a lot of first-team football. He hasn't scored a lot of goals in his career. It is very much a hit and hope. And if our fans want that, fine. But on one hand, stop telling me and other YouTubers to get together and try and get owners out. If on the other hand, you're going to get excited about projects which is just buying 19-year-olds. Which one do you want? Which one do you want? I'm just being told here, we can't expect everything straight away. I mean, these owners have been here 24 years. I can't even respond to silliness. Which one? James Hunter, you don't have to be here. You don't have to be here, James. See you later, mate. Blaming the fans for every time you broadcast gets boring. See you later, James. Everyone wave James off. Bye-bye. We've managed to get 4 minutes and 30 seconds in before we've got a dickhead in the chat. See you later. Twat in the chat. I've lost all patience with idiots now. So see you later, James Hunter. Off you go to another channel that will tell you all the nice, fluffy things you want to hear. I set my channel up to be honest about this football club. See you later, James. Go to another channel. Bye-bye. Look, it's going to be interesting. It's going to be interesting, isn't it? On a serious note, we'll see. Does he come in and play straight away through the middle? When Solanke's back, will he continue to play through the middle? What does this mean? Does he work as hard as Solanke? Because I'm told that that's the best thing about Solanke, right? It's not his goal scoring. It's his working hard. So we're going to see if all these people that say these things, let's see if they change their mind in a few months. But it's going to be very, very interesting. I love all this. The media say that Ange has made the call and wanted him. Didn't we hear that about James Maddison, the guy that he uses as his scapegoat? Just saying. Just saying. Mark Cook, I've got no time for it anymore, mate. I'm so bored. This fan base is absolutely fantastic. Get Levy and Enoch out. Sign another 19-year-old. Oh, no, we're building. Are we? What are we doing here? Are we building for the future? Or are we building for the now? Do we want to win something? And I've got people messaging me saying, oh, we can't have everything straight away. It takes time. With all due respect, really? It takes time? Look, I'm easy with. If he wants to come, he wants to come. That's great. He turned us down 2 days ago. I'll ask you the question. What has changed? Well, this is the thing, Mamba. Everyone's saying that he doesn't want to play wide left. He wants to be a centre forward. So let's see. Big up to my man, Ethan. Said, funny, we never hear about the players Ange called and didn't convince. Yeah, where's his phone call to Tamori? Where's his phone call to Moani? It's easy to convince players that aren't playing to come, isn't it? Sure, Reezy. If you're good enough, you're old enough. But then what you can't do is, Reezy, you come on here every week and go, but Ange isn't being backed. What you'll do is, if this doesn't work out, you'll come in and say, oh, yeah, but Ange wasn't given what he wanted. He only got a player in on loan. And that's the difference between me and you. I won't flip-flop across my opinions, right? I won't flip-flop. I'll be very steady in my opinions. I'm all for bringing in a young player on loan. Where's the ready-made player? Where is the ready-made player? Where is the forward where you go, yes? Where is the forward where we go, this guy plays week in, week out. He's better. He's more. He's good more than he's not. Where's that guy? And then Tell should be on the side. But again, what does this do for everyone that was going, oh my God, Yang. Oh my God, Odeber. Oh my, you get it, right? You get it. Let's see what happens with this. Look, my biggest thing has always been about transfer windows is, what are we trying to achieve? Are we trying to be a club that pretends we're in a youth project? Are we a club that wants to say, well, hang on, we've moved into this big stadium. We were told we were going to compete. Let's compete. At the moment, we're not really doing anything. It's like a halfway house of everything, isn't it? And again, when people, I'll challenge anyone. I can't get a sensible answer from anyone about what is the project. No one can answer me about what the project is. When they do, it's some sort of fluffy, light-hearted, blah, 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 right? Let's go and buy some ready-made players. Do you know what? The Mark Guehi situation, and by the way, we'll get to some signings in a minute. I mean, this isn't just for Spurs. Let's have a look at all the signings across world football. I mean, you've got Plettenberg and Romano. This is the day where they come into their own, right? This is the day where they come into their own. Let's have a look at the situation with Mark Guehi, and let's ask that question. Hang on. Let's ask that question. Why did we wait until 3 days before the end of the window? Why did we wait for 3 days of the transfer window to go to put in a massive bid for our number one target, Guehi? So when people want to talk to me about a project, so does the project include Guehi? There's my question to you guys. Guys, this project, does it include Mark Guehi? If it does, then the project is failing. If it does, then why weren't we in for him in week one of the window? If it does, why did we not try and complete this deal earlier? Why have we waited until 3 days before the end of the window to put in a bid, which doesn't give, let's be brutally honest, it doesn't give Palace any time to sort anything out. Now, I will take all of this back. I will take all of this back if Matthias Tell, not Matthias Tell, if Mark Guehi, right? If Mark Guehi signs for Tottenham tonight, fine. Fine. I'll believe this is what we're doing. So far, though, we've spent £13 million in this January transfer window with 2 loans. One's an obligation to buy for another 20 million, 20.9 million. And one who we don't even know if it's going to be an obligation. Ash, mate, this is my point. This is my point. This is my point. And Phil said this is just another 19-year-old, apparently. But again, Phil, you've been, I'll call you out for it because I think your takes are silly. You've been wrong all year about Spurs. You still come in and say these things. You're wrong. You're always wrong. And you still come in and say these things, right? So other clubs were interested in Tell. We don't know what's happened, right? We're hearing that he didn't want to go to anywhere that can't guarantee him football because other clubs have got other players that can't guarantee him, right? And also the other clubs wanted an obligation to buy. So let's see what happens. But again, I can't get excited. Listen, I'm not saying he's a bad player. I'm not. But we're so easily pleased. And this is what Daniel Levy loves. He loves us. That we can come up with a loan signing for a 19-year-old that doesn't play football, right? And then we go, oh, it's exciting. Like, look at the state of this. Tell Solanke and Moore. So a 17-year-old who isn't ready yet, an average Solanke, and a 19-year-old at Bayern Munich who doesn't get any game time, and we're cooking. See how easily we're pleased as a fan base. This is the difference. Some of us older ones that have been there, seen it, and done it don't say stupid shit, do we? Let's be brutally honest, right? Look, this is a grown-ass adult. There might be all sorts of reasons why we've left it late for Guehi. It's like we don't learn. It's like we do not learn. Every bloody window is the same, and we don't learn. You have what you deserve. You have what you deserve, Phil. I'll call you out for it. It's ridiculous, right? You have been, Phil, all year. All year you've been telling me about Ange and he's going to do this and this and he's going to do this. You're wrong every week. And you finally came around to that opinion of, oh, yeah, Ange isn't very good. And now it's gone back to, oh, everything's brilliant. Spurs could announce anything and you go, yay, it's brilliant. I love it. I absolutely love it. But the thing is, some of us don't get easily fooled, right? We don't get easily fooled. Now, let's see if this is a straight loan or if this is an obligation to buy. If this is an obligation to buy, right? First of all, Levy's pulled a masterstroke, hasn't he? Because he doesn't have to lay out any money for it because Bayern Munich owe us money. Yeah? By the way, again, Plasma, you will be blocked. Yamal is, see, when you talk about players like Tell and Moore and Solanke, I talk about players like Yamal, right? Yamal is not these guys. Yamal is world class and what was he, 16 at the Euros. Yamal is world class. You're naming players like Dominic Solanke, who is so far removed from that, it's unbelievable. So at the end of the day, you don't have to be here either, Plasma. You bottle it every time I ask you to come on about, right? And you just say silly things. So many of our fan base just say silly things. Well, yes, he is coming. Yes, he is coming. Lauren Deb, he is coming to Tottenham Hotspur. Michael says the blueprint we follow all the time. We put bids in for big name players that we know we ain't going to get. Fans fall for this all the time. Agree. This is my point, mate. This is my point. The same, like grown-ups. I get it. When it's the 18, 19-year-olds, I get it that they're excitable. But it's grown-ups that have supported this club for 30, 40 years that go, this time's different. And you're like, oh, God, is it? Is it different? Is it different? I genuinely don't think it is. Do you know the funny thing is? You know the absolute funny thing, yeah? Angus, Angus, read the room. We're not talking about Arsenal. Read the room. the funny thing about this, the brutal thing about this, before I bring on my first guest, is when Tell rejected us, everyone changed to, oh, it didn't matter anyway. He wasn't that good. He clearly didn't want to join. He wasn't part of the project. 2 days later, Levy has pulled a masterstroke. I love this fan base. Let me bring on Steve. How you doing, bro? You good?
I'm doing great, man. Lazio signed. I just woke up like maybe an hour ago. Lazio signed a midfielder from Hellas Verona, who I really wanted. He's this young Moroccan midfielder, Reda Belahian. And we need midfielders. We need midfielders because we're going out for that Europa. We're going for that Europa, Savva. And we got Cagliari today. So I'm doing good.
I hope we don't play you. I hope we don't play you. Look, Steve, let's start with this. You watch more football than anybody else I know. Like, I thought I watched a lot. Then you came into my life and I went, nah, this guy makes me look like amateur. This guy's a pro. Steve.
Yeah.
Matthias Tell. I'm not saying, by the way, people won't hear this bit that I'm saying. I don't have anything against Matthias Tell. I think he looks an exciting prospect.
Yeah.
But is this a good move for Spurs? Is this a good move for Tell? Are we purely getting him because he's not getting game time? Is he gonna displace Solanke? Is he gonna play with him? What do you make about this whole Tell situation?
Well, he could play left wing or striker. I like him a lot, and I wish he'd start much more often. I think that's more down to company. I think he's just making some poor decisions. Because Sane, Gnabry, and Coman, yes, they're established pros. They've been around a while, but they're not at the levels that they once were. They really aren't. And it's been that way for Sane. Has just been riddled with injuries since he came from Man City, to be honest, because he was incredible at Man City. Let's not like I was excited when Bayern bought him, so I'm not mad at the move. He's not the same anymore. His injuries, there's been, I guess, attitude problems or whatever, but his quality on the pitch, decision making's poor. Coman, another one, injuries, and Gnabry, another one, injuries. So Tell, we bought him in from Stade Rennais. He didn't make too many appearances there, but I like the signing because I noticed over the years, Stade Rennais Academy, they produce some very, very good players across the board. Yeah, you got Kamavinga, Petr Cech was bought for Chelsea. I could go on and on and on. So a lot of good players come through Stade Rennais, and I was like, all right, cool. He actually played a lot more last year for us than this year. Hence why the kind of January speculations around. Bro, I don't want him sold. And if you look at most Bayern fans, we don't want him sold either, because we're pissed off at Coman, Gnabry, Sane. So it's a player that I don't really want to see leave Bayern. But for Spurs, I mean, it is an upgrade, but it is a risk. I will say that. It is a risk. And I do think you could use some experience. But do I think he's quality or of a certain quality? Yeah. Is he better than Werner? Absolutely. He can actually finish.
Steve, hang on. So Plettenberg has said that part of this was that Matthias Tell doesn't want to play out wide. Part of this was that Matthias Tell was talking to the clubs about wanting to play through the middle. So do you believe that he'll play? I mean, listen, at the moment, I believe he'll play through the middle at Spurs because we've got Richarlison, who is absolutely dreadful, and Dane Scarlett, bless him, who just isn't good enough. He's just not good enough. Yeah. The question is, when Solanke comes back fit, is Ange going to go with his £60 million signing? Who I'm really underwhelmed. But actually, that's a lie, Steve. I'm completely where I thought I would be with Solanke in the window. Do you know what I mean? I was underwhelmed with the signing, and I'm exactly where I was. Is he going to play in front of the £60 million signing through the middle? And he's a very different player to Solanke,
60
right?
million?
Solanke was 55, 60 million, yeah.
Oh, no, I thought you were talking about Tell. How much is there?
No. Tell at the moment, we're hearing it's a straight loan.
Okay.
But apparently Spurs are working on it in the background. But it will be really strange if he's turned us down on Friday or Saturday morning, whatever. He's turned us down then because he didn't believe in the project. Whatever this bloody project word, Steve. I'm so bored of hearing it. Project. But then 2 days later, we're saying, oh, he's back on board. Why? Like, it's all a bit weird. It's all up in the air, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, you guys do need some sort of striker. Because obviously, how long Solanke out for? He had what kind of injury was it again? I forget. Solanke's been injured, right? If I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, Solanke's missed the last few games. Yeah, he's out. I think he's out until like the end of Feb, if I'm not wrong. Someone will let me know in the chat.
So you do need someone better than, because obviously, yeah, you're right. Scarlett's not that guy. He should go on loan somewhere. But I mean, a straight loan, I don't think you have anything to lose, to be honest. But for Tell, I think he could find somewhere better to go to be honest. Somewhere where a club that needs a striker. So, but I think it's worth a shot. But you should be looking for more than just forwards, in my opinion. I mean, Spurs whole transfer window, this one's been a shambles, which we all knew it was going to be, because we know what Tottenham operate like.
Yeah. I mean, so far this window, at the moment, it looks like it's going to be 2 loans, one with an obligation to buy, and then Kinski. At the moment, we looked earlier, it looks like it's 13 million for the fee for Kinski, and then I believe it's about 8 million across the 2 loans in loan fees. So it looks like Daniel Levy's going to have a transfer window where it's less than 20 million. Again, 2 kids and a centre back who I want to see if he plays when Romero and Van de Ven are fit. So for me, it's I'm a bit meh. I don't mind Danso, but
yeah, I like Danso. He was a guy I wanted that I wish Newcastle would have gone for. By the way, we could talk all about freaking Newcastle, why we haven't done anything, because we do clearly need squad reinforcements. But yeah, I would have taken him at Newcastle. Definitely, him and Botman would be a very nice combo. But you're right. What we've seen with Ange, and clearly Levy's back in this psycho. Like, he doesn't rotate Van de Ven and Romero. Yeah. So is Danso going there for Europa League? Is he just going there for FA Cup? And like, it's confusing. You're right. You clearly need midfielders.
I want to see when the players are back fit. Has Ange learned his lesson, and will he rotate? Because again, all the same people. There's a lot of people in football that don't really use this before they talk. So a lot of the people that are going, oh, the injuries. Well, yeah, but maybe, just maybe, if the manager had rotated, we wouldn't have this many injuries. So I want to see, does he rotate when everyone's fit? Does he turn around and say, right, this week, right, Van de Ven's played the last 7 games. This week, Danso's going to play with Romero, for example, or vice versa. That's what I want to see. And the worrying thing we had on this yesterday from a Spurs point of view was Jed Spence was our man of the match. Jed Spence has done really well this season when he's played.
Yeah, honestly.
And he comes out after, and he says, I mean, the words were something to the effect of, he'll do a good job for us until destiny returns. And when you're thinking, hang on, what do you mean? He's better than him. Like, he's doing a better job than him. And that's what makes me think that Ange won't change when everyone's fit. That's my worry. But it's like anything at Spurs. Do you know the number of times, Steve, I've seen transfer windows where fans get so excited and go, just back it. Savva, you're negative. Just back it. And I'm still sitting here, I don't know, 40 years into supporting Spurs going, when does this change? Like, when is it going to go? Where's our Mark Guehi? Where's the signing where you go, boom, that's a top sign? Do you know what I mean? Where is that?
Yeah.
Bang, this guy comes in straight
another guy I wanted at Newcastle, Savva. That whole summer, the saga with Guehi to Newcastle. I don't know why we didn't ever pull the trigger. We didn't. I think it was because we didn't offer the amount that Palace wanted, but I think he's a top center half as well. I would have liked him, but
yeah. Look. I completely agree with you. Look, let's have a look at a few other transfers. But before we do, big up to Airwolf, who has said building is great, but you need to see results and progression to justify the build. Completely agree. And Airwolf, I've been told we're building for the last year and a half under Ange, and yet we're going so far backwards, it's unreal. But don't worry, fans just say, get behind it. It's a project. That P word has got a lot to answer for. Big up to you, Airwolf. Really appreciate that. Big up to Tommy Castillo, who said, what's our fan base saying? We dodged the bullet. when Tell rejected us. Now those same fans are saying Levy is listening to us and Tell is generational. It's a straight scattergun approach. The PR machine is strong. Tommy, absolutely spot on. I'll say to you the same thing I said the other day. If Tell signs on loan, cool. Cool. I've got no problem with it. Right? But I'll ask the question. What is the project? Yeah? This is what I'm asking. When we talk about Levy listening to us, as you said there, these fans that just say, just get behind it. And I see what we're doing. And these young players, like the number of people who tell me, if we keep all these young players together, they'll learn and grow together. And in 4 years, we'll have a great team that wins everything. That's not how football works. That's not how football works. And we've heard that before. We'll see. I'm not sold on this scattergun approach. I'm not sold. For me, I think if we wanted Tell, if we wanted Danzo, if we wanted Tomori, if we wanted Guehi, why didn't we go out and look at this at the beginning of the window? There's zero excuses. Don't listen to Phil, who said there's a lot of reasons why. There's no reasons why. There are no reasons why, right? Everything is set up at this club. Everything for us to be a big club on the pitch. But all we want to do, big up, thank you for that, Tommy, by the way. All we want to do is sign youngsters and our fans lap it up. And I'm just a bit bored of it. And you know what? I like Tell. I do like Tell. But what will happen is Tell will score a goal and our fans will lose their mind. Same way, anyone remember Solomon having that really good game against Burnley away? Does anyone remember that? And it was, oh my gosh, where's all the doubters? Look how good Solomon is. Didn't see him again, got injured, shipped out to Leeds. You're like, pinch of salt. We've got to take everything with a pinch of salt. Let's have a look at some other signings today. So we know that James Ward-Prowse has had his loan cancelled. And he is now going back to West Ham to play for Graham Potter. We know that Man City are about to sign a really good footballer. Nico Gonzalez, the ex-Barcelona midfielder who's doing wonders at Porto. Now, that's a signing, isn't it? That's a signing. They need a central midfielder. What happens? They go out and go, boom, there's 60 million euros on a top central midfielder from Porto. Then, that for me, that's what you do. They went out and went, Mamouche, boom. You know what I mean? Yep, they bought a couple of youngsters as well with Kusanov and the right back. They've gone out and bought some good ready-made players, Mamouche, Nico Gonzalez. Villa have got some ready-made players in Asensio, Rashford, Donny Marlon, and it just feels like we're going for youth and more youth, and then we think it's good. I'm really underwhelmed. I'm just underwhelmed. Am I underwhelmed? No, I'm exactly where I thought I would be with this window. I called it at the beginning of this window as well. The same I do at the beginning of every other window. The Spurs will do the bare minimum and our fans will still lap it up. Here we are, right at the end of the transfer window. People lapping it up because we've managed to get a 19-year-old on loan. I know Danso, by the way, but again, I'll wait and hold my judgment to see if Danso plays when Romero and Van der Ven are fully fit. Let's see what he does. If Danso was the guy that we really wanted, why are we then trying to sign Mark Guehi? So there's a lot around it where I go, okay, let's see what we're doing. Lurs, Savva, this is not the bare minimum. What do you mean? A 19-year-old on loan, a young goalkeeper when we've already got 7, and another centre-back who probably won't play when Van der Ven and Romero are fit. Completely not true. We signed 2 players last January. Wasn't it 2 Januaries before that? We got Kulusevski and Bentancur. Again, people, please learn your Spurs history. If you're going to say something, make sure you know it's true. Make sure you know it's right. Miss Bunny has said, loan with no option is pointless. Look, I think a loan with no option is very, by the way, that's what we're hearing. A loan with no option is brilliant for a player because it gives the player game time and means they don't need to commit. for the club, it can be good if the player comes in and helps you out. But then when you get to the end of the season, you go, God, we want to buy this player. Every other team go, yeah, well, hang on, so do we. But so do we. So, Steve, Nico Gonzalez, Porto to Man City.
Yeah. He's decent, you know. He's decent. Porto haven't had best of seasons. They were pretty poor in Europa League. And domestically, I haven't been really impressed with them, but he's been good. He's been good. I think he's definitely like kind of a project player for City at the moment. I think he does start for them right away because he's got legs. He's all right. He's all right. I think it's a bit overpriced, but in January you will find that like it is typically if you want someone, you're gonna pay a little bit extra because it inconveniences the club. Unless the player wants to go, then you see a lower fee. But it's a good signing. It's a good signing. He has more legs. That's what that Man City team really, really need.
I agree.
He needs legs. Because Kovacic,
but you know what as well? Nico Gonzalez has come through the Barca's youth system so he can play. There's not many kids there's not many players that come through all the way through that system that can't play, you know, with their feet. I don't mean just running around, that haven't got that technical ability. And whenever I've watched Porto, I'm really impressed with Nico Gonzalez. But look, they're doing bits. They are doing bits. I want to ask you about your feelings on Arsenal. Arsenal haven't done anything. They've done nothing in this transfer window at all. Now, if I was asking an Arsenal fan, they'd go, of course, we need to do something. We need a new winger. We need a striker. Arsenal sitting in second, not going too bad. Is it too late for them? Do you think their board's looking and saying, well, it's a bit too late for us to win a title, so we'll stick with what we've got and then we'll go again in the summer? Or are they just being complacent?
I guess so. Well, I do think they're being complacent because I do think if they want to win the league, I don't think Arteta's ever going to do that. Has he gotten close? Yes. But getting close doesn't mean that you get there. So I think they do need to get in a new manager. They do need a striker. Obviously, they need a winger. They're fine defensively. The goalkeeper, I think, Raya is good enough. I do think in midfield, they definitely need a backup to Odegaard as well. Because Odegaard yesterday, like, he was okay, but he wasn't one of the shining stars of the show. That was that was Partey for me. Partey was man of the match for me. I thought he was excellent.
Yeah, I thought he was excellent yesterday.
Yeah, he was very good for them. And he's got what Man City in midfield they really, really need. Some legs, some energy, good passing ability. That's what you need. So I do think I don't know why they've done nothing this window, but Arsenal the past few years haven't done too much in January outside of the Trossard Jorginho window and then when they got Aubameyang. So I guess they are just sticking with their guns for now, and they'll go in the summer. But they've already spent a lot. They already have spent a lot. Maybe and they haven't sold a lot of players either for like huge fees. Besides like Nelson, I think Nelson's a loan only though. Is Reece Nelson a loan to Fulham?
I'm not sure. Didn't go permanently. I can't remember.
I know Nketiah is a permanent. Nketiah to Palace, that was a permanent, but.
By the way, Romano's just announced that Roma are in advanced talks for Lucas Gorna-Duaf on loan deal with buy option from Salzburg. Negotiations underway for the midfielder after signing Salah-Adin and Nelson on busy deadline day. Talks are progressing. On top of that, Abakar Silla looks like he's joining Southampton on loan from Strasbourg. I'll come to you in a minute on that, Steve. Sunderland have turned down 13 million from Brighton for Tommy Watson. The discussions we're going to see Adingra go the other way as part of the deal. FC Porto are in contact with Barcelona for Pablo Torre after Nico Gonzalez to Man City completed. So that deal looks like it could go through. Chelsea and St. Etienne are closing in on a 19-year-old midfielder, Mateus Amugu. As deal is being completed, fee around 15 million euros. Mario Lemina is joining Galatasaray for 2.5 million on a loan from Wolves. Manuel Neuer has signed a new deal at Bayern Munich until 2026. Nico Gonzalez, we know about. Borussia Dortmund have agreed a new deal for a 16-year-old. AC Milan agree loan deal for Ricardo Sotil for initial loan fee plus 10 million buy clause. Now up to Fiorentina, and João Felix to AC Milan. Here we go. João Felix to AC Milan is a here we go. And also, guys, you've seen that Evan Ferguson has completed his deal to Evan Ferguson has completed his deal to West Ham on loan to go and play for Graham Potter, who is the guy that gave him his chance. So lots of deals going on. It looks like a very busy deadline day. Welcome to Jay from the Hotspur Cave as well. Have you worked with Steve before?
Big up, Steve. No, I haven't had a chance to, man, but I've seen your stuff around YouTube and stuff. So
really?
Good to get to talk to you, man.
Yeah, you as well, brother. You as well.
And how we doing, boys? We all right?
I'm all right.
Listen, we're good, man. We're good. I mean, look, it was with Spurs and deadline days. They always used to be exciting, and the last number of years hasn't been. Today's looking like it could be, Jay. Tell back on. We're hearing of vanity bids for me for Guehi, but what are you making of Tottenham this transfer window, Jay?
If I'm being honest, right? Look, we know what the Guehi signing was. We know what that was. That was just look, guys, I'm trying. Like, I'm making an effort, guys. I'm trying. It doesn't. It almost seemed like a bid that we knew we weren't going to accept. Remember when Arsenal bid? What was it? 50 million and one. Was that how much they bid? The Suarez, yeah, that's exactly what it feels like for me, man. Danso, I haven't seen enough of him for me to give my honest opinion on him. I kind of just want to give the guy a chance, see what he does. But this Tell signing, I've been against it the whole window because we look, putting goals in the back of the net's never gonna. It's not a problem for us, but keeping them out is. And like you said, like I heard you guys say earlier, Udogie's got no cover. Spence is barely going to get any minutes, so Porro doesn't really have much cover, you know. And then what if we find ourselves in a position where both our fullbacks are out? So I'm looking at this window thinking, I'm thinking, yes, he may well be, you know, a wonder kid for the future, but should we really be looking at the future when we're in January, sat 14th in the table? I don't think so, personally.
Yeah, Jay. This is my big thing, Jay. When I've got people talking to me, and you guys know me, I fucking hate this word project. I feel like a project is if I say, you know what, in the next year, I want to build an extension on my house. That's my project, right? Yeah. We're a football club. We're a bloody football club, right? Project. Well, we could buy young players for the next 10 years, and people will say project. Like I'm seeing people talk about Tyler Dibbling. I like Tyler Dibbling as a player, but do we need more teenagers? Like, do we really, really need more teenagers? Just quickly, going off on a bit of a tangent, it's going to be one of those shows because this is a transfer deadline day show. Romano has said this, is that Tottenham bid for Mark Guehi rejected as revealed this morning. They're still fighting to get Axel Disasi deal done on the player side. And he said there's also one more option on the list. So watch this space that we might get some really random left field centre half from, I don't know, Bulgaria or wherever we're going to. But what I'm also hearing, guys, that's quite interesting is I believe that in European competitions, when you register your squad after the first stage, so when we register for the knockouts now, I believe you can only add 3 more players to your squad. 3 new players. Heard that as
well, yeah.
So if Tottenham, for example, have got Tell, Kinski, Danso, if we then buy the Sassy or another centre-half, they can't all be added to the Europa League squad. And then Jed Spence, who's not in the Europa League squad at the moment, how does he get registered for it? It's all a bit, I don't know. I feel like we're just all over the place, guys. I feel that it is all over the place right now. I don't see a structure, a path, a plan. I really don't.
I don't think
Neither.
Disasi fits what your fits. I mean, no center back does, but like, my God, he's a deep lying defender. He's similar. This reminds me of when Aguerd was at West Ham because they tried to play with a higher line, and he's more of a deep lying defender. Like he doesn't have crazy recovery pace like that. And they eventually loaned him out, Aguerd, to I want to say Villarreal. That's where he's at. I forget, but Disasi, he'll play well in a team that sits back, but you guys don't. You guys don't. So I think he'll be. Yeah, that's not the signing I'd be making. I think Danso's good, but with Ange, it's like, he's gonna look. I'm gonna look like a moron being like, oh, this guy's a really good defender, and then he's doing stupidness because of the high line. But bro, it is what it is. But
dude, I have no idea who you are. When you say Savva keeps ignoring me, there's 650 people in here, mate. I mean, I know that you all think you know me personally, and I know that you think I get to read every bloody comment. Trust me, I don't. I have no idea who you are, you clown. And yes, you're right. You love it. I love being 14th in the Premier League table as well. Right on. Let's celebrate 14th. Absolute loser. I'm going ruthless today, Jay. I've got no time.
Listen, man. I've been doing it for a while, Savva. I've had enough of people telling me your standards are too high. It's only Tottenham. You're deluded. All of this nonsense. I mean, I'm sure the Villa fans don't turn around and say, oh, we're only Villa. We won't go out and sign anyone. We're only Villa. I'm sure Bournemouth are high and flying. I'm sure they're not turning around saying, oh, we're only Bournemouth. It don't matter. Forest. Look at where Forest are. Nuno's not sitting there saying, it don't matter if we lose today, boys. We're only Nottingham Forest. Do you know what I'm saying? I'm not a fan of it, man.
Yeah. Do you know what? I'll bite. James, let me just answer this question, right? When you talk about the injuries, how comes we've had our best wins this year have been when we've had injuries? Look at the win against Man City, the win against Villa, right? The win yesterday against Brentford. Why are our best wins when Romero and Van de Ven and Vicario haven't played? Solanke didn't play yesterday. You know what it goes to show? It goes to show, James, that the manager's been so shit that what he did yesterday, he should have been doing before. So please don't give me that nonsense. By the way, we're hearing that Napoli are deep in negotiations, or a deal apparently has been agreed with a loan to buy option for Okafor of Milan. So he was another one on Spurs' radar. Apparently, it's going to be a loan with a 25 million obligation. Apparently, a 25 million obligation. So Okafor to Napoli. I would say, I mean, I don't want him at Spurs, but for him, that's a great move to Napoli, who are flying high at the top of the table.
Conte will get something out of him if he can stay fit. That's been Okafor's problem. I liked him at Red Bull Salzburg a lot, but injuries have been kind of a problem for Okafor. But yeah, Conte will get something out of him. Conte's gotten. There's not many players that Conte has like failed to get something out of, to be honest. The list is like, it's crazy, man. What a good coach, bro. Seriously.
Who's that? What? Conte?
Conte. Yeah.
Well, look, he's got the players he needs. He's at Spurs. He was never going to have the players he needed, and that's what I said the moment he joined us. And people were like, "Oh, why are you anti-Conte?" Well, what's the point?
Right?
Why'd you bring in Conte and then give him Eric Dyer, Ryan Sessegnon, and Aurier and Roy out? What's the point of having him?
Yeah.
Good point, Swanix. There is zero strategy at Spurs at the moment. Where are the data-driven transfers? Guys, I want to ask you about a deal that has been completed today. Evan Ferguson to West Ham. I think that's an interesting one. A couple of years ago, 18 months ago, this boy was being talked about as Alan Shearer. This guy was being talked about as 90, 100 million. You know what the world is like. Yeah. He's had a tough time. Could this be what he needs? Could this work perfectly? Him with Potter, with West Ham, who need a big striker. Could this work?
Yeah, I think it could work. I think this is his level. I think this is the level he should have been at. When everyone was screaming, he needs to be at our top club, slow down a bit, right? This is where we hampered players' development. You let him go and play for a West Ham or a Fulham or a Brentford. Let him get some Premier League minutes under his belt. Let's see if now he's taken... I mean, would you consider West Ham being a step up from Brighton? Maybe so. Some would, some wouldn't. I don't know. You know what I'm saying? But I think it's a good signing for them. They need it. They definitely need that target man. I'm not sure what's happening with Antonio. I'm not sure if he's going to play again or not, because I know you
With
had
the
that
car wreck
accident.
he was in. Yeah.
Yeah, man. Prayers
I think
out to
he'll
him as
retire
well.
and get a job at the club. That's probably what'll happen.
Yeah, I'm not sure if he can play football again. The chat will have to inform me on that. But yeah, they definitely need a target man. He's exactly what they look for. And like you said, he's played under Potter before. It's a perfect move for him. You're gonna get nurtured by a coach you've played under before. You know, you're gonna be in London, the London life, which I think people also kind of forget the appeal of the living standard of wherever these players are moving to. Some players turn down moves because they prefer to live in a city. Some players prefer to live away from all the noise. You know what I'm saying? But overall, I think it's a good move. I don't know about you boys. Do you reckon it's a good move as well?
He kind of has to get playing time when he's this young, because for me, 18, 19 to 23, 24, that's where your career is make or break. You have to be playing somewhere consistently. If you look at Rashford, when he broke out at Man United, he was actually really impressive, and he was getting, he was actually a good footballer, to be honest. But he had some injuries under Ole that he played through during the 1920, the COVID, when they lost to Villarreal, and his development just hasn't been. And also, I think mentally, he's been off it as well. So I think if you look at like a Rashford, he didn't properly develop between 19 and 23, and he was looking like a promising player. So yeah, if you're Ferguson, you have to go somewhere to get play time. You have to. So, and he wasn't going to get that at Brighton, I guess.
Yeah, it's interesting when he first burst onto the scene. And this is why I think this is kind of goes back to the whole when we overrate kids. Some players burst onto the scene and you go, okay, all right, there's something here. Then you get the next level. You get the Lamine Yamals. You get sometimes you watch a player and you go, wow, like just wow, like I don't need to see any more of you. Look, Rashford's a great example. Rashford's a wonderfully gifted footballer. I don't think there's any. I don't know if you guys agree. I don't think there's any doubt in his ability.
I think he used to be. But I don't see that Rashford anymore. I haven't seen him in a while.
But that doesn't mean he's not talented. What it means is other factors, doesn't it? Personality, application. So the big question on a Marcus Rashford is, can Emery get the best out of him? That's the question. Can Unai Emery get him back to the Marcus Rashford that was scoring 20 goals a season? I don't know. I don't know.
It's a big risk financially. That's what I'll say. I think they're covering his full wages, right, Villa?
I think they're covering 70%.
70%.
Yeah, it's like 230 grand or something, isn't it?
That's a lot of money. And when you're in these kind of situations, because they just got back to Champions League and European football, you have to be wise with the money you spend. Otherwise, you're in a Newcastle situation where with PSR and stuff like that. That's the problem. Because like when we qualified for the UCL, our transfer window was all right, but we bought Harvey Barnes in to be a backup as Gordon. He's a good player, but he's not better than Gordon. And we needed a right winger, and he can't play right wing. And then when we bought Tonali for all that money, we missed out on a year, and then we don't get Europe the next year. So it's a risk for Villa. I wouldn't have taken it personally, Rashford, unless it was like 100% coverage of salary or something like that, because I don't rate him anymore. I don't think he's like a high-level player anymore. I'm not saying Villa are a high-level club, but that's what they want to be, Villa. I don't think there's any doubt they want to be a higher-level club. They want to be regularly Champions League and spending money and being contenders for something. So, yeah.
Well, the thing is, Lubo said it last night, Steve. He said, you've got to remember that now Aston Villa have qualified out of that Champions League table in the top 8. The money they're putting down now is Champions League revenue. And this is the thing that Tottenham never did. We got in the Champions League and then still spent like we were in the Conference League. We got in the Champions League and went, oh, that's great. These other clubs, what I'll always give to them is that they're trying. But we'll see. Listen, for me, I think if you say Unai Emery wraps his arms around Rashford, and says, I believe in you. Forget Man United, forget all that hype, forget everything that's happened. You're going to play up front with Rodgers and and Watkins, what a potent front three that could be. Just for example, I know they've got other players, but what a potent front three that could be. And then you've got Donny Marlon, you've got Asensio. You look at that, and then you see that we're signing 19-year-olds on loan. And I'm like,
yeah.
Look, let me get to a couple of super chats. Before we do, just quickly. Again, Phil, it's another fan where people say fans that don't believe in Spurs strategy, if it turns out good, don't U-turn. Cool. 1, what's the strategy? 2, what's the timeline? 3, what does turning out good mean? This is the thing. We say these throwaway words. If the strategy, here's what I'll say, chaps, and I will get to the super chats. If the strategy is youth, why did they sign Timo Werner on loan? If the strategy is youth, why is Ben Davis playing and Ashley Phillips and Dorrington are out on loan? Right? Yeah. If the strategy is youth, why was Dominic Solanke signed on a 4 or 5 year contract at the age of 27? So we've got to make our mind up. What's the strategy? If the strategy is youth, make it youth. If the strategy is a mix of everything, that's not a strategy, right? Yeah. That's scattergun. So at the moment, again, someone like Phil, I love Phil to bits, I do.
There you go, Phil.
But quantify this for me. What does that mean? What does it mean? So if we win a League Cup this year, does that mean the strategy worked because we had a 5-game good cup run? I don't know. I don't. Do you understand what I mean, Jay? I'm not sure what this means.
And with that, don't U-turn. So are you saying that, right? Let's just say the strategy is youth project and success, right? Are you saying that if it works, us as Tottenham fans are now not allowed to celebrate because we didn't necessarily believe? No, I don't think things are. I think just before you get to the super chats, I think football nowadays is so polarized. It's either you're down here or you're all the way down here. There's a gray area in the middle. Two things can be true at the same time. I might not believe in what this project or this process is, but I still want to see the best for my club. I'm sure Savva's the same. I still want to see us win something. So yeah, I have no problem if this all works out in the end and finishes high up in the table, brings us a European trophy and everything's swell. I have no problems turning around and saying, congratulations, mate. You proved me wrong that you have the ability. However, we're not seeing that at the moment. And that's the thing.
But the thing is, Jay, as well, I think there's a huge difference between what is the metric for the strategy working? Is it, we've won a trophy, stop, it's won, it's the strategy's worked. Surely the strategy is kick on. Do what Arsenal, Liverpool, Man City, Chelsea, surely that's the strategy to get there, stay there, buy bigger. The thing is with what people like Phil have said, I've been hearing that, and guys, I am a lot older than both of you, right? I've been hearing that for decades. I've been hearing this strategy for decades. I heard it under Poch, I heard it under Yo, I heard it under Redknapp, I heard it under Conte, Jose, Nuno, Hoddle, Ramos. I heard it under David Pleat. I heard it people that probably before you guys were alive. I heard it under Jerry Francis, Ozzy Ardiles. I hear the word strategy and I get it. There are fans that just go, I get it. That's fine. I've been burnt so many times. I'm like that guy that's had 10 relationships and every single one of those women has cheated on me. I'm now at the point where I go, you are not different. You know what I mean? I am tarnishing. You are not different, number 11. You are like the other 10. Until you show me differently over a number of years, I don't believe it. And those people that say the word strategy and project, I've still not seen anyone give an articulated sentence or paragraph as to what it is, what the measurements are, and what is the end goal. Give me a roadmap. By the way, D&B Forever, big up to you. Super sticker from him as always. Really appreciate that. Phil, my man, super sticker. In this super sticker, you should have told me what the strategy is that you were just talking about. I love you anyway, mate. I love you anyway. He's a top guy, but we just disagree on football. D-Trix said a huge fan of Danso. Wanted him for almost a year. We're going to talk about him in a minute, D-Trix. So thank you so much for that. And a little question here for Steve. We'll come back to D-Trix in a minute. A little question for Steve from Phil P., the leader of the Phil Army. Said, Steve, the Phil Army. Steve, do you think Tell is a good short-term addition for Spurs if this happens? If not, Phil, it's been a wasted plane journey unless he quickly jumps over to West London and joins Chelsea. We've seen that before. Steve, good short-term addition.
Yeah, yes, like I said, bro. I wanted Tell to play more at Bayern München. We don't need to play Harry Kane every freaking game. And the thing that really pisses me off with company, he plays Thomas Muller, this poor guy Muller. Look, one of my favorite ever players. He's had a legendary career. Let's be honest, but he's not at that level anymore. He's an old man. And when Kane was injured for Bayern for a few games, Tell didn't get in a look at striker. And it just pisses me off because it's like, bro, why are we not giving this guy a chance? So I don't know, man. I think short term for Spurs, it's worth a shot, to be honest, but you do need other positions as well. But I like what Tell brings to the table. I really do. Finishing qualities. He's got a bit of pace to him. He's lively. Like he's a promising player. So I think, yeah, I hope he doesn't go on a permanent, but I just wish he'd play as backup to Kane more often. That's what it is, man.
I mean, okay. Well, look, let's talk about DJ. Big up, Phil. Thanks for that. Let's talk about this, guys. Danso. What I'm hearing, I've seen him play a few times. I'm not going to sit there and say I see him every week. I quite like him. I do. Yeah. I think he's a good player. I'm not gonna do what everyone else does and start making compilation videos as to why he's perfect for Ange Ball. What I'm hearing about him is that he does have a lot of strengths, that he's quite slow over the first 5 yards. Apparently he's quick when he gets going, but that turn of pace isn't there, and apparently quite clumsy. But he does have a lot. He's very strong in the tackle. He loves a block. He's good in the air. So there's pros and cons. What do you guys make of Danso to Spurs?
Don't kill me for saying this, but I was talking with Dietrich about it. He is he reminds me of Rudiger. Physicality wise, the way he looks, the way he plays. He's not of Rudiger's quality, but he's not super far off it. That's what I'd say if I had to describe. And the thing with Rudiger as well, there are actually a few similarities. Rudiger's played in the back three at Chelsea before, and in his career, he's played in the back four on right or left. So and he is a bit clumsy, Rudiger, sometimes. He is a bit as amazing as he is. I think he's an amazing defender. He's had a great career. He can be a bit clumsy sometimes. He doesn't look the prettiest on the ball, let's say. So I compare him to kind of not as talented Rudiger, but still of a high level. Like he'd start for Newcastle with Botman, and we would be that we could make top four with that. That's kind of the level. So I think it's a good signing, but will he play as much as I think he should? Will the system work? If you play like you did yesterday, I can see Danso fitting that easily.
Sure, right.
Because he's aggressive. He does commit a bit too many fouls, in my opinion, but I do like the aggressiveness. So you might get some Spurs fans being like, "Oh, I love him. He's reminds me of Romero because he's so aggressive." He needs to chill a bit, but
Romero's not aggressive. Romero's brain dead. That's what Romero is. He's not aggressive. He throws himself into tackles that he doesn't need to make, protrudes forward when he doesn't need to fly forward. But yeah, I don't know. I think Danso's a good signing. I think it's a good 25 million. I mean, it's a good signing if you just look at the number that we paid for him, the position, the fact that we were crying out for a centre back to come in and kind of give some support. We've got no Dragusin now. But again, it feels like we've gone for the cheaper option when I'm looking at centre-backs, because there are quality centre-backs out there. Do you know what I'm saying? There are quality centre-backs. But
of course.
It feels like we've gone for the cheaper option now. There's the argument, what centre-back would want to come to Tottenham? Danso said something in the interview. It was like, mate, you don't know anything about Tottenham. He said he wants to come here to win trophies. I was like, what?
Who said that?
Danso.
Oh, bless him. Bless him. Sorry, Kevin. You've joined the wrong club if you want to win trophies. It's interesting, right? Because I did a video this morning when I was talking mainly about Guehi coming in, and I said that, listen, I know it's not going to happen, but I'd love that. I said I think he would come in and be our best centre half, Guehi. I think that sometimes as football fans we don't look at the all round package, and i.e. I look at that. If we talk Spurs centre halves in general for the moment, I think the problem is with Van der Ven and Romero. You hear this cheesy phrase all the time, Jay, of the best ability is availability. And the problem with Romero and Van der Ven is we know that every year they're going to miss a number of games, whether that's through suspension, whether that's through injuries, international. We can't rely on that too. So when everyone keeps saying when they come back, when the problem is the fact that we're always asking the question, when will they come back, tells me we need to do something else. Guehi for me would be perfect. Danso I like as well. Romero for me is the one that I would move on. I think if anyone wants to pay 70, 80 million for Romero, I'm all over it, Jay. What's your feeling on the whole Spurs centre-back and Guehi and Romero and Danso and Van der Ven? What's your whole theory on the centre-halves?
Well, I look at this and I think one of two things. I think Romero could leave in the summer. I wouldn't be opposed to it. If you can get anywhere upwards of 60 million for him, I'm all over. Like you said, I'm all over that.
Agreed.
But I also think maybe, and just maybe, and hear me out, guys, I think maybe Levy might be preparing for the next manager. I think he's preparing for a back three, if I'm being honest. I was sat there and I was thinking about it this morning. I was like, right, we've gone out, we signed a defender, and then we've gone in for another centre-back. Could this be a sign that Daniel Levy might be thinking about, the next manager to come in? There's been talks of Allegri, Edin Terzic coming in as well. I mean, I don't want any of them, but there's a possibility. But if we're to just look at our back line in general, again, I'm not seeing anyone with an overall balance to them. You got Van der Ven. He's good at recovery runs and the slide tackles, but he's not good in the air. And with the ball at his feet, leaves a lot to be desired. Then you've got Romero, good in the air. He's okay at winning tackles. I think throwing yourself in clumsily and actually winning the ball are two different things. Then you look at Dragusin. I can't name you one of his qualities, unfortunately. Do you know what I'm saying? And then we've got Ben Davies, who's kind of the older head, I'd say the father of the changing room, the father of the back line, who's probably your most reliable player. So I'm looking at this back line and I'm thinking, we got a mix of everything, but it's how do we get this back line to gel together so we can keep balls out of the back of the net? Do you know what I mean? Yeah. Big up Alex as well. Big up everyone.
Alex.
Yeah, big up, guys. Alex, Lubo, welcome to the marathon that is the transfer deadline day. Lots happening. Apparently, the Disassi deal could be back on. That would mean Disassi and Danso and Davis and Van der Ven and Romero, and suddenly we've got all these players and no excuses for the manager. Does anyone think, Alex, let me ask you, and then I'll bring Lubo in. Does anyone think that this could mean a change in formation? If we are getting in Danso and then a Disassi as well, or a Guehi, anyone think this could lead to playing a back three?
No.
Okay, good comment. Good topic.
No.
I hope it's not, but that's just the feeling I was getting this morning.
No. Because this manager will, I stick by what I don't think he changes today because of the manager. By the way, I look fresh, and it's not fresh for everybody. You know what I mean? Nobody needs to look fresh. You know what I mean? Because the haircut looks good. You know what I mean? But anyway, moving on.
I was going to say, Alex, you look really fresh for transfer deadline day, but all you're missing, right, to complement your outfit is a yellow tie. If you had a yellow tie, mate, but you look fresh, which means you've got a date later, haven't you?
No, I ain't got a date. You just need to look fresh. You know what I mean? If you watch the box office TV, you know what I mean? No, I haven't got a date. I wish I did. You know what I mean? But you have to move. Unfortunately, it's not for everyone. You know what I mean? These days, you know what I mean? But anyway, moving back to the football. I mean, back to this manager that's who got his he got out of a trouble on Sunday. I have to be honest, against Brentford. Yeah, I mean, for me, I don't know if he will change. To be honest with you, Savva, I think it was on the players yesterday. The only way we can see whether this is actually changing is what we see the next couple of games. You know what I mean? We've got to see it over a window of games now. You know?
Yeah.
I do feel, even though we played a little bit well, we did play, you know, we grinded out the result yesterday. I did feel that Brentford forced it upon us a little bit. And they didn't get the breaks, we did. You know what I mean? But to go back onto the transfer window, because I'm not here for a long time, I'm here for a good time. Because when you say his name once, he appears, and when you say his name twice, he'll disappear, Mr. Box Office. The point is, yeah, I think for me, I think he's getting backed at the moment. I think he's getting backed massively at the moment. I have to be honest. I think Tell coming in, I think he's backing him as far as I'm concerned. The defenders that are coming in at the moment, the work that they're doing at the moment, I don't want to hear the excuses anymore. I do not want to hear excuses for this manager. And back on, and sorry to go back on the game yesterday. We had injuries yesterday, and look how we played yesterday.
I agree. I agree.
So I do not want to hear the excuses from this fan base about this manager. Yeah. And you know what? You know when I said what I said to you, right? When we didn't agree about Andrew Sokoglu at the beginning of his reign, yeah. I said I couldn't stand the manager, yeah, because of this fan base. This fan base make him so non-likable. This guy. I've got to be honest. The amount of excuses for this manager, and I'm sorry, the excuses saying that Tell got persuaded to come to Tottenham. That's nonsense. He only come to Tottenham because Tell wants game time. That's all it is. So let's not get deluded or anything like that. Let's not go over the top. I do like Danzo. Danzo looks okay. Okay, he looks okay. But again, I'll go back to what I said before. I feel more comfortable with him under another coach than Ange Postecoglou. Go back to you, Ian, my boy, Lubo. And
back to you, Lubo. Back to you.
I mean, listen, I'm looking on Twitter, and I mean, I just want an answer on the rumours that Michael Bridges has left Sky and he's joined Football Heritage TV today. I mean, it's...
Listen, we don't need big names here. We need real names. We need the real fans, right? You can get a reporter to come on and tell us whatever. We're having real conversations here. By the way, Romano
he's
has
a Spurs fan, by the way.
I know. I speak to Michael Bridge.
So there is truth in the rumours. Romano, you know, it's 10:30. You're going to be on. Michael, would he come online now? You know?
No. Look, Romano has just said that Lisandro Martinez has torn his ACL and his season is now over. Don't like to see that for any player. He has done his ACL, so. Man United there going from bad to worse news for them. As we said, there's lots of news that there's going to be a lot of signings tonight, Lubo, across world football, by the way, not just Tottenham, but tell Lubo, talk to me. He's not coming. Now he's coming. He didn't believe in the project. Now he might believe in the project. It could be a straight loan. It might be an obligation. It feels like this is very Spursy, is the word I'd use, Lubo.
It's interesting. Let me link that with Disasi, because I've just read a report online saying that your Premier League rules state that you can only have 4 loanees at any one time, and you can only get 2 at the same time. You can't bring in more than 2 at the same time. So if we've got Danso on loan and we've got 10 on loan, how are we going to get Disasi on loan? Are they trying to negotiate a full deal, a proper deal, loan with obligation? I'm not sure how that works in terms of loans. So it's going to be interesting what I've read. If anybody is totally up to speed with all the rules on loanees with the Premier League in transfer windows, can someone stick it on the comments? What do I think about Tell? I think it's a win-win. If he's no good, he goes back. There's no obligation, which is great. That's what you want from a loan. Someone comes in, somebody comes in and you see if they're any good, and you see if you want to buy them or not. So it's perfect. You know, he's in for 5 months till the end of June. It's you know, it is. If he's brilliant, then obviously you want to sign him. If he's okay, you know, if he does fine, if he's brilliant, I suppose other clubs will be after him. Mind you, I'd like to get Harry back next season. That wouldn't be bad, would it? Get Kane back. Let Sell play for Bayern Munich if he plays well, and get Kane back in for a couple of years.
I'll judge Harry Kane if he comes back to Spurs.
You
The
would
way
watch-
Mr. Box Office for years said that, listen, again, Alex, I might be getting the word wrong, so please tell me. But you were literally saying that, like, he has got a loser's mentality, right?
Yeah.
If Harry Kane came back to Tottenham, I would judge him that he didn't learn from the first 10 years that he was here. Do you know what I mean? But
Listen, he'll win trophies this year. So
of course he will. Of course he will.
No.
No?
I disagree completely. No. Have you guys seen Bayern München's? Have you guys seen Bayern München's defense?
Me and Steve are talking European football, you say, because I know you don't follow it. Leverkusen will not catch Bayern Munich, I'm telling you.
I think they
will
still
not catch
will.
it. 6 points at the moment, plus goal difference. They will not.
So, Lubo, have you seen our defense? Have you seen Bayern München's defense? It's woeful.
Eric Dyer.
Every
Dyer can't
single.
get in. Dyer can't get in. That's the problem, isn't it, Steve? Dyer can't get in.
Oh yeah, that
What
was
if, guys, it is a question. What if next season the ultimatum was this? And I know we're just playing hypotheticals. Harry Kane says, "I'll come back," but with two clauses. One, Eric's coming with me, and the third one, Ben Davies has to sign a new 4-year contract until he's about 37. Would you take Harry with the other two tagged along, or would you say Harry must be what? Next year, we're talking about the end of next season, Harry Kane will be what, 33? Is that right?
Yeah.
But what is he now, 31?
He's 31.
31. So he'll be 32 coming on 33.
He's 32 in July.
Yeah.
So if
it was next summer. Oh, are you talking about this summer, Lubo?
Yeah, why not? He wins his trophies this year. He's got his personal trophies. He comes back. He's got to beat Shearer's record, and he's got to get it. Now that Haaland signed a long contract, he's thinking, I want that record, not Haaland's.
I don't think he will. I don't think he'll ever go back to.
I wouldn't take Kane. I wouldn't listen. I like Kane. It's nothing. Listen, I might be harsh, right? I don't get used to it. I'm being nice now. I don't know why. Right?
You're being nice. You don't want him, but you're being nice.
But he's a great goal scorer. He's a great goal scorer. He got us out of scrapes, right? But I'm sorry, if you're a top player, you've got to be winning trophies. I'm sorry, you've got to be fitting trophies as well. I'm sorry. He's had lots of opportunities. He had opportunities in England. Sorry. He had opportunities with Bayern Munich. I'm sorry, it's excuses.
Alex, and always wins his trophy in his second season.
Jamie Vardy has won trophies, and look where he came from. So I'm not having these excuses. Even Henderson, I called him a bang average player, but now look at him now. Sorry, we're not having these excuses anymore, right? Okay, and I'm not having it. I'm sorry. Yeah, he's got to start winning trophies, and he even knows it himself. He should not have stayed at Tottenham as long as he did. Sorry.
Here's a question for you, right? Who's had the better career?
Well, this is easy.
Jamie Vardy or Harry Kane?
Jamie Vardy. It's easy.
No.
It's easy. Jamie Vardy.
No.
Do you know what? Just quickly.
No.
Before I asked that question, in my own head, I said, Steve and Box Office are going to say Vardy, and Lubo will go, no, it's Kane.
Kane's personal career, where he is judged on what he has done, he is far better than Vardy. Much
That's not the question. That's not the question, though. I love this. I'm learning this. I'm learning from you, Savva.
Yo, Savva, move me to.
That's not the question, though. That's not the question, though.
Alex's side. Move my screen to Alex's side. I'm with.
See,
Alex.
no. Who's had the better career?
Yeah.
Who's had the better career?
Right,
Trophies wise.
England captain. Sorry,
here we go. Here we
England
go.
Oh,
captain.
because England have won a lot.
Golden boot in the World Cup. Come on, twice, not once, twice. Okay, shared it the second time. Terrific, guy.
Screwed
Fabulous.
up versus France.
Different.
Even
But-
anything though.
You
So here's
cannot
the thing.
compare Vardy and Kane. They're just.
No. But yeah, but
I know you're
again,
talking about club medals.
who's had the better career? If their careers ended right now, the career ends. You've got Harry Kane who's going to turn around and look at, well, I was England captain. You know,
hang on. The season's not finishing now. If you say end of this season, Kane would have won the German Bundesliga. He'll probably win the German Cup. So he'll
We're
be
out of the German Cup, Lubo. We got eliminated by Leverkusen.
Well, what good is that? What good is that, Steve? Maybe they'll win the Champions League. Who knows?
No.
See, I'll stir it up.
Who knows?
We are
Who
not
knows?
winning the Champions League.
Never know. Listen,
So let me try and ask that question again. If
Sure.
it finished now, right, and Harry Kane has won nothing, but is England captain, led England in a couple of finals, was the Premier League second top goal scorer of all time in the Premier League, World Cup Golden Boot. Or on the other side, you've then got Jamie Vardy, who's got the story of, hang on, I was a non-league player, came through the ranks, went to Leicester City, won the league with Leicester City whilst breaking goal-scoring records. What was it, like 11 games in a row, whatever he did?
Still has it.
Then won the FA Cup with Leicester City whilst still playing for England, right?
Yeah.
Whilst winning Players of the Year. Who's had the better career is the question. Is it Kane or is it Vardy? I've not asked who's the better player. I didn't ask that. Do we all agree Harry Kane's the better footballer?
Yeah, better footballer, yes.
We all agree Harry Kane is by far the better player. Who's had the better career if it all ended now?
And that's
Today.
easy.
Vardy.
Jamie Vardy.
Savva's made a decision. He's spoken to the German FA. The season finishes now. Okay? Season's finished
I
now.
wish it did.
That's right. Bayern Munich are champions. Kane has his winner's medal.
Please.
Right.
So,
Right.
okay, Vardy's got an FA Cup medal. Kane hasn't. But Kane has got golden boots galore with the World Cup, with the Premier League. Definitely Kane. Sorry.
I love you, Lubo. I love you, Lubo. Because Lubo's he just digs a hole for himself all the time, man. You know what I mean? Just digging a hole for yourself. Because I'm sorry, it's not. No, it's got to be Vardy. He's won trophies. When it comes down to the crunch, he affected getting trophies. This is where Tottenham fans fall down so much. I'm sorry, we get too emotional. This is what I'm saying.
He's going to win he will win the German Bundesliga this year, and then
based on what?
Then come back to me and say Vardy's had the better career.
So
Based
can I ask
on
you a
what?
question? Let me ask you a question on that. So let me again. I'll just keep throwing in interjections. Is winning the Bundesliga with Bayern Munich more of an achievement and an accomplishment than winning a Premier League with Leicester City?
No.
I'm
The Leicester City EPL title is extremely impressive. That's one of the greatest sporting achievements I've seen in my life, and it was over a season, by the way.
It's not even just that; he's won the FA Cup as well. He won the FA Cup as well.
Yeah.
So I'm not.
And
I'm
they
not
beat
even
Chelsea
being
in a
funny.
final. They beat Chelsea in a final as well.
And if you want to even deep
hang
it,
on. You cannot judge a career only on medals. You've got to look on
yes,
it.
you can.
No. Personal achievements come into the conversation as well.
Yeah, but Lubo, did you grow up as a young Spurs fan being like, I wish I won Premier League goal of the month, or did you want to play for Spurs and win an EPL title or the first division?
Division
FA
One.
Cup.
Division
That's
One.
the goal, right? Like we don't want, guys, us as football fans, we don't want. It's nice when our players, like Isak recently, he's got Player of the Month 3 times in a row.
I'll tell you what it was.
Bro, I want the Carabao.
Steve, when I was growing up, the FA Cup was the big thing.
Yeah.
Right, that was the big thing. Always remember Ian St John's winning goal for Liverpool in '65 with a diving header. I went out in the garden. I was practicing diving headers for the next half an hour.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah.
what that's
Because
what it
of
was
the
like.
FA
I was a
Cup,
7-year-old.
not because of Player of the Year awards.
No, it's nothing to do with Player of the Years. It was the FA Cup. It was,
Yeah.
and Spurs had a few stars in those days as well. So, I was watching Jimmy Greaves.
Yeah.
So,
Trophies,
Well, let me again. I think it's very interesting. Because again,
Greaves never won a league championship medal, did he? He never won a league winners medal.
didn't he win a World Cup?
Greaves,
Yeah.
I think they got the medals many years later, didn't they?
Yeah. It's different. So it was different then to how it is now with how many people win a trophy. Look, I think it's an interesting conversation. Because again, individually, if you ask me 9-10 times out of 10, which player do I want? I want Harry Kane over Jamie Vardy every day of the week. But all I'm saying is, at the moment, Jamie Vardy can sit down with his grandkids and go, yeah, granddad won XYZ. Now, I've just been having a little look at what Jamie Vardy's won, right, in his career, right? And we're talking about individuals. I'm not even talking about his trophy. We'll look at his trophies, right? So you can see there at the top.
Northern Premier League division.
I mean, I love that. So he's won things with Stockbridge Park Stills. That's absolutely phenomenal. Then Halifax Town. Then he's won things with Fleetwood, right? I love that story. This is Roy of the Rovers stuff, right? Then he's won everything he's won with Leicester City. So he's won the Premier League, right? He's won the FA Cup and a Community Shield. But then when you go down individually, he's won a lot of individual honours. Premier League Player of the Year, Football Writers Association Player of the Year, Premier League Golden Boot, Player of the Months, Premier League Goal of the Months, Best Goal of the Season, PFA Player Team of the Year for 2 years. Leicester City Player of the Season. Lubo, he's won a lot individually as well, hasn't he?
With Leicester City.
Sav, there's levels, mate. There's levels. Come on.
No, hang on.
You're right. There are levels that Vardy's gotten to that came.
There's levels, but Jamie Vardy's done all of that personally, plus fired his team to win a league title. So who's had a better career?
It's close, but it's still Kane.
Lubo, I have a question for you. How long have you been watching English football for?
Sure.
Well, we've 60 years.
Okay. Where does Leicester City's title rank amongst the most unlikely and crazy achievements?
Probably number one, I would think.
And the main man, the three main guys of that team, there were others as well, like Huth and Morgan and Schmeichel. Well, the big four of that team.
Kante, Mahrez,
Vardy, Schmeichel, Kante, Mahrez.
Yeah.
All four of those guys are part of, they were the Drinkwater as well, and they had some other players. They are legends. They're legends. We're going to be talking about Leicester City for
I knew Wayne would turn up. I knew Wayne was going to turn up with his Leicester City. Yeah. By the way, just quickly, this is a transfer show, so I will interject with transfer news.
Yeah.
PSV Eindhoven are closing in on a loan deal for Tyrell Malacia from Manchester United. The medical is booked and the agreement is at the final stage. So Man United, who obviously bought in Patrick Dorgu, with Malacia going out to PSV Eindhoven. And I'm guessing it's going to hot up all over the world in the next 5 or 6 hours. And we're going to get lots of deals done. Look, I just find it an interesting conversation. I remember me and Henry Wright had this conversation once, all for an hour at Nando's when we worked together. We went to Nando's. It was like an hour conversation about Vardy versus Kane. I just think it's such a shame that a player like Harry Kane, he should be sitting at home swimming in trophies. Like he should be, right? He should be sitting at home swimming in trophies.
And what's even worse, he had to leave our club to go and do it.
Yeah, of course. But the thing is, most players, the difference for me, Kane's almost. Do I believe what I'm about to say? He's almost a victim of being too loyal to Tottenham. For me, there are many players that when they play for a club like Spurs, you look at Bale. Bale had no qualms in going Real Madrid. Boom, Bale, Modric, Carrick, Berbatov, Sheringham. Yeah, Walker. These players all went. Yeah, we're going to win.
Sonny as well.
Sonny
No,
as well.
he's-
I don't put Son on the
Sonny,
same
no,
level as
no,
Kane, but I
no.
hear
No,
you.
no. But in terms of being loyal to Spurs,
Yeah,
we got-
yeah.
Oh yeah, I get what you're saying. I get what you're
Yeah,
saying there. Yeah, he stayed too long. He stayed too long, Son. Sorry.
I mean, Phoenix, but again, how are we defining the career? Listen, I'm just playing devil's advocate. Yeah, as I
It's a good
said,
point.
no one is saying Kane isn't as good a player. Sorry, no one's saying Kane's not a better player than Vardy. But we're saying is right now, if you looked at them, one of them's going to go, look at my trophies. The other one's going to go, but I scored loads of goals for England. Like there's a difference for me, but I suppose it all falls on the individual with how you do it. By the way, Timo Werner, listen, no one's going to be able to take away his Champions League medals. No one can take that away from him.
For me, for me, guys, again, I go back to I judge players as if I was growing up, like I wanted to be, a World Cup winner with the United States when I was first watching the 2014 World Cup. I wanted to be at freaking, I wanted to be at Bayern Munich winning league titles. I'm a Bayern, etc. Right? Like that's the goal of it. Kids don't grow up. Like Ian said, the diving header in the FA Cup game final against Liverpool way back then. He'd practiced that move because of the FA Cup win. He wouldn't have been practicing that diving header if Spurs lost the game, would he? No. So trophies are ultimately like that's why we play the game. It's obviously the side accomplishments are like a appetizer when you go out for dinner. It's good, but you wouldn't just want that. You want a main course that's worthy. You know what I'm saying? And the main course is to accomplish things in the game, to leave a legacy. Jamie Vardy has left a legendary legacy at Leicester City, even though he's been through some rough times with them because they got relegated recently, and they're probably going to get relegated again. So, like, bro, for me,
just quickly, Steve. Sorry, just some transfer news. So Florian Plettenberg has announced that Ryan Cherky's deal to Borussia Dortmund is 100% off. Yeah. And he said that AC Milan and Porto have both held concrete negotiations over a deal for Ibrahim. For Ibrahim of Hertha Berlin. I know I don't know anything about that player. But apparently Porto and Milan both want him. He can't be a mug. Other than that, it's quite slow at the moment. It is quite slow. We've got no real breaking news at the moment.
Yeah, there is some transfer news because there's some Man City are trying to get that Porto player, isn't he? That Porto player.
Yeah, but that's on. Yeah, but we know that's on. I'm talking about breaking news. We've gone through that. We're talking about breaking news. If Man City get Nico Gonzalez and then next season they'll have Nico Gonzalez and Rodri in there, they're gonna have a good midfield. Guys, listen, I always find it funny that when the problem is on a Spurs channel, when you have a debate about players like Harry Kane, it's always going to go mostly one way, isn't it?
I'm not surprised.
Look, anyway, I don't even know how we got onto. I was talking about Harry Kane signing next summer, right? Was the question.
I don't think he ever goes back to Spurs. I think it's just like Poch, where they eventually got fed up with Levy, and that's why they left. Well, actually, no, Poch got sacked to be fair, but I don't think he'd come back. I don't think.
It's interesting when people talk about Harry Kane coming back and breaking the record. I mean, he is 47 goals behind Shearer. That's and if he comes back at the age of 33, whatever, that's 2 seasons of 3 goals, 24 goals. He's not.
A lot can happen in 2 years. A lot can happen though, Savva, in 2 years. I mean, Gundogan 2 years ago was leading Man City to a treble. And now look at him. We don't have any legs no more. I know he plays in midfield and whatever, but Kane, he might not be the same player in 2 years that he is now.
I just don't know. I think you've got a good point there, Steve, to be honest with you. I just think the thing is, I don't like having to go at players that have got the quality still. You know what I mean? Because the experience is very, very important because I think it's something that we need definitely in our team right now, to be honest with you. I think people underrate it sometimes. So I think it's one of those things where, I think Kane just needs to focus on what he's doing at the moment for me. Yes. I don't think he should just leave. I think the reason why Goodwin went back to Man City was because they needed a body there, I think, at the end of the day. But I think they made the wrong decision, haven't they? And this is what they're doing at the moment. They've rebuilt because, I mean, regardless what we think about Guardiola at the moment, it ain't great at the moment there. And this ain't good enough for them because that would have been embarrassing yesterday. Let's be honest here. You know what I mean? Because anybody getting beaten 5-1 isn't good. Let's be honest here. So, and they can't afford it to fall down completely. Let's be honest. You know.
By the way, just quickly, Alex, can I just say again, Alex? I feel like again the wording when we're debating is really important.
Oh yeah.
Read what you've written here. So Timo Werner is a better footballer. No one said that. No one said Vardy was a better footballer. The wording is really, really important. We said who had the better career. Now, Ian's not judging it by winning trophies. The other two are judging it by winning trophies. So, but no one has turned around and said Vardy's a better footballer. Got to listen to the wording. Lubo, we said Kane would have 47 goals to get to be top Premier League goal scorer. It's a lot of goals. It's a lot of goals at this age, isn't it?
Well, listen, if you're playing an entertaining team, it might take him a season. You never know.
What entertaining team is he joining then?
Well, it could be us.
We're entertaining. We're not entertaining in any way, shape, or form, mate. I'm not having that. Not having that at all. By the way, Seville striker Iheanacho passes medical for a loan move to Middlesbrough. So it looks like they're going to replace, if I'm not wrong, didn't Latte Laff just go out to the MLS?
Yeah, the Sierra Leone striker. Yeah.
Right. So Latte Laff has gone to MLS and Iheanacho's gone on loan to replace him. That's not a bad signing. And also breaking news from Middlesbrough today is that they have rejected Porto's bid for Hayden Hackney. So
is he another
Porto
kid
trying to replace Nico Gonzalez already? I like Hayden Hackney, but again, I would really like us to go for Spurs' point of view, just a bit more experienced. Are we expecting any shocks? I'm not talking about Tell, that's been in the works. Desassi's been in the works. Are we expecting any last minute agents ring up Spurs with 3 hours to go and we go, oh, that's too good to turn down? Or are we just not that type of club?
I think that I heard that there's one more other than the Chelsea defender that we're looking at, which I don't really know too much about because I don't really watch that much of Chelsea. But at Tell, obviously, that will hopefully go through. But there's also another one in the works as well. That's what I've heard.
Alex, does it not depend also on whether it's a homegrown player or not? Because we've now got a situation. Kinski, I think they'll leave out. I think Tell will come in and replace Werner, as far as the Europa League is concerned. Danso, I think, is homegrown because of his few years that he spent at Southampton.
I don't think he is, though, is he? I don't think Danso did enough. I don't think he played enough, Lubo. I don't think he played enough years in the UK to be considered homegrown.
We were discussing it on Talk Sport today, and one of the guys there was saying that Danso qualifies as homegrown. So
we have to wait and see when the squad. We have to wait and see when the squad's named because they're going to have to work that one out on that one.
Because we've got 17 or 15. How many? I'm just trying to think. How many non-homegrown players have we got in the Europa League squad?
6.
Oh, Leicester, by the way. Leicester's was much more impressive. Blackburn at the time was spending big money under Jack Walker.
Yeah, they bought.
Was Blackburn as good a team as Man United's though? That was the Man United team with Cantona.
Yes, they were.
That's Sherwood, Flowers, Shearer.
I can rattle that Blackburn. Here you go. Let me know if I'm wrong. I can rattle that Blackburn team off. It was Tim Flowers in goal, right? They had Lasso, Hendry, Berg, and I want to say Jeff Kenner, maybe. I'm missing one. Jeff Kenner, maybe. David May. And Berg played at right back. They then had Tim Sherwood, David Batty, Stuart Wilcox, and
Ripley.
And then they had Sutton and Shearer up front. Right? that was a bloody good team. And then they had players like Gallagher. Do you remember Lubo? They had Gallagher, the striker. They had
Sutton.
Oh God,
Sutton.
Paul but yeah, no, Sutton played up front. Yeah, but I'm trying to think on the bench. People like
Robbie
Paul
Slater.
Warhurst,
There's
Sorry, who?
Shearer that was young.
Paul Warhurst would have been
Yeah.
in and around that squad.
Yeah, he was a
Yeah.
Blackburn.
David Batty. I'm looking.
But
David
the thing is, Steve, that Blackburn team at the time, again, it's not comparable to money now, but Jack Walker put in a fair whack of money. The Leicester City League title, I don't care what anyone says. I don't think we'll ever see that again. I think that's the biggest achievement in Premier League history.
Yeah.
In my opinion, I think that's the biggest achievement in English football for me is in the Premier League era. We could argue going back many years when Cloughy bought up. What did he do? He bought up Derby as champions from the league. At the time, it was Division 2.
Ipswich in '62 was massive. That was like a Leicester. That was like Leicester in 2016.
Yeah, no, I agree. But my point is in the Premier League era.
Yeah,
I mean the Leicester achievement. I mean they were 5,000 to 1.
Do we tend to not forget that there was football before the Premier League?
Yeah, of course.
No, we don't. We
know what I'm
don't
saying?
get that at all. But different eras, different money. You know, it's completely different, isn't it? So there has to be.
Oh, sorry. I was just gonna say, but Ian, I asked you earlier. In all your years of watching English football, that's the greatest. The Leicester City one was the greatest accomplishment you've seen, right? The most unlikely, right?
Probably in recent times, yes.
Yeah, in your life. So that's long time.
No, absolutely. By the way, somebody sent me this, Lubo, for your benefit. Someone said, send this to Lubo for clarification on the loan system. This is what I love about being on YouTube. People just send you stuff all day. I love it. The loan market works like this. 5 loan deals collectively. 2 can only be from English clubs. So I think you're allowed 5 loans. Only 2 can be from other English clubs. So we'd have Werner, Danso, and Tell. 2 can be for English clubs. Danso is homegrown Savva. He played enough time in England. #FM nerd. There you go. I won't tell you who sent me that, but thank you very much to that person. So look, it is all happening.
That's a help.
Lubo, what I thought was more interesting was the European rules that we talked about just before you joined.
Yeah.
But because we're going into the next phase of Europe, you can register 3 additional names to your European squad, right? Spurs at the moment would be adding Kinski, Tell, and Danso. So what does that mean if we were to sign Disasi? What does that mean for Jed Spence? Now, somebody in the chat, can you confirm that? But that is my understanding, is that you can only add 3 additional changes to your European squad. So that could be a factor in signing players, right? That they'll go, well, hang on, am I going to be in your European squad or not? And Jed Spence right now definitely bloody should be, right? Kinski possibly the one that would miss out.
I think he will.
Do you really think he's going to be in the squad though, Savva? Knowing what we full well Spence is going to be in that squad, knowing full well what Andrew said about Udogie.
I think for sure. I think Ange talks the biggest part.
He's so out of his mind at the moment, so out of touch at the moment, This manager, right? Okay, which is why I'm sorry. I'm sticking to what I say. Spencer's doing this not for the manager. He's doing it because he don't like this manager. I'm sorry. I'm standing by what I say. Right? I don't care whether I'm not in the club or in the training ground. I don't really care. You can see it.
But he will. But I think Spence will be in. They won't take Forster out because Forster's homegrown. And they can't.
But do you really believe that? Do you really believe it? Knowing full well what the manager just said when Udogie's back, right? What did he just say? He didn't say, oh, Spencer's got the shirt at the moment.
So I'll tell you something, Alex. Spence is going to play the next few games. Udogie's not back for what, a couple of weeks, 2 or 3 weeks at least.
Yeah, it don't matter. It don't matter if he's not back for the weeks.
He cannot possibly leave him out of the Europa squad. He just can't.
You want a bet?
I've got to tell you, definitely. He rates Spence in front of Reguilon. Reguilon's
but Reguilon was out of the club anyway.
Alex, he hasn't got another left back.
Yeah, but it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter about that, though. It doesn't matter about that. The point I'm making is, and this is go back to the whole point about backups, right? And Spence is definitely not a backup now. For me, he competes with Udogie. I think he's better than Udogie at the moment, right? For me, when Udogie comes back, he ain't getting back in the team right now. He's fighting for his place.
But he will, Alex. I guarantee you. Don't let the wife hear this. She's not in from work yet. I'll put my mortgage on it that the moment Udogie is fit, because do you know why, Alex? Most managers, I think, would go. Like, don't get me wrong. I think like if we're talking about Man City going, well, when Rodri's fit, he'll have to fight his way. No, right? We're talking about Udogie, who for me, I've not really rated Udogie since he joined. I know loads of people have gone.
He's a wing back. Yeah.
Even then, I just don't think he's that good on the ball. I don't really know what he's good at, but I think it's the ego, because not of Udogie, but for Ange to turn around and go, well, hang on, I got it wrong on two fronts. One, I didn't pick this guy for the Europa League squad, and two, I wasn't rotating this guy in at any stage, even when Udogie was playing just after coming back from injury. Porro's played every God-given minute, I think, of every God-given tournament, and he still wasn't putting Jed Spence in. For me, that ego to turn around and say, I got it wrong, I don't know. I just can't see that he will. I don't know what you guys, I can't see that he will. What do you reckon?
If he's got any sense, if he's got any football knowledge and football education about him at all, he will play Spence at right back and he will play Porro in front of him.
Play Porro as a right winger, bro.
But he won't do that, though, Rubo. He won't do that, Ludo, because we've been caught. If you haven't been watching my channel, I've been saying this album from day dot.
Alex, I can't say sorry, mate. I haven't been.
I've been day dot.
I've been too busy on this channel, mate. Sorry.
Oh yeah, no, but it's still though. You know, you should like and subscribe anyway. Moving on. You know what I mean? The point is,
I've just had it confirmed, Alex. 100% correct. You can only add 3 more players to the European squad. You have to remove 3 players, add 3 players. At the moment, you're looking at Tell, Kinski, and Danso. Plus, if we want to chuck Jed Spence, and then as a real outside shot, Serge Reguilon. Now, I've got a feeling Reggie hasn't got a hope in hell.
No.
Right? But then you've got Spence, Danso, Kinski, and Tell. If we were then to bring in another centre-back, this window being a Dasassi or another.
No, right. So do the 3 changes include homegrown as well? Or is it 3
the rules still remain? You've got to have the homegrown players, right? So we'd have to remove 3 from that. If we want Kinski, Tell, and Danso in, if we're saying Danso's homegrown, the other 2 can only go in if we remove two foreign players.
That's easy.
Timo Werner's out.
Werner's one. Dragison's probably out for the season. There's your 2.
If he keeps Timo Werner in that squad, if he keeps Timo Werner in that squad, a sacking tomorrow. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
No, he'll be gone.
I'm sorry. No, if you bring in Tell and making such a big deal out of Tell, and you keep Timo Werner in that squad. Number 4, you got Johnson. Right, I'm sorry. I'll sack him tomorrow. I'm sorry. Just get rid of him. I've had enough of that. No, I'm sorry. That is a terrible decision. I would not have it. Sorry.
Lockman's right. We haven't used the full homegrown squads, homegrown allocation of players because we get 8, and we've only got 6. We've only got 23 in the Europa League, or have had 23 in the Europa League squad for the group stages. So we need 2 extra. Now you don't need Kinski. We've got Vicario coming back. He'll be back. He'll be back for the next round. You've got Forster, who you've got to keep in as homegrown. He'll keep Whiteman in because again he's short on homegrown. So you don't need Kinski. I'm afraid the kid will have to miss out. There's no other way of playing it. You can't leave. If you take Forster out, you put Danso in. You're still too short.
Just quickly, some transfer. Sorry, guys. I've said that I'm going to interject for transfer news for it being a transfer show. Romano has just announced that Lucas Gurner Duaf has agreed terms now with AS Roma, and the deal is almost done.
Damn it.
And AC Milan are closing in on a deal to sign Warren Bondo from Monza.
I like him.
And what that will do, he said, is open the door for Ismail Benassa to Olympique Marseille on loan with a buy option. This is what I mean. When you look around Europe, how many players move very cheaply? It's what we were saying last night, Lubo. You look at all these players that move around to the likes of Milan and Roma and Marseille, and you sit there and go, where's our scouts? Where's our scouts going around and going, here's this player? That it's just non-existent, isn't it? Sorry, Alex, I interrupted for transfer.
No, it's important. But
By the
no,
way, Alex, can I just say, Spence is not homegrown. If Spence was homegrown, he could have put him in the squad. We only had 6 homegrown players out of 8, which is why we had 23 for the group stages.
Why was Spence not homegrown?
Not qualified as homegrown. I think he has to be somewhere for 3 years, and he wasn't. He's not
right.
He didn't qualify this year as homegrown.
Yeah, because I understand what you're talking about, because that's the goal really goes on about that a lot.
That would have been easy, that would have been easy. It's like putting Whiteman in. If Ange didn't rate Spence, he obviously doesn't rate Whiteman.
He's got to do 3 years in the academy or something like that,
something
isn't
like
it?
that.
In the UK, isn't it?
And I think it was just 2. So I don't think Spence.
I don't know where he went had his years from.
I'm not sure if the extra 6 months does bring him in. Maybe someone can help with that, but.
And he's over 18 now, isn't he?
I'm asking my sources in the background, Lubo. Don't you worry. I'm trying to do it all, mate.
Just give Michael Bridge a call. Yeah, I got the hotline too.
When did football become so bloody complicated that people that are English can't even be counted as homegrown?
No, it's European rules. It's a European rules.
I know, but it's mental. It's mental. I'm just trying to see at the moment if there's anything. There's nothing breaking at the moment in terms of anything groundbreaking. Here we go. Yeah, Ismail Benassa has agreed every detail of his contract with Marseille. As agreement also includes buy option clause. Marseille confident to proceed soon. These clubs, don't they? The Milans, the Marseilles, they do these really good deals, don't they? They really do.
They try.
Got some good deals.
Well, they signed Joao. They're apparently going to sign Joao Felix, who I think does a whole lot of nothing, by the way. That guy is so overrated. Joao Felix does a whole lot of nothing. Like, he's technically gifted, all that, but what position is he going to play at Milan? I have no freaking idea. He doesn't start over Pulisic or Leao or anyone. I don't know why they signed him.
Right, guys, by the way, the whole Jed Spence, there's the difference. So Jed Spence is homegrown.
Yeah.
He is not club trained.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah.
Right.
That's what I mean by
homegrown, not club trained. By the way, I'm gonna bring in Chris here. Some of you've probably seen him in the chat quite a lot. Big up Chris, my old mucker, my old mate, who's
nice to meet you, brother.
He's excellent with his rules and his regulations, and boo, he's a trained referee. Boo.
Hey, same here. Same here.
Oh, here we go. Here we go. Chris, how you doing, man?
Yeah, I'm not too bad, guys. How you all doing?
You all right?
Very well, Chris.
Chris, Sissoko's was not a handball, mate. Was not a handball. Came off his chest. Came off his chest.
I mean, it brushed very slightly, didn't it? I mean, the thing with that amazes me is no Spurs fans ever say, maybe don't have your arm up there in the first minute of the Champions League final. Like, no one ever says that, right?
Yeah, true.
He was pointing, I think, was it Aurier for Aurier to drop in? That's a normal, you're talking to you're pointing. What are you meant to do? Point up there for him to go there. I mean, it's a nonsense.
I'd think I'm maybe in the penalty area. Maybe I don't want my arm up there.
Do you think, Chris, that IFAB are killing the game with these stupid rules, particularly handball, offside, penalties? Do you think the whole thing is actually getting spoiled now?
Well, this is going in a different direction to what I thought it was.
Yeah, Chris, come on.
All right, I'll be responsible for all refereeing ills, shall I?
Yes.
I don't really know how to answer that. We could spend the rest of the show talking about refereeing. I don't think that's the point of it. But there's a whole load of things.
Before you go, Chris. Before you go, sorry, just quickly, Jeffrey Schlupp has just signed for Celtic on loan, straight loan, no obligation to buy, and he's got the greatest name in the league, hasn't he? Jeffrey Schlupp. Sorry, Chris. Sorry, away you go.
That's right. I mean, what I was going to say is, look, a lot is spoken about refereeing decisions. Yeah, sure. I don't think they help themselves in trying to clarify and word something that covers every single possible situation on a football field, because it's just not possible. But equally, a lot of the criticism, I'm going to be honest, is born of fans either A, not knowing the laws, or B, just viewing them through a really partisan angle, right? It's all that I'm so bored of it, honestly. And Spurs fans are bad, but every set of fans, it's like, oh, the referees are against us. I'm like, oh, grow up. No, they're not.
So the thing that made me laugh, Chris, the first thing you said was like about Sissoko with his arm up here. And what makes me laugh is Lubo's come straight in and gone, oh, but if you're pointing, where's your hand meant to be? But when it was Joel Linton who had his arms by his side, oh, it's a handball. Well, where was his hand meant to be? So we can't have it both ways, right? You can't want it one way for us and not the others.
Chris, that's actually why I actually just got this from US. I actually did like it was 5 hours of online classes. It was not last Saturday, but the last. So about 2 weeks. 2 weeks ago, I did an in-course class, in-person class to learn about it, and then also 5-hour course. You're so right about like the rules and stuff. It's complicated. This ref job is complicated. I tried to they did a demo in a gym with us and the other people in the course. It's hard to be an assistant linesman to keep with the last defender, because then your eyes go on the other defender and then you move, and it's like it's more complicated than people give it credit for. That's why I wanted to do it in the first place.
It is really tough. It is really tough. People think it looks easy, but also you're down at pitch level, right? And things happening at pitch level really quickly in front of you. You don't have the TV angles. But one last thing on this before, let's not stick on refereeing forever. But one last thing on this I would say is I think we forget very quickly. So the things we're arguing about now that are the worst refereeing decisions in the world. So Michael Oliver sending off Lewis Skelly for Arsenal against Wolves. Terrible, outrageous, worst I've ever seen. I'm like, really? You just go back a little bit. You go back to before. I'm not here to defend VAR. It's got its issues, but go back to before VAR came in. Even me, as somebody, I used to work in referee education, right? Back then, the level of howlers on a weekly basis, even at the highest level, I couldn't really give you a reason as to why they were being made. They were absolutely shocking. But they have left the game, or they've certainly in England, although I saw one in Holland yesterday about the referee allowed the game with 12 players. But anyway, in England, generally, you don't really get the howlers. We're now saying that Michael Oliver decision's a howler. I'm like, is it though? Is it the worst ever decision? It really isn't. That what were howlers 5 or 6 years ago were inexplicable things.
Yeah.
But we forget that. We move on. We always want to moan, don't we, when things go against us? That's just the natural football fan.
Yeah,
Sav,
I mean,
Sav, I've got to shoot. Billy's just texted me. He's coming with me, Johnny, and my pal Brad. We're off to see Teddy Sheringham tonight.
Oh,
nice.
At the Radley Theatre, which would be nice. And Billy's turning up nearly an hour early, so I've got to. He's just texted. I've got to shoot up and pick him up. So,
Lubo, very, very quickly, the charity that is you'll see there tonight, Legend at the Bench. That Paul does. He sells all the programs for. That's the charity that I'm running a half marathon for in 4 weeks' time.
Okay.
Well, Mickey Hazard and Ozzy Ardiles are.
So I'm contributing. That's good. Okay. Excellent.
If you could please get Teddy Sheringham to come on my channel. I've asked Chris a number of times. I want Teddy Sheringham on the channel. Get him on. If you can make that happen, Lubo, I'll give you 50% of all my revenue in 2028.
Yeah, 2028.
Remember what I said, though, Savva? He's very, very pro-Ange. Very pro-Ange.
Well, he's an idiot.
He is, yeah? How does he feel about Levy?
He didn't mention that too much. I saw him, same sort of evening you're going to. I went to one in December. He didn't talk about Levy too much, but he was massively like, Ange is the guy. And I'm like, we were playing that night and we lost. Surprisingly. I can't remember who to, but I think that was the Bournemouth night. And he was still, he loves Ange.
I'm looking forward to it. There's one in March, I think, with Gaza as well, which should be an absolute scream, that would be worth
If
going.
you've got anything you want signed, mate, take it tonight. Sheringham will sign it for you. Gaza absolutely won't. But if you want anything signed, as Savva knows, like I'm basically like a professional ex-Spurs player stalker. It's what I do.
Stalker, yeah.
Chris, when Gaza was at Spurs, after training, he used to come out. He signed every kid's autograph book that was there without fail. He spent like 45 minutes or as long as it took, and he never missed a kid out. So I'm surprised to hear you say that he doesn't sign things.
It's a really formal event, Gaza's, whereas the rest of them are quite informal. So I think it's also really massively for Gaza about income. Whereas a lot of these, they're getting, Sheringham will be getting paid tonight, but it's not the end of the world for him. I think Gaza now kind of needs the money maybe a bit more than some of the other ex-players. But
okay, listen, if I'm with Teddy at any stage, I'll stream in just to put him on the show. How about that, eh?
That'd be amazing. If you could get him to do, if you could get him, I would love you. I think Teddy's one of my favourite players of all time. Forget whether he's Anjin or not. I just thought he was. They don't make players like Teddy Sheringham anymore. They like, you know, when our fans praise Solanke, I mean, I look at Teddy Sheringham and go, like, do you know, chalk and cheese. But I'll leave that with you, Lubo.
And when he scored in front of the North Bank at Highbury, for Man United, and he gave them grief.
Well, do you know how good? You know how good Teddy Sheringham was. Both Shearer and Klinsmann both said he was the best strike partner they've ever had. And when two legends that are that good say that about you, you know you've got something. And I always get stick for this. I always say that if I had a Tottenham all-time Premier League 11, Teddy's in mine. I thought he was criminally underrated when talking about great strikers in the Premier League era. No one talks about Teddy Sheringham.
And I heard that he got arrogance as well.
Oh, you love your arrogance, don't you, Alex? You love.
No, I'm being honest. Listen to Andy Cole and Dwight York and the Man United lot. They say they didn't like him at all, but they won trophies with him, didn't they? So So
catch you later.
Nice guys.
Hopefully with Teddy.
You're not welcome back on unless you're sorting that out, mate.
I'll see what I can do. Ta-da.
See you, Vardy. Kane. See ya. Bye-bye.
Where's Michael Bridge? By the way, where's Harry Redknapp? Come on, you got to sort it out, son. Where is Harry Redknapp today? Come on.
What a guest Harry Redknapp would be. That would be a brilliant show, wouldn't it? Anyway, see you later, Lubo. Take care. By the way, so it does very much look like the Tell deal is going to happen, as Romano has just announced that Bayern are recalling Gabriel Vidovic from Mainz to replace Matthias Tell as soon as he completes his loan move to Tottenham. He's set to return to the club from Mainz loan. That's what.
And he's not going to play at all, so I don't know why we did that, but whatever.
Yeah, but you need players, right? You've got to have numbers, because the worst thing is if you don't have numbers and then you're left short, fans will then go, oh, well, we could have had, blah, blah, blah. You know, the way we talk about Phillips now, like for the last 3-4 months, we're going, well, maybe if we had Phillips, we wouldn't have had to play central midfielders at centre half. But hey, it is what it is. Chris, I haven't got your feeling on this. Tottenham's window, Danso, Kinski, Tell. I mean, you've been a Spurs fan forever like me? Do you get excited by windows? Is this exciting? What's your feelings with it all?
I think the most damning thing I can say about Enoch is they have destroyed my excitement for the club generally. Like,
yeah,
literally. What was our last game? I was at the last home game and we scored. I didn't even react to it. But anyway, that's a slightly separate issue. The window. I mean, we look like the sort of desperate guy at the bar at the end of the night, don't we? Just going around for any sort of attention we can get. Do I get excited by it? I mean, at least we got somebody in. Am I particularly excited? No, not really. I don't even believe half the stuff. Like, are we really in for Gahey? Is he really supposed to be our major target? If he is, why were we not doing this at the start of the month? It's just all you get burned, don't you, by the way we've operated for so many years that I just can't believe a lot of it.
You're right. I feel like this is why when a lot of people say things like, you know, like, oh, you're so negative and oh, you're miserable. I think it is just years and years of. At first, I was well excited like when Harry was here and stuff. I was excited for transfer windows, and I feel like over the years, Chris, it's just kind of been so knocked out of me that signing, no offense, signing a 19-year-old on loan doesn't make me go, yeah, this is what I'm talking about. This is why we spent £1 billion on a stadium. This is why we pay the highest ticket prices in Europe. It's for 19-year-olds on loan. And other fans go, oh, don't be negative. He's a really good player. And you're like, we were told this was going to be game-changing, chaps. But we were told this will allow us to compete. And his words, Daniel Levy's words, this will be a game changer. And if I go back years, I mean, it depends on how old people are. I go back years. I remember when we were signing Rose and Walker at a young age.
Or Nasser Chadley.
No. I'm talking about young age, like you're really, really young. Dawson and Reed at a young age. We signed Jermaine Jenas at a young age. Like we just keep doing this. And it feels like, Chris, that we're kind of rewriting narratives that this is a new thing. This youth project is new. We've always done this. Huddleston, Defoe, like Bale. This isn't new, is it, Chris? This is pretty much what we're used to.
And I'd say it's far from you. It's not as good as it was then, because back then we would go to people like West Ham, right, and get their kind of best up-and-coming youngsters.
Yes.
The youngsters we're signing now are not those, right? They are not coming to us. The one thing I would say, the ones that did get me excited, genuinely, if we're going to do a youth project, if it is that, which I doubt it is, but if we are, go and get Tyler Dibbling, go and get Liam Delap. Right, that generally, then I'm like, all right, these players might turn into something. Am I going to get excited over some 19-year-old that I've barely heard of from wherever? Not really.
But Chris,
really. Yes.
Chris, the question is, though,
Chris, send me the link.
Would you get excited if it was a different manager doing this?
Maybe.
Like a Marco Silva, like a Areola. You know what I mean? Like a proper coach, because at the moment I can see Danzo's very interesting for me because he looks potentially something okay, but I'm not going to get excited. But it's funny that he's coming to the club now when we could have got him at the beginning of the window, because the way that we got it done so quickly, and he looks like a defender that actually wants to defend. At the moment, which is what we badly well needed. So I don't understand the excuses saying we couldn't get him in the first place. You know what I mean?
Alex, I said this to Savva. I've watched a lot of Danso at Lens over the years because Ligue 1's my favorite league. And if you want to know about a Ligue 1 player, I probably know about him. He's been one of the better center backs over the past few years. And I told Savva, and listen to my words, like Savva would say, listen to what I'm actually saying. Like the physicality and the build of the guy and the way he plays, it reminds me of Rudiger. That's what I'd say. It's not as good as Rudiger. Still a high-level center back, though.
I mean, listen, I agree with what you're saying. I hear you, Steve. I do what you're saying, Chris. It's not that I'm not disagreeing with you, because I don't celebrate either. I don't care anymore. I'm dumb. You know what I mean? Like I'm not going to be here that long because, like I said, I was done with this team a long time ago. Like, but I do feel that if it was a different coach, possibly I'd feel a little bit more optimistic. Over a year, if I saw what I was seeing, more than I'm seeing with Ange at the moment. Maybe I'll be a little bit more optimistic because I see something. At the moment,
I get your point, Alex. But what I'd say, I think, like in the chat, they're going, "Oh no, you don't know Tell." I'm not talking about Tell versus Dibbling or anyone else. There's a different strategy we have now. So, in answer to your question, would I get any more excited? Honestly, even if we did say sign Dibbling, I think that would be a good signing. I don't really get excited, irrespective of the manager, until we back it up in 2 or 3 windows now, because ENIC have lost my faith completely. So a one-off signing where we go, like, Liam Delap's great, we'll go and buy him. I have zero faith that come the summer, we're going to back that up and then actually progress further. It's just going to be an isolated one-off poor bugger that joins us who has to then deal with a load of dross. So I'm not going to get excited. It doesn't matter who the manager is until. Is there any way back for ENIC in my? I think it's unlikely, but it literally needs 3 or 4 solid consecutive windows to demonstrate to me that there's a change in strategy, right? And until that happens, no.
The only argument I have with that, though, I don't think they're ever going to change, though, Chris. I've come to that conclusion at the moment. I just don't think they're going to ever conclude. I don't want to say what I want to say because this is then not football, right? And that's all you're going to get from me. Not having to go at you because you're a good guy, but it's just like for me, like a manager, a coach at the moment coming in, working with the terms of what ENIC do is what I think we need at the moment. For me, I know Ange is kind of happy to do that, but I've seen enough for me to say sorry, bye bye, see you later. You know what I mean?
I agree. This is the whole. It's the whole
go.
macro and micro thing I hear on a lot. What is the question? So, if the question is what do we need to actually be a genuinely successful club, i.e., trophies, the manager's just not relevant, right? If you accept that, look, we've got ENIC, there's nothing we can do about it. Therefore, within the limit of ENIC as our owners, what can we do? Well, the answer to that is probably a Poch type, right? And the other end of how badly could we do at the moment seems to be an Ange type. So, yeah, let's change. I fully agree with you. Like Ange is absolutely, I've got no faith in him, and I don't get the argument. It's genuinely one of the things that I'm completely baffled by when people say it doesn't matter who the manager is. Like you can change him, but it doesn't matter. I'm like, what? I can't process that. I can't process it,
bro. Because and you know the other thing is too, the thing that baffles me kind of when I look at like this situation and like when I watch other European leagues, like Stade de Reims just sacked their manager today. They're not in a horrible. Lyon have sacked their manager recently. Those clubs don't have the money that you guys do. That's gonna affect them, even though those managers are getting paid a lot of money. Like Lyon need to get money. They need to get a certain amount of money, otherwise they're going to be provisionally relegated to Ligue 2. But they still financially will take the risk of sacking Pierre Sage and bringing in a new guy compared to like Spurs. You guys have money to sack Ange. And these other clubs around Europe with less money, they have no problem sacking their manager, even if it's maybe a bit too early. Like I think Leon did with Pierre Sage.
I am leaving out. It's
You know
not. Let's just get. So interrupt you.
Yeah, that's all
I am
good.
leaving out. I'm not changing on that. No, I see it. But I have to accept at the same time, if I'm leaving out, and if it does happen, they won't care who they're selling it to. So they could sell it to somebody who don't even care about the football club. So I need to understand. I have to understand that this is a risk either as well. You know what I mean? So, but I know who the problem is. It is Levy. So let's get that absolutely right. I was done after Pochettino. I don't want to repeat of it because everyone knows my feelings on it. Yeah, but it's just the whole thing now is that I've just come to a point where I can't keep on saying the same thing, saying Levy's I want Levy gone, and I know in real life, in reality, he ain't going nowhere because we know exactly what he's here for, and I can't talk about that on here. I think people who've spoken to me personally understand where I'm coming from. You know what I mean? But like with what we've got at the moment, with the owners at the moment, I think there are coaches out there that can work with this construct of Levy, and that's it. To a point, not to get us to titles. I think I'm repeating what you're saying, Savva. Don't get used to it. You know what I mean? But the point is, yeah, it's like not getting to titles, not getting to championships, but he can get us to a certain level where we can stick to it, and then we can go again and again and again, like a Brighton, but we have to do it better than Brighton. You see what I'm saying? Or a Fulham or something like that. You know what I mean? But it just that's what we need.
I just think the thing for me is, and the reason why I don't get excited anymore is because I don't know what the plan is and I don't know what the project is. You know, I feel like a lot, as I've said a lot in this show, I hear the words project, plan, process so much with nothing to actually back it up. You know, I've not seen, like, people keep going, oh, we are improving based on what? You know, we can see what he's implementing based on what, like, and that's not just Postecoglou, by the way. That is the board. That is, well, what is it? And as I said earlier, I know Chris and Alex, you weren't here, but if it is a youth project, for example, don't sign Timo Werner on loan. Don't sign Solanke at the age of 27. Don't keep giving Ben Davis new contracts. No,
And
I'm
play
not knocking Ben
Lancashire.
Davis,
Play
right?
Lancashire.
But don't send out Phillips on loan if this is a youth project. But the problem is, it's a youth project to people when we say it's a youth project. So, for example, this youth project that everyone's talking about, we're only playing these kids because players are injured. When the players were fit, this wasn't a youth project. When the players were fit, the players that were starting were the senior pros. It was the Bentancurs, the Basumas. It was the Madisons, the Sons, the Solankis, the Romeros, the Vicarios, the Poros. These aren't young footballers. I'm not saying some of them are old, but these were all 23, 24 and above, right? So if we're going to have a youth project, cool. Come out, tell us as a club, this is a youth project. This is what we're doing for the next 5 years. But fans have christened it a youth project without actually seeing any evidence. What they're seeing is we're signing a lot of young players, and they think that that equates to youth project. We've always signed youth players. Hardly any of them make it. That's life. That's not me being negative. Hardly any youth players that are signed make it. One will. Like, for example, Gray could be the one that makes it. Doesn't mean him, Yang, Odeberg, Bergval, Vuskovic.
This goes for every club, by the way. This goes for every club.
I'm talking, that's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. Young players in general.
Yeah.
But our fans, what we do is we see a young player, like everybody's already christened that Vuskovic is going to be the greatest centre half that ever lived because he's scoring some goals in the Belgium league. And it's kind of like, we've done it with Mikey Moore. Mikey Moore, for me, I've looked at him, people are going, this is the greatest thing to come out of our youth team in decades. I'm looking at him going, yeah, you look like a child that needs to go on loan and bulk up. I think he looks like, he can dribble. I haven't seen anything else to his game. He can dribble, which is not, I'm not knocking him, but I know people are saying I'm knocking him. He's 17. For me, I believe the rule is you can't go out on loan until you're 18.
Mm-hmm.
Get him to 18, get him out on loan, and let him have a year in the championship being kicked by fullbacks in that league. Let him go to the Championship League One. Yeah. What we've done is we've already put Mikey Moore there.
A pedestal.
So now every game, sorry for the rant, but before every game I see Spurs are going to win this one 4-0, Mikey Moore brace. And you're like, calm down. Like I've never watched Mikey Moore and gone, wow. That doesn't mean I don't think he's not talented, but we do this with him. We did it with Lancashire. We did it with Donnelly in the summer. Every time Donnelly scores a goal for Leyton Orient, 1 million posts fly around the internet about this guy is world. You're like, whoa, slow down. We're doing this with Tell. We're doing it with Dibbling, right? Dibbling looks a very good player. How many do you want? At what point do we turn around and go, we moved into this massive stadium so that we could go and sign top pros? I'm not saying Haaland. I'm not saying the De Bruynes. But how comes we cannot go and buy top pros? How comes we can't go and buy an Alexander East, a Bruno Guimaraes, a Tonali? We that's just Newcastle. How are we not able to compete on that front for those players? Rant over. I'll leave you guys to it. And when you guys stop talking, I will do some super chats. Sorry.
Back to you, Alex. I'm done.
I thank you, Steve. But I think the reason why we speeded up Mikey Moore is that we're very, very worried that he's going to go off somewhere else. You know what I mean? And because our homegrown thing is so bad. It's so bad at the moment. They're so worried about it going, that we lose this talented player to somebody else. And he's been making noises. If he doesn't get any game time, he'll go somewhere else. That's why he's playing, and that's why we brought in Timo Werner on that score, because we said, well, Timo Werner will be good hands, and then you got Son as well at the same time as well, right? So I sit there and think that's why he's in the squad at the moment. They're thinking, okay, we can bide our time with Timo Werner for another year, which is it's a terrible sign in the first place. Let me say this right at the moment. I would take him out all day long. That below average Shane Long all day long, German Shane Long all day long. You know what I mean? But and then Son, you know what I mean? So, and then you had Alderbear, who for me needed more time. For me, we needed somebody more established. You know what I mean, to compete with him. And now people are even more saying now. I've heard some people saying that we had Tell. We've got Tell now, and when Alderbear comes back, oh, look at our wingers now. We look at our wingers getting past our man and stuff like that. And I'm thinking, well, Alderbear's not even fit. He's not even fit. And we're talking about Alderbear at the moment. He needs to get himself fit first. You know what I mean? But I think the whole thing with Mikey Moore is that because of the homegrown quota at the moment so bad, that's why they're desperate for him to do well at the moment. For me, he should have been still in the academy, not in the squad at the moment, so there's no pressure on him to come in and do something at the moment. Yes, he's done well in Europe, but let's be honest here, he's not ready for the Premier League at the moment. He's not ready. He needs a little bit more time in the academy at the moment, and then next year go out on loan. Go out on loan.
It's just desperation.
There's an awful buzzing somewhere. I don't know if someone.
Probably
I don't know if someone's got like a phone on or a something is
vibrator.
Buzzing like mad. Something is buzzing. No, Steve, you're absolutely right. Look, sorry, Alex, you're absolutely right. Let me get some super chats quickly. I'm Donna. Do you wanna? I said, Wagwan boys, Beyonce return tickets on sale for the 14th of Feb. Grab your Beyonce tickets before they are sold out.
But you want to go? You want to go on
Steve,
a date?
Stop interrupting after every super chat. I'm trying to rattle through them. Come on, man. Mr. Savva, please help me promote Beyonce concert. No, and no. Thank you very much for the super chats. I've got a few more here. Dietrich, big up, has said, by your definition, Alex, Gabriel Jesus has a better career than Kane and Vardy. Football is a team sport. Well, Gabriel Jesus has had a really good career. Yeah. Yes, Dietrich. Yes. Again, if we're talking about career versus individual, yes. Gabriel Jesus had a better career than Kane, but yeah, Gabriel Jesus has won how much in his career? He's had a brilliant time. I feel like people are getting the two subjects confused: better player, better career. If we don't want to judge it on trophies, I think that's very Spursy of us. I think it's really Spursy of us to not judge it on trophies. Tommy Castillo said, question for the panel: what was the biggest shock relegation in your lifetime? But it has to be clubs that haven't made it back to the top division. It's a good question, isn't it?
The Forest and Leeds are out of it because they got promoted back.
Yeah, well, no, Leeds came back.
We're looking for a team that hasn't come back. I mean, right now it's
Stoke.
No,
do you mean like not come back ever, or just not come back the next year?
Not come back yet.
Not come back at all. We'll go with
Sunderland. That's a good one. Sunderland.
Yeah, they're down. Yeah, I would say more of like I'm looking more at Germany, Schalke or Hamburg, because they haven't been back yet to the Bundesliga, and those are big teams, huge fan bases, and they've So one of those.
Looking, thinking.
I mean, Bordeaux at the moment are in the 4th tier, for God's sake.
I'd say it's not a big club, but I'd say Oldham, who were in the Premier League, going all the way to non-league.
Yeah, I mean, if we go back to if we're going back a while, because most of the teams that go down nowadays, they sort of yo-yo in and around and they come back. But if we're looking at the likes of Oldham, I would have said Luton, but obviously they made it back. But I would have said Oldham. Blackburn. There you go. Blackburn's got to be a massive one, right? They went down a long time ago, and they just can't quite get over the line again. And if I'm not wrong, here's a question: are Blackburn the only team that have won the Premier League that are currently not in the Premier League?
Yeah. Yes.
Chelsea, Arsenal, Liverpool, Man United,
Man City,
Leicester. Has anyone else won it? No, that's it, isn't it?
I think so. Yeah.
Yeah. So I'll go with them. I'll go with Blackburn. I'll go Blackburn. But yeah,
another 4-1. Deportivo La Coruña.
Yep, Deportivo as well.
They're in the 3rd tier right now.
They're a
I'm
big
thinking
club.
more of the foreign ones because the English ones recently have been coming back, like Forest and besides Blackburn, really. Trying to think.
Levi has said, I hope this is Levi and not Levy, has said, who is our best right winger? Johnson, crap. Kulu, he's much better in the middle. We have no quality natural right winger. Also, Spence is better than Adogi, in my opinion. Guys, I find it quite baffling that we don't ever try and buy a right winger, if I'm brutally honest. I feel we've got a real lack of anything there. We've got real lack of anything on that right side. What are we saying?
Savva, you're talking to a Newcastle fan who's been begging for a right winger for about 5-6 years now. So I share your struggle in that department. We need a top. Both of our clubs need a top quality right winger.
There's no right. If you want to have this conversation, the reason why there's no proper wingers at the moment, you can blame Ronaldo and Messi. Well, Ronaldo for that, because now everybody wants to be inside forwards now, isn't it? They want to copy what Ronaldo is now, isn't it? If you
But teams still have good wide players, Alex. Like Newcastle have got Anthony Gordon, Liverpool have got players like Diaz and Mo Salah. Chelsea have got people like Pedro Neto and Madueke and the players they've got. We've got Brennan Johnson. And I agree. I don't think Kulu's a right winger either. We've got Kulu and Brennan Johnson.
No, I don't think we got good. I don't think there's that many good wingers out there. I think you've got to find them and actually develop them. I think that's what you have to do now, if I'm really honest with you. Because I think most of the wingers that you see at the moment are developed. You look at the people like Matoma, Madueke, Callum, Cole Palmer. I think you can't just go out and buy them now because I think most of them are in short supply now. I've got to be honest.
But across the whole of world football, Alex, they're not in short supply, are they? Like
that's why you pay scouts.
Where do Brighton get these players from? Where do Brentford pick up on Buemo and Visser from?
Bournemouth.
Well, that's good scouting, isn't it? That's good scouting, isn't it? That's the thing. That's the point I'm making.
Yeah.
So are they in short supply, Alex, or is it just that you've got to have scouts that know what they're looking for?
Well, you need to find scouts, but I think that it's also the coach making them into the players that can do that sort of thing. But I think that a lot of the wingers now are trained to be these inside forwards to try and score goals rather than going past their man. You see what I'm saying? And actually go past their man and actually be this proper dribbling winger now. I think it's coached out of them a lot of the time for me because there's a lot more people that are inside forwards now rather than the dribblers. And it's not me trying to waffle. I'm saying there's not there's one that I think comes straight to my mind at the moment is Kvaratskhelia. I think he's an absolutely fantastic player that I've never seen somebody who can just dribble past a player and he does it so effortlessly. You know what I mean? I don't see a lot of
bro, Alex, they bought him from Georgia. They bought him from Dino Batumi.
That's the point.
Napoli. And they sold them to PSG for a lot of money. Yeah.
That's the point.
So, one thing I heard earlier today, I don't know how true this is, but apparently Lange has told all the sort of data scouts at Spurs only to scout the players that he tells them, like to use data to back up what he wants, not to use data to identify new talent.
Well, that's what worries me because he's just oh my gosh, I don't even like Paraty either, to be honest with you. But I like Paul Mitchell. I want Paul Mitchell back, but unfortunately he's gone to Newcastle because I think he was very good as well, Paul Mitchell. But I just think our scouting is so bad. It's just so bad.
By the way, players like Zagrova, I take Zagrova.
Sarawi at Lille as well.
Yeah, there's good players everywhere. There's good players everywhere. Just quickly, the last super chat that we had there. Big up to my man, Ethan Bates. Hope you're doing well, my friend. I said, Alex looks like he's getting ready to sign himself a girlfriend on a 6-month loan with an option to buy depending on performance. Much love, people. Yeah, Alex has turned up and he looked, the pearly white teeth are out. The hair's done. He's got a fresh trim going on. Yeah, Alex, you look fly. What's going on? What's going on, man?
I don't know what Ethan's been drinking. That's a good super chat, bro. That was a good super chat.
You look like a single guy who's making loads of effort. Married people don't do this. You look like you're going on the pool.
You're making me feel so bad, mate. You know what I mean? Back to the football now. Anyway, moving on. You know what I mean? Let's get back to football. Let's start the bantering. You know what I mean? Anyway,
Well,
moving on.
whilst we're talking about that, there's a great one from David. Absolutely spot on. Yeah, Coventry
Agreed.
is a huge one that have gone down and not come back up. By the way, guys and girls, smash that like button. Please keep subscribing as well. We've had 10 new subscribers in tonight's show. Let's try and get a few more. We're just over 158 away from 16,500. And on the likes front, we've got 348, so we're doing quite well on the likes. I mean,
Savva.
I was saying, sorry, Chris.
One comment I was just gonna, you don't have to bring it up, I'll just read it out in the comments that I thought was spot on. Controversial, and Spurs fans are not going to like this, but at 6:19 there's a comment from Mr. Wiggle. He said Wanyeri and Lewis Skelly miles ahead of Mikey Moore.
Agreed.
We don't want to admit it, right? But what they do on the field and what Mikey Moore does on the field, different leagues.
I said this yesterday, Chris. I said this yesterday. I've been watching Lewis Skelly when I've seen Arsenal play this season, and he looks physically ready, switched on, mature, and he's slotted in. Now, again, I will caveat this with Arsenal look a better team. Right? I will caveat that he's got pros around him. But you're right. When I watch Nwaneri, and I'm not saying it's a competition of the two, but when I watch Nwaneri versus Moore, Nwaneri just looks at ease. He looks strong. For a 17-year-old, he looks strong. He looks physically ready. He glides past players. I think he's got a really good touch control. For me, Mikey Moore's going to be a good player, but I don't watch him. I feel like yesterday at half time, somebody said Mikey Moore was excellent that first half. And I thought to myself, was he? Like, and I'm not knocking him, he's 17, but I just saw a kid getting knocked off the ball quite a lot. And I think that is what happens. And I've heard the story that, like you said, Alex, we've heard the story that apparently Andrew's been told he has to give him game time because apparently there were other clubs that wanted him to play. But the problem is, I feel like he's living off of this 15-minute cameo he made against, Alkmaar? Remember that cameo when he played against Alkmaar and he dribbled past him quite a lot?
I think the difference. Go on, Sam. Finish.
No, go on, mate. You're good. Go.
I'm sorry for interrupting you because you were saying some good points there. I think for me, when you look at the two squads though, for Tottenham and Arsenal, I'm taking Declan Rice as an experienced guy over all our players at the moment. So Lewis Skelly's going to learn over that. Vanieri's going to learn from Gabriel. What is it? The other defender as well. You're going to learn from Jorginho, who's won Champions Leagues, by the way, and in leagues as well, right? Partey, who's won the league in Spain, right? Not to mention they're getting Sabilo. What's his name from Athletic? Was it?
Subamendi, you're talking about
Subamendi as well, but experience as well, winning as well. You know what I mean? They've got experience there. I mean, okay, we can't count Sterling in that because he looks really done completely.
Yes, he's completely
but
done.
He has got a little bit of experience though, to be honest with you. And then they've got the other midfielder, Spanish midfielder as well, which it's gone out of my head as well.
Mikel Merino, but he's bang average.
Well, he's still got experience though. He's got experience though. And,
but quality. You need quality with experience though.
I hear you, but I think it's just the experience and know-how. Because I look at Jordan Henderson. I don't think he's quality, but he's got an engine. He's got an engine, and he's got the know-how, and that's it for me. And that takes a lot. That does a lot for you. You see what I'm saying? When I look at what Archie Gray, Bergvall, and what Mikey Moore've got to work with. Bentancur, I'm sorry, is a washed-up reject from Juventus, and I'm still sticking by that because he's just not impressed me whatsoever. Right? Romero wants to leave to Real Madrid. Right? Okay. Davis is okay, but he's not won nothing special. Yes, he's won maybe a Carabao Cup, but let's be honest here, that's not really gone nowhere. Let's be honest. He's got Son, who's a nice guy, and nice guys finish last as far as I'm concerned. Look at Alex, not Mr. Box Office Alex. You know what I mean? Because he got no wife yet. And so, you know what I mean? And he got Timo Werner, who won the Champions League, but he's forgot about it after 4 years. You know what I mean? And we let go of the actual real Champions League winner, in Perisic, who wanted to leave, but I would take him all day long back in this team all day long.
Yeah.
So it's like, so I've just rattled off all those players, and that's it for me. That should be that we haven't got. Right, and you see the Arsenal team, and we haven't got the Arsenal team. People say, "Oh, we should look at Arsenal. They're looking at this." I'm like, "Well, not being funny. They're bloody second in the league, 6 points, 6 points behind Liverpool. Look at us, 14th, and we're celebrating the win against Brentford." That's all I've got to say because I've got to bow out, and that's it. Back to you, Savva. I'm done. If you don't know, get to know. Big up to everybody in the chat, and that's it. Take care.
Just quickly on the transfer front, we are hearing that. Bye. We are hearing. Oh yeah, I thought you meant of his chat. I didn't know he meant. See ya. We are hearing that Disasi has rejected Spurs again. I don't know how true that is, but if you're going to be repeatedly rejected by Disasi, then you know things aren't great. I can't see anything else happening at Spurs. Just having a look to see if there's been any more signings in the last few minutes. Florian Plettenberg, I think, has come out of a few. Bear with me. Plettenberg has said this: done deal. Yanis Antist will join Nürnberg with immediate effect. The 22-year-old striker from Sassuolo has signed his contract. Done deal. Fabio Gruber will also join Nürnberg with immediate effect. 22-year-old has signed his contract. Other than that, there is not a lot going on across Europe right now. Man United have said that they're not doing any more business. So they said that Garnacho is staying as well. So it looks like nothing else is going to happen at Man United. Tottenham, we look like we're done apart from Matthias Tell, unless any news comes out. Looking at the moment that it's going to be a very quiet evening, chaps. Tell, Kinski, and Danso. Did we need more, Chris? Did we need another winger? Did we need a midfielder, another centre back, or could we be quietly? I wouldn't say happy. The word I would use would be content. Can we be content with that?
Well, what I was going to say on Disasi is I think if you tell someone to go away 3 times and they keep coming back, you can. That's a criminal offence of harassment.
Yeah, you get done for stalking.
I think that's where we are. Could we have done more? I mean, when could we have not done more as Tottenham? Like, I don't know. I couldn't even tell you the last window we finished where I thought, yeah, we're in pretty good shape. I mean, to be fair, coming into today, I'm surprised at where we are. Or coming into the weekend, should I say, before Danso signed. I literally thought it was Kinski and that was it. So I guess it's better than nothing. And those are the standards we're reduced to, right?
That's a good sign because, again, I would have taken him at Newcastle in a heartbeat. Especially, I'm frustrated with Newcastle. I don't know what's going on. It's some PSR stuff that like we can't sign anyone. Yeah. I don't know, man. This summer we better do something interesting. That's all I'm gonna say because we didn't do much. The only good thing we done this window was somehow get 20 million out of Juventus for Lloyd Kelly.
Is he gone? Is he gone?
Yes.
So are you 20 million up for the window?
Yeah, and we sold Almiron as well back to Atlanta United for 10, I think. I don't know how we got 20 for Lloyd Kelly. I have no idea.
How much did you get him for?
Lloyd Kelly for free?
Do you know what though? Right, here's the thing.
That'll help with PSR. That will.
Of course it will. Signing a player on a free and then selling him for 20 million 6 months later. But it's the same as.
Or you can just go to Forest and make some ridiculous transactions between each other at vastly overinflated prices to get around it. That's the other way to do it.
Yeah, I mean, look at Villa with Jaden Philogene. They bought him for however much in the summer, and he hardly kicked a ball for them, and has just signed for Ipswich for more money. So, you know, I think sometimes it's important to flip players. Spurs don't seem to do that though, do we, Chris? I can't remember, when did we last bring someone in and go, that's not quite worked, let's flip them on? We seem to want to give everyone 5 years to prove that they're not a dud. You know, look at Ndombele, Lo Celso, Sissoko. Like we more time.
I suppose there are some we've got rid of, but not usually for a profit, right? Like Emerson Morale didn't stick around for ages. But usually we're just desperate to get them out the door because they're absolutely crap and we overpaid. I mean, that's normal. So it's one of two things, isn't it? We just keep them forever rotting, doing nothing, like Ndombele or Lo Celso, desperately try and get someone out to get them on loan, or we get rid of them at a loss because they're just so bad, or like a Doherty just end up cancelling his contract because we can't stick to the regulations. It's a bit embarrassing, really.
Yeah, it's just we used to get players and sell them and make profit, and it just feels like lately we've not. By the way, Romano's just announced that Napoli and AC Milan are checking all the documents for Noah Okafor loan deal of €2 million with a buy option of €23 million. So it looks like Napoli are going to get Noah Okafor from AC Milan. We've got the Ismail Benassar to Marseille. Here we go. We've got the here we go. So that deal looks like it's done. Told you before that Man U, their stance is clear. No more incomings. They're free this window of being Dorgu, Heaven, and Diego Leon. And other than that, AZ Alkmaar have rejected an approach from Porto for Pierre Koopmeiners, who I'm guessing is the brother of the other Koopmeiners. With €10 million package as he's not for sale. And Salah Adin is on his way to Italy to sign for Roma. And Lucas Rosa is moving to Ajax from Valladolid. So there's players moving kind of everywhere, but just not a lot in the Premier League, which is quite strange, guys, isn't it? Because the Premier League's the league where you go, that's where all the money is.
Yeah.
All the signings seem to be very much within Italy and Germany. There's a lot of Italian and German stuff going on, and they're all between sort of like 4 million and 15 million. But England's been pretty quiet. Arsenal haven't done anything. Liverpool haven't done anything.
It's been Villa and City.
Yeah. Have Chelsea done anything this window?
No.
I can't think. They've not really done a lot, have they, either? It's a bit quiet.
Wolves have brought a couple in, I think. I think it's been busier than the last couple of years. It's really quiet.
Slightly. Yeah.
For sure. Absolutely. I mean, look, Chelsea look like they've got some outgoings. Looks like they're trying to get rid of Disasi. Yao Felix has gone to AC Milan. I think Chukwuemeka has gone to Dortmund, if I'm not wrong. Dortmund. So there are players moving out, but I don't know. Do you guys prefer this? I mean, I don't know if Steve, it may be an age thing here. I'm not sure, but do you prefer the transfer windows as opposed to what it used to be where players could sign at any point?
I kind of like, I'd like it if it was more kind of open. It was just like whenever you wanted to kind of move. But I think they make the deadline because they want to have like the same competition like throughout different, like they want to like, because obviously like if you wanted to, I mean, how did it work back then? There was just, you could just sign and buy a player whenever you want.
Yeah, essentially, yes, right. From my recollection, Chris, it was. But I think what that meant is, Steve, there was no last-minute panics. There was no, oh, my God, we've got 3 days left. Let's just quickly scour the world and put out feelers for 15 players.
There was a flip side, though. There was a flip side to it, which means that once the window shuts, right, and you get a really serious injury, you can't replace them. Now, if you're a rich club, so I think not having the windows kind of favours the rich clubs a little bit because it doesn't really matter what happens. They could just go out and buy a replacement whenever they wanted. There was a closing of the window, Steve, but it was, if I remember rightly, I think it was the third Friday in March. And at that point, you could make no more transfers for the rest of the season. But obviously, that's like 80% of the season done anyway at that stage.
Yeah, I mean, in those days, it was the case of, for example, if Man City lost an Erling Haaland with 3 months to go of the season, you'd go, right, what can Man City do quickly to replace that? Obviously, now it's more about let's stock up. The pros and cons, I just think with the transfer window, for me, what I'd like to see in the summer transfer windows, I'd like to see that all deals have to be done before the first game of the season.
Yeah.
that's just me. I don't like it when players are at their club for 3-4 games and then suddenly they're off, and it's like, but we planned. You know what I mean?
They
that's
did
just
that
me.
though, Savva, didn't they? Was it last year or the year before? We did that, and it shut in mid-August, and then they didn't like it because it was still open for all these other clubs to come and just take the Premier League players, and they couldn't buy a replacement.
Oh yeah, I mean that's it. If I'm talking about a general rule across Europe, right? Like everybody has to have been done. But yeah, look, I listen. There are pros and cons. It's just a bit. I don't know. I just find football now. There's too many signings. Like back in the day, I don't remember football clubs constantly 3 and 4s coming in, 5s and 6s coming in. It just felt very much like clubs would do 1 or 2
Is that
things.
just because you didn't have internet access like we do nowadays, though?
No,
we have access. We have access to everything.
I think it's a genuine thing. I don't think there were, but also back then, Savva and I are quite similar ages. Back then, 25-man squads were not a thing.
Yes, yeah.
Liverpool won the title with 13 players one year. Like you'd have 16, 17. You wouldn't have 25.
Yeah, no, completely agree, Steve. I think you're misunderstanding what I'm saying. Not about the internet. What I'm saying is, clubs back in the day, if your club in a summer window signed 2 players, you'd go, "Oh, we made some good signings." Now it's kind of like, as fan bases, we're like, right, we've made 6 signings. Where's the 7th? Where's the 8th? And clubs are kind of changing a third of their squad in windows, and it didn't used to be like that from my memory, Chris. I don't remember it ever being that much.
What was the window? I'm looking on Transfermarkt. What was the window you guys signed Gascoigne, for example? Because that's 90s, right? What was the window?
God, no, that
would have been 80s, mate.
80s. Okay.
88.
88.
Oh, I got to scroll down.
You can look at Klinsmann. That was what? Klinsmann
94. Yeah.
That big. I mean, that year we probably signed more from our perspective as Spurs fans. That was probably more than normal because it was a strange summer. We'd had points deducted. Sugar was very much like 2 fingers to the FA. So we went out and bought Klinsmann, Popescu, and Dumitrescu.
Thorsveld.
We wouldn't have done that many kind of high-profile signings normally, I don't think.
So you signed in 1988-89, Gascoigne from Newcastle, Paul Stewart from Man City, Gundy Bergson from Valor, and Nayim from Barcelona. Is that Barcelona?
What a window! What a window!
What a window that! Yeah, what a window that is. Thorsveld, yes, please. I'll take him all day long. Gundy Bergson was a really good pro. Nayim, and Gazza and Stewart. Yeah, I'm all over that.
Bergson never did it for us, but he went on to have a really good career. Like he was brilliant at Bolton for years and years and years, but just never quite worked. Thorsveld had his absolute nightmare on his debut, if you remember. He let it slip through his fingers live on TV. He had an absolute, like a Massimo Taibbi type moment, but he went on to be a brilliant keeper, Thorsveld.
And then the next year, you signed Lineker from Barcelona, Steve Sedgley, Pat Vandenhouw from Everton, and Justin Edinburgh on loan from Southend.
You know what the difference is, Steve?
Yeah.
Everything you're saying there, or almost everything, those players were signing less, but they all just went into the first team. There was no this massive squad, and you might have it just in case so-and-so gets injured. These are first-team players that you're saying here.
Yeah, and I'm looking. You sold Chris Waddle. Was Gascoigne the replacement for Waddle?
Not quite. We were in financial problems.
Both the midfielders, though, right? Both the midfielders.
Yeah, but that's what I always say, don't they? It's kind of like we never seemed to have all those top players at once. It was kind of like Waddle went, Gazza came in, Gazza went. You know what I mean? Like.
Waddle and Lineker was the same summer. I think Waddle, if I'm not wrong, was the 2nd highest transfer fee in the world at the time. It was only about 4.5 million, but it was a lot of money at the time, and we just couldn't afford to turn it down. We were in a lot of financial problems at the time.
Then I'm looking at another window in like the 90s, the Sheringham window. You signed him from Forest, signed Anderton from Portsmouth, Jason Cundy from Chelsea, Neil Ruddock from Southampton, and Gary McMahon from Glenavon. So those were all like first team.
McMahon wasn't. He never made it. He was a kid. Cundy, I'd probably say, was a squad player, but the rest of them, I mean, everybody remembers Jason Cundy for one thing, which was an absolute ridiculous goal he scored against
Halfway
Ipswich.
line.
Yeah, like 50 yards. He wasn't even shooting. He was just like clearing the ball, and it got hit the wind and it just took it over the keeper. But I mean, some of those, to sign the likes of Sheringham and Anderton in the same window, I don't know what the equivalent would be today, but both of them were kind of pretty much first choice for England for the next few years.
Yeah.
So whatever the equivalent of that is today, I'd be going and like signing, I don't know, Ollie Watkins and Bellingham or something in the same window. We're so far from that as a club.
And then I find it interesting because it looks like mainly before 94-95, it was a lot of domestic players. Then in 94-95, you signed Dumitriescu from Steaua Bucharest, Popescu from Eindhoven, PSV, and then Klinsmann from Monaco. So you went foreign on your three.
Yeah. When we signed the two Romanians, Dumitrescu and Popescu, both the World Cup year, both quality footballers. They came in at the same time, if I'm not wrong, as Klinsmann, right?
Yeah.
And they were brilliant. And it was such a shame because Popescu apparently was homesick and moved to or he just didn't settle in London. He then moved to Barcelona. But hang on, sorry, somebody's saying that Fabrizio Romano's saying that Spurs are looking at another centre-half. Let me see if I can find this. By the way, Fab Romano has said no issues for Marcos Asensio's loan move to Villa. Deal done, all completed between the clubs. Somebody has said in the chat that Romano has said, sorry, let me see, where was this? That apparently Spurs are looking at Itakura for München Gladbach. It feels very much like it's a very scattergunned approach right now from Spurs.
Mm-hmm.
But I think it was he just couldn't settle in London. I think it was he just couldn't settle in London.
Is that Popescu? Is that Popescu who was homesick?
Yeah, Popescu was class. If Popescu played now, he'd sit in that number 6 position. Absolute class, quality footballer.
Who does he remind you of that plays nowadays? Not like that they're as good as him, but like play style wise.
Oh gosh, there's a question. No one really. It was difficult
like a Locatelli or something.
He was more mobile than that. I don't know. Maybe a lesser version of a Rodri, but he was different. It's hard to say because players back then weren't 6s and 8s and 10s. They were central midfielders. You know what I mean? Like they kind of did it all. Like Mark Taylor said, he was very silky on the ball.
Pirlo?
I wouldn't say. No. I wouldn't say Pirlo was more of a dictator of games, but Popescu was a really everything was 4-4-2. You know, Popescu was a really good midfielder, more of an anchor midfielder, and also could play centre back, as Mark said. Wow. Just a shame we didn't have him for for enough time. But like Internet Vegetable said, at the time we had Dumitrescu, Barmby, Klinsmann, Sheringham, Anderton. We had so many good attacking players.
Les Ferdinand, I forgot he signed from. Damn, you did a double.
Yeah,
on Newcastle.
I mean he was
97. Ginola.
Les Ferdinand was years after that. Yeah, but Les Ferdinand, unfortunately, we kind of got Les Ferdinand when he wasn't at his peak. I mean, he still did some good things, and maybe my memory's going wrong here, but he was kind of not the end of his career, but he just wasn't as prolific as he had been when he was at QPR and Newcastle, for example. Adam Phillips saying that Chris Armstrong was crazy. I know Chris Armstrong's got a really good goal record for Tottenham Hotspur. We bought him from Crystal Palace. He was almost the Teddy Sheringham replacement at the time, if my memory serves me right. Very different player. Jason T said Les Ferdinand was garbage at Tottenham. I don't think he was garbage. He just wasn't. He wasn't like what he was at QPR and Newcastle. He was prolific. By the time he got into Spurs, he wasn't as great. But what I will say, he's one of the best players I've ever seen in the air. He was superb in the air. Absolutely superb. And Mark saying Ferdinand missed an open goal in the cup final. I was right behind the goal for it and still have no idea how he missed it. Yeah, but look, transfer windows, Steve, were very different back then. They were very different. Now it's all so complicated with agents and release clauses and rules of you can only leave if this many players are playing and this, and it's just all a bit. Jonathan Gray saying Chris Armstrong wasn't great at Spurs. He actually had quite a good goal record at Spurs. Let me just bring it up. Chris Armstrong. If I'm not wrong, I'm pretty sure I'm not remembering this wrong. Let me make sure I've got this right. Chris Armstrong at Spurs. I mean, he was a 61-20, just under 1 in 3. Wasn't the worst. Got injury, very injury prone. Wasn't great. Yeah, I'll give you that. It wasn't great. Very injury prone. First year, he did quite well. He got 22 goals in 45 games.
Not bad.
And then after that, he only made 15 appearances the year after that, only 22 the year after that, and the injuries killed him. The first year he was good, but it was quite downhill from there. By the way, guys and girls, I will only go. I probably will end up finishing at about 8:30 to throw everyone over to Stell's show. I genuinely thought, if I'm brutally honest, that it would be really lively. I thought there was going to be a lot happening. And it hasn't, Steve. It's very quiet out there. Are you surprised? Or
a little bit quiet. No, I'm not surprised because I feel like January windows the past few years haven't been like, there's not like an overwhelming amount of stuff. Yeah, a little bit surprised, but I don't know. Just kind of so-so about it. I hear you. But
yeah, Plettenberg hasn't tweeted anything for 45 minutes. Fabrizio Romano, the last thing in the 45 minutes is Marcos Asensio. David Ornstein, who doesn't really tweet loads. The last thing he tweeted was an hour ago about Nico Riley staying at Man City. It's all very, very, very quiet. I'll ask in the chat, out of 10, if the window ends with Tell, Danso, and Kinski, what are you putting it at? I'll put it at 6.5.
Yeah,
for me. Let me know in the chat. Out of 10, what would those 3 signings be? Rosie, he's in London having a medical. I've seen the pictures of the Spurs set up, ready to do the introduction. Mark Taylor says 5 or 6. 4 out of 10. Probably a 9 out of 10. Wow. 6 Spurs. Some Spurs fans really easily placed it. 9 out of 10. Wow. Christopher's gone with a 5. Mark with a 6. Wacker's gone with a 2. Phoenix, I think, is agreeing with my score. 5. 4.5. Greg said, I remember Liverpool winning the league and only ever using David Fairclough as their sub. Yeah.
Oh.
The days when people didn't worry about how many games the so-and-so played and needing a rest. 6, 5, 6, 6, 4.5, 6, 5, 3, 7 if Tell becomes a hit. No, we're not doing revisionism. Right now, what are you giving it right now, Alex? Come on. A generous 5.5. Hang on, I'm being sent something here. Yeah, Tottenham are very interested in Ko Itakura, but it's difficult to do as Borussia Mönchengladbach would need to find a replacement.
Yeah.
I mean, Chris, if anything sums up Tottenham Hotspur, it's that at 7 p.m. of an 11 p.m. deadline that we've approached Mönchengladbach about Itakura and them going, well, hang on, what do we do with 4 hours? Do you know what I mean? Like that's like me approaching you, Chris, and going, I want to buy your house, but I want to be moved in by the weekend. All right, whoa, hang on.
Well, A, it's on the market, and B, it's empty, mate. So make me an offer. We'll see what we can do.
Bad example on your house, but you know what I mean. I quite like Itakura, I do, but I mean, if again, call me negative, I really feel like that's hey, we tried. Look over here, we tried. Just like Guehi, it feels like a real half-hearted attempt in the last hour. Is that me being harsh, or?
I mean, it doesn't. It could be harsh in the sense that we'll never know as fans what actually goes on, right? We don't. But the image it gives off as Tottenham as a football club and our professionalism, it's just embarrassing. I mean, we do. It reminds me of that summer where was it summer where we got Soldado, and we were literally seemed like we were going around Spain with about 25 million to any club who would sell us any striker. It just smacks of desperation, doesn't it? I don't get it. It certainly it's not a good look. Mind you, neither was the posting about Beyonce concerts on deadline day either. But we can't seem to get anything right at all, can we? It's pretty embarrassing.
Yeah, it's mad though. It's like what I said earlier about if you're going to go and bid for Guehi with 72 hours to go, if you're Crystal Palace, you're going to turn around and be like, you can give us 70 million. What do you want us to do with 3 days? Like, are we going to completely derail our entire season because you've given us 3 days to go and make a panic signing? Surely it's got to be, if you want Itakura, if you want Guehi, surely this is, you put your bid in week one at the first week of the window, and then you can play the game over the next couple of weeks. But it just feels a little bit strange to me that we're doing these things. But definitely looks like we've finally realised, Chris, that we need centre-backs, which is mad because I think as fans, we've done it for years.
Absolutely. However, what does that say about Ange? Because Ange said he didn't want to sign centre-backs because he did not want to block the route for Phillips and Vuskovic. So what are we saying? Are they just suddenly, Ange has realised they're crap? Or is that now just not true? I'm not that I believe.
Sounds like a lot of waffle. Sounds like a lot of waffle.
That's the thing, isn't it? I feel like we've got a manager that I can't believe because, 1 minute he's talking about, I don't want experienced pros. I want to develop leaders. Then the next minute, like 3 or 4 defeats later, he's going, well, we don't have enough experience in the team. It's like, well, hang on, mate. You told us that you didn't want that. Then it was, I don't need another centre half. Like, even look at the beginning of this transfer window. Ange's words were, we had centre halves. How could I buy more centre halves? Where do they all play? Now we're getting to the end of the window when Van der Ven and Romero are coming back, and now we need 2 centre halves. It just feels really, really weird. I don't understand this football club in any way at all.
I don't blame you, bro. I don't either. From the outside looking in, no clue.
Romano's just tweeted about some Chelsea signing that we might need to tap into Steve's knowledge because I've got absolutely
Amugu? Is it Amugu?
Yeah.
Amugu from Saint-Etienne. He'll actually be good midfield depth for them. Yeah, he's like a number 8, can play a bit deeper though, good passing range, makes some good interceptions. I don't think he starts for them, but he's good depth. He's good depth for sure. Saint-Etienne got a few decent players I like, particularly their Georgian winger, Davitashvili. I like him a lot. Like, what's it called? I was doing a watch along on Saturday on my channel with Scott M. And who else was there? It was Scott M. And it was another Spurs fan. But we were watching him, and I was telling Scott, like, yo, this guy starts for Spurs on the left. Like, genuinely. That Spurs should go someone like that. Or Sarawi or something. But yeah, Amugu's good.
That's always the challenge, though, isn't it? When you're signing players from different leagues, about how easily are they going to adapt to the Premier League? And like Tottenham's history is littered with going to get strikers from other leagues like Vincent Janssen, who are absolutely ripping it up. And then you put them in the Premier League. And I mean, the Dutch league and strikers I always find really odd over the years. Like some have come in who have been ripping it up in Holland.
Luis Suarez,
Yes, so some are great. You get a Van Nistelrooy, and then you get absolute great players in Holland who come into the Premier League and can't hit the back of a barn door. Like it's strange. I never know whether to have confidence in the Dutch league or not.
I think just good footballers will translate wherever. Good football is a good football for me because that's what I love about football is that there's so many leagues with so many good players and like especially when you see him play in the Champions League, Europa, and stuff. It's like, wow, it's fun, man. It keeps me busy. That's all I know.
I think sometimes it's not just about ability, is it? It's about how well are they going to settle and all that kind of stuff. So much more goes into it when you're moving countries. And we sit here as football fans and just go, oh yeah, just move country, but your whole family, right? You've got kids who are going to schools, and it's a lot more complicated than that.
I do feel as football fans, sometimes people really do forget that they are human beings.
Yeah.
I really do think we forget that. Like, yeah, it's like, you like you said, Chris, just move. Well, hang on. What if they've got a kid going to a school there? And what if their wife doesn't want to move? And what if, it's all a bit crazy. Nate saying, yeah, it was a, yeah, I mean, it seemed like it was a PR bid. I mean, whether or not we've tried to turn Guehi's, if you're talking about Guehi, whether or not we've tried to turn his head for the summer. But guys, on the Guehi front, he's going to have 12 months left on his contract in the summer. I get the feeling that you're going to have Newcastle, Chelsea, Spurs, maybe City, Liverpool need new centre halves. What if Van Dijk goes? I feel like it's one of those that if we then get into a race with those clubs, it's a no-brainer. We're not getting him, right? But
even if they accepted it and you're Guehi right now, you've got multiple options in the summer. Why would you commit to Spurs right now? You're going to have, like you just said, all those clubs after you in the summer. Yeah, thanks very much. I'll leave it and see what my options are for some teams that have got genuine chances to win things.
Yeah, no, it was absolutely, mate, absolutely. Rick Kane says, Savva, irrespective of what Ange said, maybe he's had a reality check, so let's see how it pans out. Well, we can only hope. As with anything in life, we've all got to live and learn by our mistakes, right? And Ange is no different. But the difference is, the only difference is Ange has paid $5 million a year to make these tough decisions. And so far, what I've seen in the first 18, 20 months of him being here is, I feel like he's got a lot of these big decisions wrong. Bringing back Van der Ven and Romero in the same game against Chelsea just screamed to me of desperation rather than what was right for the players. We'll see. I think Thursday night, guys, is going to tell us a lot about Ange and Tottenham. And what I mean by that is, he's got Kevin Danso in now. Tell's going to be through the door. What happens? Does he go straight in with Danso and Van der Ven? Now Van der Ven's fit. Does he reward Davis and Gray? Does he do a kind of half and half? Does Tell come straight in up front instead of Richarlison? Like all of these different things. That's how I want to see how Ange manages that, because he's always been a manager that is, this is my 11, and outside of that, I don't really know what to do. So does that make sense? I want to see what he does.
I'm worried that we're going to see Vicario in goal. Because A, I don't rate him, but B, even if we do rate him, are we just rushing him back as well? Like, I don't want to see.
What you mean
Vicario.
this Thursday?
Yeah. He's like supposed to be quite close. He's back in training. He's ahead of schedule. So Ange said, I think in the press conference in midweek, he was sort of 7 to 10 days away, I think he said.
Wow. Steve, what would you do? We talked about this last night, but what would you do in terms of the centre-half situation? You're going to have Danso, Van der Ven, Gray, Davis. What do you do? Liverpool away, Cup semi-final. They are going to bring the heat. They are going to be well up for this game. What do you do? New lad Danso with just returning from injury Van der Ven? Or do you go, Gray and Davis are fit, they've just had a good game against Brentford. What do you do?
I would say I would go Danso and Davies probably. I wouldn't want to rush back. What's it called? I wouldn't want to rush back Van der Ven. But do I think Ange will? Probably, to be honest, because it seems like every opportunity that Van der Ven's back to some level of fitness to be able to play, he's back in there. Chelsea game, I think, what's it called? When was the Chelsea game? Like a month or so ago when you played them and lost? I think Van der Ven and Romero both. So, yeah, I do think, what's it called? I do think he'll probably play Van der Ven. I'd go Danso, to be honest.
I'd play Van der Ven. I would go Danso and Van der Ven. On the basis, I don't think he can last 90 minutes.
Yeah.
But what's the point in having him on the bench? Like if he was a forward and you think, right, you need a goal, I'm going to bring him on. But I'd rather play him early and hopefully we stay in the game. And then if he has to come off, he has to come off. But if we're at the point 60 minutes in, we're going, well, we'll bring him on now. Well, it's probably too late. You possibly already lost the game by that. He's not going to win you the game back, is he? So I'd start with him, see what we can get out of him. I mean, I'd play Archie Gray in midfield, but that seems controversial. I'm 100% not convinced, by the way, this is going to be controversial. I'm not sure that Ange sees Archie Gray as a midfielder.
I don't think he does.
I mean, I don't know how many conversations over this season has been about Archie Gray, but this is an interesting one. I was having this chat. Steve, I think you're in that group. I was having the chat yesterday, and someone said, "Well, what we do is put so and so at centre back and put Gray into midfield against Liverpool." And my query was this: it was not that I don't think he's a centre mid, but this is a guy that hasn't played central midfield realistically for well over a year. So if you think the second half of last season, the guy was playing right back for Leeds in their playoff push. And now we're suddenly going to go and play central midfield, defensive midfield for the first time against Liverpool, this is for me, this is the toughest ground in Europe. I think this is tougher than going to the Bernabeu. I think this is the toughest place to go in Europe. Is that the game, guys, where you go on, Archie? I'm just asking. Is it the game where you do that?
Well, I'm going to tell you why, though. I don't think Ange thinks he's a midfielder, because when we went to Everton and we suddenly decided to pitch up with 3 centre-backs, Ange said, well, I had to play a system because that was the only system I could play because of the players I've got. And that makes no sense, because your normal system works absolutely fine if you just push Archie Gray into midfield. So that was huge alarm bells for me there. And I'm thinking, does he actually rate this guy as a midfielder, or does he? I don't think he thinks he's a centre back, but I think he might think he's a right back.
It's crazy, isn't it, that we are 24 league games in, 8 Europa League games in, 4 or 5 League Cup games in, and we've not seen Archie Gray start a single. If I'm not wrong, I don't think he started a single game at centre mid. Now that includes Ferencvaros, Karabag, Coventry. Not once has he started a game in centre mid. And my worry is, Chris, and where I get at people is they say to me, "Oh, he's a brilliant centre mid. You wait till you see him there." But based on what am I basing? I can't make that judgment based off of. When he played Chelsea, when Leeds played Chelsea in FA Cup, he was excellent. Great. Am I going off one midfield performance to make me go, that's Spurs is number 6? I'm not sure it is. And from what I've seen of Archie Gray, as well as he's done, nothing about him on the ball has made me go, yeah, that's the guy that should control our midfield, if that makes sense. I think he's done really well. I don't look at his passing and think, yeah, he's really assured. So for me, I wouldn't this week. I wouldn't put him in against Villa or Liverpool. So don't forget, we've got Villa on Sunday in the FA Cup away. For me, I think these games are too big to try Gray and centre mid. I do.
Maybe the Villa one. I don't think the semi-final, though. Yeah, I don't think the semi-final.
But even against Villa, he's going to be up against John McGinn, Anana, Kamara.
They might not play their first team, though.
Villa are going to play their first team. Why would they not?
Because it's the early rounds of the FA Cup.
But they're not. They've qualified for the Champions League.
Injuries. They do have some injuries as well, I believe. Let me check. Might be waffling.
They've also just got 3 new players in.
Right. True. But my point is, when you look at their midfielders, Tielemans, Kamara, John McGinn, Anana, they're men, aren't they? They're powerful, experienced men. Archie Gray, listen, again, it's really difficult because whatever I say, it sounds like I'm knocking him. I'm not, but I still look at him and think, boy, I don't look at him and think he's playing with that confidence that, yeah, I'm going to slot into the number 6. It's like if I'm the number 6 here and you two in front of me are the 2 number 8s, is Archie Gray this guy here that can go, right, I've got this? I need to see it. I need to see it in a game Ipswich at home, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Leicester at home. We haven't even trusted him in those games to do it. Are we going to go
you're
to Anfield and do it? I'm just
Definitely one in that infield. No,
in the
definitely
chat. Let us know. And I do have some news about Tottenham and a potential transfer. This is an interesting one.
Burnley.
And it goes to show Spurs are scattergun. This is literally throw enough shit, and you know the rest of that sentence. Tottenham apparently, which is a massive word in life, isn't it, have sent a £20 million bid for Maxime Esteve of Burnley. Apparently, Burnley want 30 million. Now, Esteve is part of their back four that has conceded 9 goals all season. They've conceded 9 goals in 31 games or something, which is phenomenal. But for me, again, is this now just bodies? We're just after a body rather than an actual planned approach.
Probably, yeah. It's Tottenham, to be honest, and it's a bit frantic-y. Yeah. I think Maxime Esteve's pretty good. I do think he's promising. And you're right. At Burnley, he's been obviously a rock. Yeah, in the games that I've watched, and I forget where he played beforehand, but I knew where to think about it. But yeah, I think he's a good center back. But again, it's like would he truly start? Would Ange basically rotate when Van de Ven and Romero's out? I think however, the one thing I will say though is that Van de Ven and Romero, they're not available all the time. So you do need good replacement center backs for them because they're what's it called? Their availability is questionable at the best of times. So I think maybe you need to get out of that frame of thinking like, oh, does he start over Van de Ven and Romero? Because those guys' fitness and availability isn't always like all the time a constant. So would I go for Maxime Esteve if I'm Spurs? Not necessarily, no. I think the Danso ones, I feel much more confident about Danso. Much more confident. And if I'm Esteve, I stay at Burnley because I'm getting consistent playtime there. Not playing Danso over Esteve, personally. But that's what
I mean, Chris, what do you make about this? I mean, like, it's interesting because obviously from Esteve's point of view, I mean, Tottenham I mean, look how big we are compared to Burnley. But at the same time, won't he look now and go, well, hang on, they've got Danso, they've just bought. Van de Ven's back. Romero's going to be back in a few weeks. Gray plays there. Davis plays there. Surely if he comes to us, it's only going to be about money, right? He's not really going to get a lot of game time, is he? Not knocking the lad. I'm just...
I don't know, really, isn't it? Don't know a huge amount about him, if I'm honest, but I've seen him play a few times, but I've never really taken a lot of notice of him. I'll take Steve Steer on him being a decent player, but the main thing that occurs to me is just with Tottenham Hotspur and going back to what we were saying an hour or so ago about signing your Carricks and your Defoes and your Genus and people like that. I was just flicking through the English teams that we've signed players from in the last couple of years, and it's Leeds and Burnley and Leicester and Bournemouth and Forest. And I'm going to make a really sweeping generalisation, so this is not about any one individual player here. But if you're buying from all of those teams, if you buy from the bottom half of the Premier League and the top half of the Championship, you're going to end up being bottom half of the Premier League or top half of the Championship. And I think it says an awful lot about our levels of ambition. He may be a great player. He may be the next Alderweireld, who knows? But
it always goes back to the stadium, Chris. Sorry to cut you off. It always goes back to the new stadium and the allure of it. Like, it's a game change. You know what I'm saying? To sign players from, and I agree with you. Like, I mean, Forrest, obviously, this year, bloody hell, you'd take Murillo, Milenkovic, and those guys. But you're right. In the past few years, they haven't been like super great clubs or whatever in the top half. But I hear it.
I mean, does anyone know when the last time that we signed a player from a team that finished, I don't know, in the top 8 was? Like a genuine proper player, not like some guy no one's ever heard of.
I'll tell you what, it's a great question. I mean, I think the last time, I'm just trying to think, the last time we signed from a proper, I mean, welcome, Dan.
Yeah.
Last time we signed a player, by the way, not just a player, but a player that was playing, not like a sub for them, a player that was playing for a top 10 team that we went and took them. We used to, like you said earlier, we'd go to Carrick. We took Carrick from West Ham. We took Defoe from West Ham. You know, we used to do that. Answers on a postcard. This is what a chat is for. Answers on a postcard. When was the last time Spurs went and took a player? Let me know.
I'm gonna guess, with my limited Tottenham knowledge, I'm gonna guess. Where'd you get Ben Davies from?
Swansea.
Basuma is sort of close, but I'm not
Yeah.
really sure. I don't know where they finished that
Yeah.
year. Right.
I mean,
He
look
was-
down our squad. Look down our squad. Who there came from a top team?
Sporting, Poro.
Yeah. Sporting Porro. I mean, yeah.
Well, the other transfer thing that we have liked to do is to go to established big teams and take their absolute donkeys that they don't play, right? So, or that they've farmed out on loan to other teams. So, and that's how ultimately we ended up with Reguilon and Emerson Royale, right? We got really excited because they were Real Madrid players or Barcelona players, but actually they were just rubbish. I don't think they're the worst players in the world, but they're not the players that we thought they were.
No, absolutely. I mean, Dan, let me bring you in. Good evening, my man. How are you?
Yeah, I'm all right yourselves. How you three
good,
doing?
man.
Cool.
All good, mate. All good. Just the news that Spurs are now looking at Burnley, the Burnley centre back Esteve. It very much feels like in the last 3 days, Dan, we are literally just going through a book of centre backs and going him. Ring them up. Are they available? By the way, I got nothing against the lad, Dan Esteve from Burnley, but I think it really does show that we are. We have not got our ducks in a row here. It really feels like we've not got our ducks in a row, doesn't it?
We're clutching at straws.
Yes.
Simple as that. It's the same story time and time again. I get it. January is not an easy time to make a transfer. Not when you do it like Spurs, anyway. If you're willing to do it like City, slam the money down and pay the wages, and you've got the pulling power they got, you can do things. But with us at the moment, anything's going to be a struggle. But some of this could have been done in 10 days, 20 days, not left until literally the last day. Again, as usual. Don't worry, we got our Tottenham back. Same Spurs, different transfer window. That's how it looks to me. And I think who we've gone for, again, hit and hope. I think Tell's only come to us because of what I said to you before. We might be able to get a player that's all right because he can't get no game time where he is, but he'll only come to us on loan. That's exactly what I think has happened with Tell. He's just realised, he's been told by Munich, well, you might as well go because we ain't going to be playing you. So he's thought, well, I'll probably get a couple of matches there, so I'll go there for the meantime. I think we're clutching at straws.
Yeah. I mean, lots of people are saying to me now it's panic stations because of the Dragoshin news. But let's be brutally honest. Why did it take the Dragoshin news for us to know that we need centre-halves? We know Van der Ven and Romero injury prone. We know they've been out injured forever. This isn't new. I'm not letting the club off with this whole kind of, but Dragoshin got injured. We've known we needed centre-halves.
How long's he out for?
He's out for the rest of the season. But you would say, well, Danso's replaced him. So if they want a second one, if they want another centre-half, you've got Danso, Romero, Van der Ven, Davis, and Gray can play there. You've got 5. If they now want a 6th that can play there, surely they would have known they wanted that before the Radu Dragoshin. Like, I don't know. It just feels, it just feels all a bit, you know my feelings on this club. It just feels like there's no dots are connecting. It's just very much,
it's scrimping and scraping. Yeah, it is. It's scrimping and scraping, basically, and that's all we usually do. I mean, if they really wanted to make these transfers, you would have thought if they was on the list, they've done the list like they should have been well prepared before January, seeing as the amount of trouble we are in. And if they're going to back Ange like they say they're going to and everything, why leave it to the last day? If Lange is such a good businessman and everything and knows his football, why leave it to the last day again? They should have had their list of 5, 6, 7. Right. Go for this one, this one, this one. That one's not working. Go for that one. Right, that's not working. Go for that one. No, we leave it till the last 2-3 days of the season.
Could it be a lot of people are talking about the Romero situation, and I'm hearing, I'm hearing from sources that apparently Romero might not play for Spurs again. Apparently, like, there is more to this than him being injured. Look, we saw him before the injury. I thought he was absolutely shite. For this season, I think he's been absolutely dreadful. The injury was never meant to be this long. He's not come back. Are we now seeing that this is Spurs planning for life without Christian Romero, lads?
I think
Definitely.
I think his head was already turned.
Yeah.
I don't think he likes the system. What defender would like this system? And I think you can see, I know with a lot of players, their heart isn't with the team anymore. Like I say, I believe most players are mercenaries these days.
Yeah.
But it looks like his head ain't even with it. He looks like he's just jogging about all the time. Some of the mistakes he's made for a very good centre-back that he is, but again, never one I've called world-class personally. Do think he's overrated in that aspect, but still very good on his day. He just, some of the mistakes he's made, he hasn't looked like he's with it. He doesn't even look like he wants to be here. I think he's already had something coming for him where he's looking over his shoulder. And pretty much anywhere he goes, he's got his Argentina side to back him up. And he can turn around and say, well, of course I was a crap defender. I was playing at Spurs with Ange as my manager. What do you think I was going to do?
Yeah.
That's not fucking about. That's being serious.
His time was up anyway. As soon as he criticised Levy, there's no future.
Completely agree. I mean, I said in my video this morning, guys, I'm not bothered about Romero going. I know a lot of people seem to really think he's a top centre half. I don't ever watch him and go, that's my centre right. Do you know what I mean? I don't watch him and go, I feel safe and secure with you at the back, the way I did with Toby or Jan. Right? I've never felt that. Forget Ange, before Ange. I never felt that with Conte when he had him as I think he's a good player. I think he's got some good attributes. I've never thought that he's this solid defender that people think he is.
Savva, me and you said it a few times. People thinking he's going to go to Real Madrid and stuff. He's more of an Atletico Madrid level, which is not too far off of Real Madrid, but there still is a difference. Atletico Madrid are a team that always compete in all fronts. They win every once in a while because Simeone, and they've got some genuinely brilliant players, but it's not at that next level where they're winning consistently at the level of Real Madrid. I think he's more up there. And he can work
Romero,
in
I agree with what you're saying, Steve, but with Romero, you can say that there has been some world-class performances out of him, and it's always at Argentina. He has played world-class football a few times. And he's had some very good games at Spurs. Do I think he's a world-class player? Not at all. But he has got that Argentina side to back him up where he can put it on, put me in a decent team, you'll see a much better player. Because he has got that excuse, I personally think, of I've been playing at Spurs for God's sake. What do you want me to do? It's a sort of almost excuse he can use. Go get me the best, like I've said, go get me the best back four you can ever think of and play this system. They will still concede goals.
Yeah. Danso will concede goals. Danso will concede goals.
Just really quickly, guys. Just really quickly on the transfer front. First of all, Fabrizio Romano has just come out 4 minutes ago, telling us what we already know. Says Radu Dragusin has torn his ACL, very serious injury for the defender. Tests confirm what Tottenham staff felt from the first moment. And in transfer news, Fab Romano has said 52 seconds ago that Fulham have approached AC Milan to sign Samuel Chukwueze. Negotiations ongoing between all parties involved with short time to make it happen. Nothing like approaching a club at 7:30 on the night of the the deadline, right? But look, can I ask then, moving away from the centre-back area, is anyone else surprised that we don't ever seem to be in under this manager? We haven't signed one established midfielder. You look under this manager in his first window. I don't believe we signed a single centre mid, right? In his second window, we signed Werner and Dragusin, and in his third window, Bergval, and Bergvall was the window for Bergvall and Gray. In 4 transfer windows now, we've not gone, I need a centre midfielder that runs games. I need a centre midfielder that is fit. I need a centre midfielder that I can rely upon. That, for me, is almost a bigger worry than the centre halves.
The only midfield. I mean, Madison's an attacking midfielder. Kulu, what's it called? More of an 8. You're talking about more of a you haven't. Yeah, you're right.
No, he's not.
No, he's not.
No, he's not. He's overrated, mate.
Do you know what? I'll say something here quickly. Sorry to interrupt you, mate. I'll say something here quickly to this year, and it's going to be controversial to a few others. Even if you would have said this a year ago to me, yeah, I'll take Milenkovic over Romero all day long.
All day.
And he's a player
Would
I've
you
been
take
talking
Botman?
about for.
Would you take Botman, Sven Botman,
Yes.
over Romero?
Yeah,
Okay.
consistent.
I'd have a good think about it. But Milenkovic is a player that I've followed for about 5 years.
Yes.
Told everyone about him. First show I ever did with you, Savva, I spoke about him a year and a half ago. I'd take him over Romero all day long. And I know that's controversial for some, but that's opinion. Sorry, I just wanted to say that bit with Romero.
You can rely upon him.
Mm.
So he's shown for a few years in Fiorentina.
I was just going to say, talking about midfielders, we were saying, when did we last go and sign a player from like a first choice player from a Premier League rival, right?
Agreed.
I was just doing a bit of research. If we exclude teams that got relegated and players who are running their contract down, someone like Basuma, right, basically wanted to leave. I reckon before then, it's probably Victor Wanyama in 2016. And before then, I think Moussa Dembele, 2012, probably. And Clint Dempsey also, that summer we went and signed.
Even then, when you're looking at Fulham and Southampton as the players, the clubs we took those. Yeah, we never go. Spurs don't go to Newcastle. We don't go to. I'm trying not to go crazy with the big boys, right? Spurs.
But we used to though, didn't we? We used to. Janus, Ginola, Ferdinand, all came to.
Agreed. We don't go to Newcastle. We don't go to Villa. We don't go to these clubs and say, we want that player. We just don't do it. You're right, Chris. I'm not saying you can't get any good players from teams lower down and Championship and lower half of the Premier League. But you're right. If that is the only pool you shop in, you can't then say, well, we're buying top players and we want to win things. Like at some point, you've got to go, we need that touch of class from... We don't go to Bayer Leverkusen. When do we go to Bayer Leverkusen and go, we want him? When do we go to... Where do we go to Milan? Inter Milan. When do we go? Do you know what I mean? Like, yes, people are saying we got Bentancur and Kulu from Juventus. Kulu wasn't getting a game. Bentancur we got for about 18 million quid, which tells you, you know, and they were in financial trouble. When do we do it without financial trouble? We cashed in on James Maddison because his club got relegated. All right. We cashed in on Basuma because he had 1 year left on his contract. With Richarlison, I'm not talking about his quality, but again, Everton, trouble, blah, blah, blah. When do we go to a big club? It doesn't have to be Man City, but like even Arsenal, when it got Jesus and Zinchenko, when do we go and get a squad player from Man City with experience? When do we go? Do you know what? John Stones isn't going to be wanted there next year. We'll go and get John Stones for a little bit of experience. We don't do it.
Or Joe Gomez from Liverpool.
Right. Yeah. We don't do it. We never do it. And this is the thing. Every window's the same. You saw at the beginning when I was having that battle with Phil COYS. It's like, oh, but the project and the process and the strategy. And you're like, oh my God, but when is that project, process, and strategy going to be signing top players? When is the strategy? When was the last time we signed a player and every Spurs fan went, yes?
Berbatov, maybe.
Van der Vaart, I think. Van der Vaart. Lloris, maybe, but Van der Vaart, probably.
I would say Maddison most would have said yes. But do you know what I mean?
What was Sissoko's reputation at Newcastle when he bought him?
No.
Rubbish.
No.
Not as good as Wijnaldum. If you got Wijnaldum instead, would it have been different?
If what?
If you got Wijnaldum instead from Newcastle.
Oh, for sure. Wijnaldum's a much better player than Sissoko.
Okay.
Wijnaldum goes to Liverpool and is part of their team that wins everything.
Yeah.
I had a mate who's a Newcastle fan. He could not, but he was just taking the mickey out of me that we went and paid 30 million because basically the guy, he was rubbish. They were booing him every week at St James's Park. But he'd had 2 good games that season. They happened to be at White Hart Lane and then the 5-1 when they thrashed us at the end of the season.
When we got relegated, yeah.
Just quickly, there's 600 of you in here. Let's smash that like button. And we haven't had any subscribers for 2 hours. I'm not having that. Come on, guys. Giving you 4.5, 5 hour show tonight before I transfer you all over to Tottenham away in an hour. Come on, guys. Let's get some subscribers. I feel like we gave you a nice 8 hours worth of streaming on the channel yesterday. Video today. 4.5 hour show tonight. Come on, people. Smash that button. Please subscribe to Strasbourg Steve as well. And please subscribe to Dan E at the Hotspur Hood. And if you haven't liked, come on, we should be at 500 likes. We're only on 419. We're getting there. And in the super chats, Olmo has said, I think it's a smart move what we've done. We're not panic buying. I think you are you're Man United. We're not panic buying. We're going into next season on our summer targets, reset and start again. Look, I think it's a massive summer for Amorim and Man United. It's a massive summer for you guys and him. He is a good manager. I think you will do well under him, but I know patience is in short commodity in football fans. But Olmo, thank you so much for the super chat. I appreciate it. Dan, it's true, isn't it? When you look down the years, have we signed I want that player, Dan, that the whole fan base, there's no division. You know what I mean? That player that we all go, have you seen? We've just signed. Do you know? I don't know. I'll get, for example, if we were to go and sign now, God, I knew my brain would go frazzled. If we were to go and sign a Florian Wirtz, for example, just off the top of my head, from Bayer Leverkusen, I think everyone in the fan base goes, "Wow."
I think you still have one disagree with you.
Oh, surely you'd have one, but that one wouldn't understand football. But do you know what I mean, Dan? Like every signing we make, Werner split, Dragoshin split, Danso. Some people are going, what? Who? Some people are going, great. Tell. Some people think it's really exciting. Other people are, oh God, kids again. Gray, Bergval. It just feels Solanke. It feels like we can't get a player that we all agree on.
When was the last time we actually went out and bought that player? The way I'm going to describe this, that quality player. Now, Alderweireld, I knew he was good, but he wasn't high ranked in the world. He wasn't high ranked of what he was. Everyone knew he was good. Poch took him up to the levels. Same as Vertonghen, same as he did with other players with us. He was not known as the quality player he was. Same as Son. We got when we went and got Berbatov.
Don't be an idiot.
How did we get him? How did we get him? How did we get Berbatov off Leverkusen? Because Leverkusen was right up trouble, big time trouble. That was why we got him so easy. When we went and got Van der Vaart, quality player, but did we actually go get him? No, we didn't. He got offered to us on a plate and we snapped him up at the last minute. It's not as though we went out and said, right, that's the player we want. We're having him. There's your money. Sort the contract out. We only got Van der Vaart because he got offered to us in the last minute. It's not as though we was trying to get him the whole time. I think the last time we actually done that with anyone was probably Klinsmann. Apart from that, it's like Defoe, Carrick, great signings. Yeah, why? Because West Ham had just gone down. It's what we do. When have we actually gone for a player and basically taken him off the club? And said,
There were a couple of others.
That is who everybody wants. That is who we're getting.
Yeah, there were a couple of others since then. Not at the level of Klinsmann, because he was like one of the best players in the world. But when we were going
world class, Chris. He was world class. Like no ifs, buts, and maybes. That was top.
Who have we actually done that to then? What players?
I mean, when we went and signed Ginola and Les Ferdinand, they were doing it at the time, right?
Yeah.
But Ginola, if I remember right, Ginola wasn't one that we muscled in and bought. He was another one who actually they wanted to leave. Do you understand?
It's so long ago.
What about what's it called? Woodgate. Didn't you get him from Real Madrid?
But again, when we got Woodgate, we got a injury-prone Woodgate that was
Very
out
good
of favour.
defender.
I think what Dan's saying is, Dan, if I'm paraphrasing, you'll tell me if I'm wrong.
Mhm.
I think what Dan's saying is, do we rock up to a club where the player is in favour, performing well, the club don't want to sell him, we turn their head, we convince the player to come, and everyone goes, God, he's informing.
So if you sign Gyökeres, for example.
Exactly
Yeah.
that. When
Yeah.
have we gone up to a club and said, right, that's the player we want. He's your player. We're having him. Right. You want to think about coming to us? Right. There's your wages and the half and 50% on top. There's that and that. Now come to us. When was the last time we ever done that?
Newcastle, we've done that more often. We've done that more often than you guys. Tonali.
And like I said,
yeah.
And like I said, even with Van der Vaart, we didn't do that with Van der Vaart. They wanted to get rid of him. They said, like, look, here, you want to take him.
Was
I'm not saying
one
he's not a
around
great
then.
player.
I tell you, there was one around then, and he wasn't brilliant for us. But when we went and got David Bentley from Blackburn, he was properly informed for them, right? We
Yeah.
just went,
Yeah,
we'll
you're
have your
right.
best player. Thank you very much.
But the fact that we're all sitting here scraping barrels going, what about him in 1997? What about him in 2001? You're right. We never do. And like I wanted Basuma, by the way. I'm not knocking that. But again, it's a nice deal to do with 1 year left on his contract. It's not a 4 years left on the contract. We have identified that's our guy. Like this window, if Tottenham Hotspur this window had gone and got Mark Guehi from Palace at 75 million, right? I would turn around and go, yeah.
Well
Now we're in business. Not bidding for him when, listen, let's be fair. Daniel Levy, Lang, whoever's doing it, they knew Crystal Palace would say no. They 100% know that Crystal Palace are not going to go 50 million plus 55 million plus add-ons, 2 days of the window to go. We know they're not going to say, yes. That's an easy bid to make. Make it at the beginning of the window. That deal, I think most of our fan base would go, yeah. Even then, I said it earlier, I think he's better than anything we've got at centre half. Even then, we've got people going, no, he's not better than Van der Ven and Romero. Like, we don't seem to sign players that go drop straight into that first 11 that are 100% better than what we've got. And they've come from big clubs or big-ish clubs. We just don't do it. You look at that first 11 we've got out there. That first 11. Where did Vicario come from?
Empoli.
Right.
Empoli.
Where did Udogie come from?
Udinese was
Easy.
alone.
Udinese.
Right. So we're talking about mid teams in their leagues, right? Where did Van der Ven come from?
Wolfsburg.
Germany.
Wolfsburg. Again, it's not Real Madrid Athletics. It's not Leverkusen. It's not. Do you know what I mean? It's not Leipzig. It's not Dortmund. Where did Romero come from? Atalanta. Good team, but they're working their way up rather than being a massive club.
Yeah.
It was Juventus we got him from.
Well, essentially, yeah. Give you that.
Yeah.
But then look at
They didn't want him.
when you look at the rest of the players in there, it's all a bit.
Brandon Johnson.
There's no game changer.
And when have we gone and got a player that we've actually had to fight for him?
No, we don't.
If you look at all those players you said, even down to Van der Ven, there was no other offers for him. There was people interested and talking, but no one we had to fight as such. And people talking about it. And look how long we still left it before we got Van der Ven. If other clubs...
Well, we've just bought Wolves for Danso.
How long did the Van der Ven deal take? I mean, I remember it was
6
just
weeks?
it went on. If we were a proper club, that window, we would have got Van der Ven and Tapsoba. Do you remember?
Yeah.
If we were a proper club, we would have gone, you in now, 100 million on both, done. There you go. There's our centre-backs. We've already got Romero. There's our 3 centre-backs, quality players, boom.
And
But
we
no,
went for the cheap
Tottenham bought
option.
in one.
Van der Ven's been brilliant, don't get me wrong, but he was the cheaper option than Tapsoba. Yeah, he was the cheaper option.
He's far more reliable than these two, by the way.
Agreed, Steve. This is the point. I think people have got to got to realise Van der Ven and Romero are no good to us if they miss massive chunks every season. Guehi, for me, is a leader of men. He's reliable. He's experienced, homegrown. He's England's first choice centre-half now.
And he was
right?
very good at the tournament. Very good. Probably England's best player. Most consistent.
And I don't see him week in, week out making the god-awful mistakes Romero makes. Again, this is the thing. You watch if Guehi signed for us, our fans will put him on that pedestal. We always do this. They're not better than ours. When we buy them, they're suddenly amazing.
Or their quality when they're about to come here, and when they say no, they're shit anyway. Like,
Do you remember
the one I'll give a bit of leeway for is Van der Ven. Look what he's had to do since he's been at this club under Ange. He's going to be injury prone. Even if a player is not injury prone, playing that way, especially as the defender, you're going to end up busting your hamstrings.
Average.
Yeah,
you're only human.
I was going to say, Savva was saying earlier about the best ability being availability for Guehi, but we were saying that about Solanke, weren't we, last summer?
Yeah.
What's happened to him?
I agree, but Solanke, the difference for me is I don't really rate Solanke. I really rate Guehi, in my opinion. And I'll tell you this, for all these people saying Guehi's not that good, you watch where he ends up at the summer if he doesn't end up with us. I bet you he will go to a big club and then our fans will be like, why don't we get him? Well, our fans didn't think he was better than the... For me, I think he's much better than Romero. Because you know what it is. I think as a footballer, I think centre halves can't be sometimes players, and that's the word I've used all my life. Dan, you've heard me use this a million times. You can't be a sometimes player. It can't be, oh my God, Romero's brilliant, and then 4 games he's shit. I think as a centre half, you don't have to be a 9 out of 10 every week. You've got to be solid. I need a 7.5 every week. I need a 7.5, 8 every week from centre backs. Look at Liverpool centre-backs. Every game, you know what you're getting, right? Look at Botman and Shah. These guys, I don't see them putting in the same ropey performances as I do with a Romero. Look, I know people love Romero. I've never seen it.
You want your goalkeepers and center backs to be the guys on your team that make the least amount of mistakes, that are available most of the time. And you want them to be consistent. What do all the title-winning teams, regardless of the league, what do they all have in common? Solid goalkeeper, undisputed number one, available, and a solid defense that mainly plays week in, week out with very limited rotation. We could name Chelsea's best back 4 when they were winning EPL titles and Champions Leagues. Terry, or at the beginning, Carvalho. In goal, check. At center back, it was Terry there early under Mourinho or no?
Yeah, he would have been, wouldn't he? Yeah.
So Terry, Carvalho at left back and right back. I'm not sure of them.
Look how Inter have always done it. Look how AC Milan have always done it. Look how Juventus done it for 8 years. 9 years, whatever it was. No, 10 years, I think it was actually. They have always had a solid defence. I mean, I agree with what you're saying, Steve. You're 100% right. For me, if I'm to build a football team, personal opinion, I build from the back. I want my goalkeeper solid and I want my defence. Because, you can say goals win you games and that, but a defence wins you a league as far as I'm concerned. Yeah, you got to score.
Look at how Liverpool improved when they bought Alisson and Van Dijk. Look at
how the other thing with being a centre back.
Yeah,
I mean, in one aspect, I'd say being a goalkeeper and also being a striker are the 2 positions where you can go missing for a whole game, basically. But as long as you're there on that one moment, you're fine. The rest of the game, you haven't got to do nothing. But as long as you're there to make that save, or as long as you're there to put it in the back of the net, no one pays attention to you. Everywhere else on the pitch, you get watched. But centre back, you've got to be alert 99% of the time. You've got to know when it's going forward, when it's coming back, centre back has got
positional.
I would say centre back is probably the hardest place to play consistent. Consistent.
Do you know what I think as well? I think the key thing when I look at the centre halves is when you look at the amount of football already these 2 have missed in 2 years. I mean, if you look at Romero over 4 years, he misses. I think I worked it out today. It was something. Hang on, have I got it here? Yeah. So since Romero's been at Tottenham, this is the Premier League that he's missed, right? So did I work it out? Yes, I did. So of the 138 games available, He has played 94. So if I'm not wrong, if my
What?
maths isn't too shit, it's 44 games he's missed. If I'm not wrong, 138 minus 94. So 44 games. So in 4 seasons, he's missed an entire season and more, right?
And you always seem sorry.
No, so I was just going to say, and this is the thing for me. At some point, if you want to be a top team, like Steve says, if you want to go on to win things, if you want to be solid, you can't have centre halves that are constantly out injured. And the problem with Romero and Van der Ven, they are constantly. Let's just. I want to check this out just quickly. Sorry, 1 second. I want to check this out. I don't think this is true. I don't actually think this is true. See, again, if we look at Christian Romero, Christian Romero in his career at Spurs, in his first 2 seasons, he managed 22 games and 27 games, right? Last year, he played 33. This year, he's going to be low. It's constant. It doesn't seem to matter who the manager is. Here you go. Look at this. The year before that for Atalanta, he only played 30. The year before that at Genoa, 29. The year before that, 27. He doesn't play 38 games a season. How can people want to build teams around centre halves that are always injured? And unfortunately, guys, Van der Ven, as much as we can blame Ange for his hamstrings, this is a young guy whose hamstrings will just get worse. They will. Unfortunately,
playing
they will.
This way, it's what happens. Playing this way,
Right.
It will happen.
So I just want to see some solid centre. I kind of always remember Dawson was available. Yeah, Ledley King was injury prone, but Ledley King, we can give him a pass because he was just so good. Like he was.
But he played with one kneecap when he could, for God's
Yeah.
sake. Romero.
Would Dawson though?
Go on, man.
Would Dawson actually be available though under Ange? Like Dan's saying, like we signed Gahey. Does he not? I'm not saying as much as Romero and Van der Ven. Maybe they're naturally injury prone anyway. But playing under Ange, who is going to play 38 games a season?
That's very true. That's a fair point.
I agree. I think the difficulty is, though, as I said, Romero was injury prone before Tottenham. Van der Ven is a very specialist player, isn't he? And I always say this, and people take it the wrong way. I want to see how good Mickey Van der Ven is in a proper back 4 where he's not being relied upon to make recovery tackles every game. I'm not knocking him. Before anyone has a go at me, I'm not knocking him. I just want to see if he's playing in a back 4 where he's not turning and running back for recovery tackles, how good is his positioning, his marking, his one-on-ones in the air? And at the moment, it's difficult to tell because...
Availability.
Well, availability...
No, not even that. It's
tactics,
the way he played.
Yeah.
We've seen him
Yeah.
as a recovery defender, haven't we? Not one who sits there and bosses it, basically, but he's like a saviour, a recovery. He always comes back and covers us, basically, with his speed or puts in that tackle from when he's had to run 20 metres down the pitch. It's very rare that you've actually had to see him sit back in a back 3 or a back 4 and heavy defend.
Yes.
I get where you're coming from.
You're tested.
Right. Yeah, I get where you're coming from, basically. Like the game we had to play the other day, Brentford. We actually had to sit back and defend dirty, play dirty, scrappy game. And for me, that was a better win the way we done it than if we went and won 6-0. Why? Because we done it the way we haven't been doing it. We done it dirty.
You need to find different ways to win.
Yeah, and you needed the defenders to play like that. Can he play like that? I don't think we've actually seen a game where we've played like that with him in it as such.
Dan, let me ask you this. If yesterday, when people keep telling me, when Romero and Van der Ven are back, if you look at some of the better wins we've had, like when we dug in away at Man City, and by the way, I know we won 4-0, but Man City had all the ball and how many chances, right? But we dug in, we sat in, we dug in, we cleared everything.
Mm-hmm.
Yesterday, the same thing. Would we have done the same thing if Romero and Van der Ven had been there? That's the question. Would we have done that? Would Van der Ven have been that disciplined? Because again, it's like with Dragoshin. Dragoshin, we all have short memories. When Dragoshin's being asked to play on a high line, people are going, "Oh, he's shit." Well, yeah, he doesn't play on a high line. But the games, some of the best games we've won this year has been with Dragoshin. Twice against City, Villa. These wins were with Dragoshin, right? In the back 4. So I feel like I don't know. I just don't. I feel like that back four. I really don't think. I really don't think it's as good as people think it is. I feel that the revision. I feel like people have made them better than they are, whilst they're injured. That's my concern with Adogi, Van der Ven, and Romero. I think people's memories of those three is that they're much better than they are, and they forget all the shit games those guys played for Tottenham. That's just my theory.
Yeah.
The more the potential.
I'd love to see them. Go on, Dan.
It's more the potential side. You look at the potential individually, there's a lot of potential there. But has it actually worked good and proper, them two? At times, they've looked very good together. At times, it's looked like Romero would have been in a bit of trouble if Van der Ven wouldn't have been so quick. But then what defender wouldn't have been in trouble because they're told to sit up the other end of the pitch? So how much can you put on Romero? How much can you put on the tactics? How much can you put on Van der Ven? Until we actually see a manager, or until we see Ange actually play with a solid back four, basically, or a back three, and play a normal line, not one sitting on the halfway line, how much blame can you put on a player, or how much blame can you actually put on the manager, or whatever? Romero, yesterday, again, against Brentford, another thing you could question is, would he have had one of his divvy moments where he does that stupid tackle in the box and lets off a penalty? Because he's been known to do that enough times. Who knows? He's a very, very good player, but he's also very, I can't think of the word, unpredictable. I think he's one of them.
He's erratic.
He's very erratic.
You don't want that quality in a center back. You don't want that. Sergio Ramos is like the anomaly. But even then, at times, he had to show composure. He had to show some composure. But people point to him sometimes. Oh, Ramos was reckless and all this stuff. Yeah, sometimes he was. He does have a lot of red cards at Real Madrid and yellows and all that. But when the cookie crumbles, when he really needed to stay disciplined, most of the time at Real Madrid, he wouldn't be as reckless. Or it would be aggression with a purpose, and it would be done methodically. You know what I'm saying? So I
just wonder, like Dan's saying.
Oh, sorry. Oh, my man, you have some bad takes every show. Please, what? Move on before I get angry. Move. Sorry, Chris. Go. Sorry. What?
I just go, like Dan's saying. I don't really know how bad a back four we've got, or how good a back four we've got, because I kind of think like if we had a different manager, like if we had Mourinho now, I reckon we've got a pretty decent defense. But I don't know, because
I agree.
There's no way of assessing it right now. Like Porro drives me mental every week. The amount of space that's behind him. But I can't blame Porro for that. He's doing what he's told. Like he's not upfield because he thinks he's just a really bad right back and he thinks right back should be playing central attacking midfield. He's there because that's what Ange tells him to do. That's why the space is there. So it's really hard with all of these players to be too. Steve was just saying about discipline, right? That is like the very opposite of anything to do with Ange, right? Ange is supposed to be relentless. Discipline is the exact opposite. There's no discipline in this team whatsoever. But how much of that is the players? How much of that is the manager?
Exactly. The other problem is with Porro is he's not even a right back. Neither is Adogi.
Yeah.
I mean, technically, neither is Spence, really. But he's definitely a lot better at it than them two when it comes to the defending side. So it has showed in the past couple of games anyway. Will he consistently be good on the defensive side? We'll see. But he's been better than either of them two having 2 seasons. And when I watched Adogi play at Udinese, followed him a lot, he was brilliant as a wing back, going forward, overlapping, then cutting in at the end and getting the passing. Porro, again, for me, he's got Gareth Bale written all over him. Nowhere near as good, but same style. He should not be playing there. He should be playing up the other end of the pitch, in my opinion. But with what you're saying there, Chris, he's not a right back. He's a wing back. He should be overlapping, whatever. He's not a defensive player. You're right in what you're saying.
By the way, Alex, really is Michael Carrick underperforming? He's in the top 6 of the Championship? Is he meant to be as high as Leeds and Burnley, who came down? And I don't think he is underperforming. Sorry, dude, I don't think he is. Big up Danny Kiriakou. Big up Billy. We're going to go for another half an hour. I'm going to chuck everyone over to Tottenham away. I was going to go till 11 p.m., but it really feels very dead out there in the market.
Nah, Savva. 3 hours? We could talk football for 3 hours.
Yeah, but I'm gonna send over to Stel. I'm gonna send. Okay. I didn't think they were doing a show, but they are doing a show, so send it over there. Just want to say as well, the last thing on this defender point of view, I keep seeing that people say, "Oh, with them we're solid." Can anyone remind me of the last time with Van de Ven and Romero we were actually really solid?
No idea. Beginning of the season, maybe sometime.
Well, last season with them available, the last sort of 15 games for Spurs was absolutely horrendous.
You mean
and they were both available. When I keep hearing they're solid when they play together. When are they solid?
Do you mean consistently?
I mean, at the moment, I'll look for one game, Danny.
Last game, I don't even know when it was. Sometime last season, must have been. Or was it the season even? I don't even know. I haven't really watched too much of Spurs this year. I don't know.
You haven't missed much.
Yeah, I know. Thank God I haven't. Thank God I haven't, Dan. But I actually don't know when was the last time them two were well, when was the last time they had a clean sheet? That's probably a good way to, and who it was against. It must have been
towards the end of last season, isn't it? One of the last 2 games of the season. Wasn't it Sheffield United? Wasn't it that game?
I'm just gonna have a look now.
I mean, we could be the back four against Sheffield United and we'd have been fairly solid, I think. I mean,
that's true
is that a test?
Yeah, probably. Interesting. I think when was the last time? I mean,
it's a good question. How many clean sheets have they actually had in the league playing together?
Who, Spurs?
No, just those two. Van de Ven and
Romero.
Romero.
Just Van de Ven and Romero.
Yeah, what you got to think of, Spurs have only had about 8-10 clean sheets under Ange since he's been here.
Mm-hmm.
Let alone just them two. Let alone just them two. The club as a whole, I don't even. If anything, we're only just in double figures of the clean sheets that we got.
Apparently, one website saying 6 clean sheets, them two together. Van de Ven and Romero.
How many?
6.
And someone on the side is saying,
probably.
7 and 11 without them.
Yeah. So it's not really good defense.
But again, is that the defenders or is that the tactics? For me, that's more the tactics.
Yeah, that's definitely
this back set we got, for me, I've said it enough times, it's all set up for old school Conte ball, counter-attacking football. You go stick Dragusin in the middle, you go stick Van de Ven just off the left of him, Romero on the right of him, you've got it solid there, then you've got 2 good wing-backs to go there, who are actually good wing-backs, Porro and the Doji, or even Spence in there, whatever. Then they haven't got to do their defending because they are wing backs, not defenders, and you've got a solid back three there. You've got Dragusin, who is an old school John Terry sort of centre back sort of player. I'm not saying he's as good, but he's just an old school centre back, and he's quite solid in the air. Then you've got the other 2 that are more modern day, what should I say, ball playing defenders as such. I think we're just set up for a whole different formation, but that's personal opinion.
No, you're right. I agree with you with the concept here of having one central defender in the middle and then having Romero and having Van de Ven doing the running for the central defender. But I'm looking at the team now and I'm looking at the way that we're set up in so many ways, and I'm thinking all of it's perplexing. Ange's never going to play a back three, so that for me is why I would attack the manager anyway. And the way that we set up here, it's right. We for the first 10 minutes, 15 minutes, we'll go at the team. We'll proper just have a go at it, and then as the half dies on, we run out of intensity, and then we start to fall back we start to fall back. Yesterday was weird. It was like second half, they were dominant for majority of the second half, and then towards the end of the game, they just died off. It's like they ran out of steam, and then we just picked them off in the end. We started scoring the goal in the last few minutes. That's what I saw yesterday. But we started in the end, but we still conceded 20 attempts against us last season. Yesterday, we still conceded loads of opportunities yesterday, and a clinical team would have finished us off yesterday. And I'm looking at Brentford and thinking, why were you crossing the ball into the area? Why not just look for the gaps and play it down the side here from Damsgaard and allow the likes of Visser and us to rest hard to run past our back line. But they like they were crossing balls into the box, and that for me was weird. But really, truly, a better team would have finished this off yesterday. That's what I thought.
Hang on, somebody. I've got horrible feedback from somebody. Horrible.
That'll be mine, Savva. That'll be mine. I'm going to jump off anyway, so I'll leave you guys to it.
I wasn't saying it for that, but all right, see ya.
No, it's fine. I need to go anyway.
Thanks, Chris. Listen, always welcome on, buddy. Thank you very much. Really appreciate you. Thanks, guys. Somebody said to me here, Savva, the sassy breaking news.
And he's going to Villa.
Has he?
Apparently.
I can't see anything anyway. The latest transfer news, just to update you all, is Man City have completed the signing of Nico Gonzalez. Proper team making proper signings. Chukwuemeka joins Borussia Dortmund on loan from Chelsea. Blackburn Rovers agree a deal to sign Emmanuel Dennis from Nottingham Forest. And Fulham in talks with Samuel Chukwueze of Milan. I can't see anything anywhere about the sassy. Can anyone?
Savva, check your WhatsApp. Matt Law. Matt Law on Twitter.
WhatsApp is a wonderful invention, isn't it, Steve? WhatsApp. So Matt Law has said what? Aston Villa have an agreement in place to sign Axel Disasi on loan for the rest of the season from Chelsea. Player heading to Villa. Chelsea have not messed about, have they? Villa have not messed about in this window in any way, shape, or form. Guys, is that it for Spurs tonight, do we think? Are Spurs done?
I think
Probably.
So. Can you smell that, Savva? Can you smell it? The desperation from Tottenham Hotspurs, man, all this window, but over the last 3 days, you can smell the desperation from Daniel Levy and his club. This scattergun approach here has not worked. So many players have told you no. Why did they telling you no? Because there is nothing at this club here that's leading towards winning anything. So why waste their time coming to this football club? That's what I've looked at for a long, long time with this football club. You have no targets whatsoever. There is no planning into any of the signings coming in. I'm looking at that defensive defender, this Danzo, and like Stevie, he plays in the back three, but we don't play the system that's conducive to him. So what are you bringing him in for? It doesn't make no sense to me. He doesn't look. He's not an Ange player for me.
To be fair, Lons had played a bit of a back four this season because Will still this year. Lons have been a bit up and down. Recently, they've been doing good.
Didn't they have a DM though?
4-2-3-1, huh?
Yeah, didn't they have a DM though, Steve?
Yes. Yeah.
We don't have a DM, my brother. So we're wide open with Danzo in the middle of a back two. So when Danzo gets ran at from the middle of the midfield, what happens then, Steve?
True.
Right.
A lot of questions. It's more questions than answers, Phil. That's what it is.
All right. That's what I said, Steve, too. There's a lot of questions I have and very few answers I'm receiving from this football club. And I'm looking at them and I'm thinking, you have no strategy in the signings that you're making. You're just basically making... You're just looking around the market and scrambling around there with a scattergun approach. And this is desperation from this football club. That's all I'm seeing, mate.
Yeah. No, definitely. I do think Danzo's a good signing, though. Because I think if you went to Newcastle, him and Botman, that's a good sign. I can't knock you guys to the sign because I would have taken him at Newcastle easily.
He's a good player, Steve. Don't ever get me wrong when I say he's not a good player. I watched him for Austria in the Euros, and I felt he was good in the Euros for Austria as well. And I've seen him for Lons a few times as well. But when you play with a DM, that gives him protection and cover in that midfield. But we don't have a DM, Steve. We're playing with 2 8s because this is what the manager likes, mate.
It's like looking at the goalkeeper, isn't it? Sometimes you can say a goalkeeper is only as good as his defence.
Mm-hmm.
Well, then can you say a defence can only be as good as his midfield?
Yeah.
And it can work up the pitch as such.
Mm-hmm.
When you're basically playing with 2 defenders against 1 striker coming at you and 2 wingers, and you can't do it, and then you go and play against someone like Galatasaray, who have 2 strikers coming at you with an attacking midfielder who turns himself into a striker, and you've still only got 2 at the back.
Dan, I think this goes back to what we were talking about yesterday. Big up, by the way, Jim and Kate in the chat. Big up to everybody who is with us. We're only live for another 20 minutes, but Tony Rodriguez has said, would you take Foyth back? I wouldn't, purely because it's not because I think he's a bad player. He's got so many injuries in his career.
Yeah.
He's had so many injuries. And Bryce, love Bryce. Let's have a question for the panel. Who has the most epic man bun out of Steve and Mr. Kiriakou? Oh, what a question. Two people on the panel with man buns. What a time to be alive. And apologies, I've been wearing a hat, so my hair looks a complete mess. Guys, I think this is what we've been talking about, especially in the last 24 hours, right? It's did we play like that yesterday because Brentford made us? Versus did we play like that because we needed to, because we knew what they were going to be like? Versus are we going to learn from that? Now, that doesn't mean that I want Tottenham Hotspur to play with 10 men behind the ball every game. But it was refreshing to see two fullbacks that weren't inverted high. It was very refreshing to see that. It was refreshing to see the two centre mids actually sitting in front of the back four a bit more than being gung-ho. Question is, we saw this, like Danny, we did a show after the Man City game. We saw that for Man City, and everyone said to us, didn't they, mate? They said, see, he's learned, he's changed, he's adapted. And then we've gone one win in 11 Premier League games, 2 in 12 since that day, right? So is it a coincidence, taking out Southampton, that 2 of our 3 wins in the last 14 Premier League games have been when we don't play Ange Ball? That can't be a coincidence, can it, guys?
We played our best games?
Yes.
Aston Villa, we didn't play inverted. Nearly every, I'd say, 8 out of 10 games that we've actually looked solid in, whether the team has made us to, whether the other team has made us play like it, or Ange said play like it, whatever way you want to call it, we have looked much better, obviously, with our inverted and playing as a counter-attacking, fast counter-attacking, direct ball team. None of this piss balling about at the back of tip-tap, inverted this and that. Playmaker has got player 5, 6 players within 6 foot of him of every side. When he's actually had space and we've just played it straight out from the back, direct. We've looked tenfold better in my opinion.
Even the second goal, the other last night. If you watch the second goal, it all starts from the keeper, and it all starts from people
direct, wasn't it?
Yeah, direct, exactly. It was
no
direct.
Piss balling about, bang, bang. There you were.
Yeah,
exactly.
And it was in, and people weren't like out of position or high up the pitch or trying to track back or whatever it is. You're right, Dan. Actually, when you actually say it like that, when you think about it, the best games have been in those games, and we haven't really played that kind of philosophy. Yeah, handball, basically. Yeah.
Basically, when we're all talking about the project, the process, the plan, we look better when we actually drop what the manager's plan is.
So basically, Ange needs to stop playing Ange ball, just play ball. Just play football.
just play. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Just play.
Yeah.
Just play football.
But I thought he'd adapted.
What did he do Thursday? We had this discussion last night. I think Danny, me and you were on the show, but the rest of you, what does he do Thursday? Does he go? Because as good as we were yesterday from a defensive aspect, Spurs made 50 clearances.
Yeah. Wasn't it 51 even or something like that?
51 or something. And there was something like 44 crosses into our box. If we do that at Anfield, we're going to have the keeper's going to have the best game of his life. So what do we do? Do we do Ange ball and try and attack them? Do we do adopted Ange ball, which is what we saw the other day? What do we do?
I think they have to try and play the same way they played when Liverpool came to White Hart Lane when they came the other day. I think that's how they need to play. I think they have to press from the front. I think they have to press, and I think they have to try and keep the back solid. I think it's the only way they're going to try and nullify them or to try and stop them dismantling us like we're nothing, like we're a Sunday League team. Because that's what I feel. Yeah, go on, Dan.
No, go on. You were talking.
No, I was just gonna say, I just think if they don't play that kind of way where they're trying to win the ball back as much as possible, because if they do that, if they do kind of like where they're standing about letting them have the ball, they will just dismantle us like so badly. They're gonna really dismantle us. We have to just close down the space when like when we're defending, and we have to defend as a team, and we have to attack as a team, and we can't play. I don't think the inverted fullbacks will be the thing you need to do with Liverpool. No chance. No chance.
Not with any bloody team. The thing
No.
is, the problem we got with Liverpool is there's one side of me that says basically play Liverpool the way we played Brentford. Be dirty,
Yeah.
be scrappy. When you got the chance, direct ball, bang, 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 get it up the pitch. But then there's the other side of me with Liverpool that says, do you want Liverpool sitting that close in your bloody box? No, you don't.
No.
Can you outmuscle Liverpool? No, we can't,
No.
because we haven't exactly got a physical team.
Yeah.
So where have we got to take it to them from? Do we need to press that higher? If we press that higher, you know that ball's coming over and we're getting cooked on the side.
To exploit.
Yeah, of course.
Because Salah ain't
Yeah,
going to
the
have two
problem- the
bad
problem
games
is,
like
yeah.
that. Where
Yeah, but
do
the
we go
problem-
with it?
Yeah, well, I hear you, Daniel, but the problem is I watched Liverpool versus Bournemouth. Yeah, they allowed Bournemouth, and that was the first game of the season when they played Bournemouth. They allowed Bournemouth to have possession and come at them, and what they did, yeah, was play the ball over the top, yeah, and running behind in the space that when Brentford were coming.
That's why I'm
forward.
saying we
Right.
can't press them that high.
We can't press them that high, and
But we
even if
can't sit back and do a Brentford on them, because if they get that many chances in the box, they will score.
Yeah,
So
no,
where do
that-
we go, sort of thing? And we can't outmuscle them.
Yeah,
It's a
it's
tricky
true.
one, that
That's
one.
why I think Liverpool win this game. I have a strong feeling that Liverpool win this game, and I'm hoping it's not an onslaught, but I can see an onslaught coming, and I can actually see a 6-3 coming or a 6-1 coming. That's how bad it is. I think the way that we play here helps Liverpool, and I think the way that Ange sets up and the way that Ange plays the game of football is perfect for Liverpool and perfect for Slot. It's like you're giving Slot a glove and saying, "Look, mate, thank you very much. Go and take it."
Can I ask you guys about the other? Can I ask you guys real quick about the other Carabao Cup game, the Newcastle and Arsenal? What approach do you think both teams should take? Because I'm extremely nervous about that.
Depends what
Considering
Arsenal.
how Arsenal played yesterday and how we dropped the ball against Fulham on Saturday.
Yeah, I watched your game the other day, and I watched Arsenal yesterday. Arsenal are on fire right now, and if you give them the space, they're gonna hurt you, Steve. I ain't gonna lie in that. But I fancy you guys to beat them up at St James's Park, because you guys can make it like the 12th man. You got the fans in that will make it like the 12th man. So therefore, you should go through that game. You've got a 2-0 advantage from the Emirates here, so you should ride through that game. And you've got the players here to hit them like Isaac and Anthony Gordon. If you want to be, so if you want to play on the counter attack, you've got the players to do
You're
it.
more
And
physical than them as well. Much more physical.
Midfield.
Than them.
Midfield, yeah.
I think that is how you damage Arsenal, because I don't think Arsenal, they're quite similar to us in the aspect of they haven't exactly got a very strong team as such. What I mean, strong team, they haven't got a bunch of people that would square up to you and you'd exactly be bothered. Yeah.
Yeah.
They haven't got a very muscle team as such. Whereas you look at your team, Newcastle, you can get stuck into anybody out there.
It's a tough one, isn't it? Like when you're 2-0 up or 1-0 up going into second legs. I love the old two-legged thing. I like it, but
yeah,
not when it's my team going into the second leg 1-0 up away, because the Liverpool know what they've got to do. And we talked about this last night. I don't know if any of you have ever done Anfield on an evening game, right? Anfield on an evening game under the lights, there is just this energy. Other clubs can't generate this. It's not a fake. It's not, we need drums. It is just there. It is, I did the stadium tour the other week, and I just felt when I was there, this energy of winning. They are winners. Everything about the club was winning, winning, winning. And the Kop end will just kind of suck the ball into their goal. And it's one of those ones. And it's the same thing for you guys, Steve. You're at home, but do you go out and try and do what you did in the first leg? Do you try and go and get that early goal and kill the tie off? Or do you sit in and let Arsenal have all the ball and attack you? This is what the managers get paid for. Yeah. This is their job. This is what they've been training for. This has been what they've been planning for since the first legs, right? I think I agree with I agree with this, by the way. Aston Villa acting like I agree with whoever said I don't think it matters what we intend to do on Thursday. I think Liverpool will dictate that we're pushed back. I just feel like they're never going to be like they were in the first leg, guys. There is no way Liverpool come out like that.
there is a, you know what you said, like there's no place like Anfield, basically.
Yeah.
I can give you one. Me, from places I've been in that, there is only one place that you can level with Anfield on the same level, and that is Dortmund. That is the only other place. Yeah, that is the only other one. Yeah, you go to other places like Galatasaray, or you go to Lazio, go to Roma, ain't pretty.
Atletico Madrid.
Milan, meh, it's okay. But yeah, the only place that I can think of that I can put on the same level as Anfield for going there, where there's like the 12th player in the crowd sort of thing, and that is Dortmund. And I would say Dortmund are on level with Anfield, but that's just opinion on that bit.
Yeah, it's tough. And by the way, listen, I don't disagree with you. I don't disagree with this comment that nothing's impossible. I don't think anyone's saying it's impossible, but it is the one ground in England. Let's use England. It's the one ground in England. If someone said, "Where do you not want to play the second leg?" It is Anfield. You know they're going to go strong. And I looked at Virgil van Dijk and his interview after they lost to us. And it just seemed cool, calm, collected, almost like we still got Anfield. And
there was no intensity. What I noticed is they didn't run to go get the ball to throw back on pitch. They didn't run to do the free kicks. There was no intensity whatsoever from Liverpool. It's just like, yo, we know we're going to beat you up when you get to Anfield, brother. That's what I
It was like that. We don't really care that you just beat us. You still got to come to Anfield, mate. It was that sort of attitude. It was almost downgrading in its own way, wasn't it? Like, so I think you beat us 1-0 at home. Yeah, we got the second leg at Anfield.
That's what
That's the attitude I got off them.
Mm-hmm.
The only way they're going to lose that, in my opinion, is if they get complacent.
Yes.
Yeah.
I think you have to, for me, I think Liverpool win 2-0 if I had to put a score prediction on it. I think it'll be very close, a gritty game. Because some people think, Liverpool are going to smash you guys up 4 or 5-0 or so. I don't think it'll be that one-way traffic sort of game. I think it'll be close because you'll have your chances here and there. I think if you're going to advance, you have to score first. I don't see a world where Liverpool score first and then you guys equalize, for example. I don't see that. It's possible, but for me, when I watch Liverpool over the years, if they score first, you're in trouble.
But we've got a worse record.
I'm worried. An early goal
for going up.
An early goal.
We've got the worst record.
If Liverpool score in the first 10, 15 minutes, it will literally be like the first leg didn't happen. It literally will. They will go on to batter us. Again, this is why I think it's going to be a really interesting tactical setup. What do we do? Do we have the players to take the game to them? You know, at the moment, Sonny's not the old Sonny. Richarlison's not that guy. Does Matthias Tell go straight in and we try and hit him on the counter-attack? Kulu, for me, I don't think he's that guy at the moment. He looks tired, leggy. He's not playing well. I don't know. Listen, I'd love to sit there and go, can we do it? Yes, but I just don't see it. If I'm wrong, brilliant. We're in a final. I just don't see it.
Do you guys agree with me that I think you guys if you guys advance, it'll be because you scored first?
No, I don't. I really don't.
What's the most likely?
Whatever way you look at it, I think we're sort of screwed if we do, screwed if we don't, and if we get it, it's going to be through some magical thing or something. But Spurs have got the second worst record, if I'm right, in the Premiership for being a goal up and then losing the game.
Yes.
For scoring first and then losing the game.
Yeah.
So if we go and score first, even though it's 2 up, I'm still going to be very sceptical of it because we seem to fold on the pressure more when we're 1-0 up.
Yeah, I agree.
Than when we're 1-0 down.
I agree that we crack like an egg, man. I've seen us crack like that against Brighton. I've seen us crack like that against Chelsea. And I'm looking at it thinking, when you go to Anfield, and you're going to hear the roar of the Anfield crowd, and you're going to see them, and then they're going to score because Tyler is on fire. I watched them against Bournemouth the other day, and Bournemouth, look, everyone knows Bournemouth run, they've got injuries going.
They had good chances, though, Bournemouth in that game. They had good chances.
They did. But then Liverpool sucked that up here and just hit them at the other end. And Salah, look how Salah just put the chances away. Exactly, the second one was special. Yeah. But when you look at the way that they set up here, they're going to invite us on, and the way that Andrew's going to go at it, I think he's going to go for it. and it's going to leave us wide open at the back. And that's the problem I see. I think he's going to go for it. I don't think he's going to play pragmatic like we did against Brentford. I think we're going to try and actually go for it because it's semi-final. And that's the bit that I'm looking at and thinking, you know what? If you do that and you allow Liverpool to just sit back and just control the game, you finish.
Philly.
I see us winning this. I see us winning this if they get the first goal and then basically dominate the game from every angle and then just get that frustrated that they make a mistake and we manage to go with a direct ball forward and it goes in the back of the net. That's how I see us winning that.
So 1-1.
I think the interesting
that is the only way.
The interesting thing is, because we've never seen Ange in this situation before, we've never seen him over two legs. We've never seen, we see him in one-off games. This is completely different. Now he's got to ask himself the question, do I try and kill the game or do I sit in and protect the lead? And that's something that you very rarely get in football nowadays. You very rarely get the two legs. I think it's going to be a great game for the neutral. Let's be brutally honest. I think it's going to be nerve-tingling for Liverpool fans and Spurs fans. I do think that it's going to be a great game for everyone watching on the TV. I truly, truly believe that it will be.
Yeah, both games will be, definitely. Because if Arsenal score early, we're in trouble. But if we score early, then it looks,
Yeah. I mean, again, we're saying if we play like we did against Brentford, I think what people have got to understand is, you got to remember, Brentford missed some really good opportunities. Brentford missed some very good opportunities. Look at Visser from about 4 yards out.
Yeah.
What, 30 crosses?
Huh?
How many crosses did they have? 30?
I agreed. And you've got to remember, this is different. Look, we'll see. We'll see what happens. At the end of the day, I think it's so difficult to predict a score on this one. If we can scrape through, if we can get a dirty 0-0, I just can't see Liverpool in a cup semi-final at Anfield not scoring goals at home. It's whether or not we can grab a few goals. And I know Trent's not playing, but Diaz will be, Salah will be, Gakpo will be, Szoboszlai, Gravenberch, McAllister, Virgil van Dijk. You know what I mean? It's going to be tough. It's going to be tough, guys. But by the way, Lloyd Kelly has just completed his move from Newcastle to Juventus. Disasi has now completed his move to Aston Villa. Romano said that Disasi outright said no to Spurs. He only wanted to join Villa. In other news, Adam Asnou leaves Bayern and joins Real Valladolid. I can't say I know a lot about that player.
Because he's not playing enough company. Yeah.
Real Betis are set to sign Cucho Hernandez as new striker. Didn't he used to play for Watford? That guy.
Yeah, and he's been brilliant at Columbus Crew for the past. Top striker.
But at the moment, it looks like we're going to get Tell, and Spurs are brilliant at this. It looks like we're going to get Tell announced. It will be in the last hour, and it will be the only thing people remember about the transfer window. Spurs are bloody good at this. Guys, I asked earlier in the chat, and I asked Steve. I'll ask Dan, Danny, and Philly this question. What are you giving this transfer window out of 10? On the face of things, it's two loans, one with an obligation to buy, one we don't think is, and a seventh goalkeeper at Tottenham or whatever he is. What are we making of it? About 15 million spent. What are we making of it?
I think probably about 3 or 4 maybe. I think 4. I think that's the max I'd give it, to be honest. The reason why is because it's like I think a lot of it is just trying to get what they can get. I don't think there's a lot of thought that's gone into it, to be honest with you, apart from the keeper maybe. I think he's the only one. I think Danto wasn't a first choice. I don't think a lot of the players that we've got. I mean, look, we've got some loans, which we needed players, so it's good we've got players, but we had to get what we could get, to be honest. We nearly didn't get Tell. So can you imagine if we didn't get Tell, how bad it would have been? Imagine if we didn't even get a striker. It would have been like a 2 or a 1, I would have said. I wouldn't even give it that, to be honest. Tell is the only difference that makes it a little bit better. Tell and Danso, I think, is makes the difference. because I still think Austin could have been our goalkeeper, to be honest. But
I
yeah, I
agree.
get
It isn't, Danny, by the way, and we are going to finish the show in the next 5 minutes. I'm going to send everyone to Tottenham away. But isn't Kinski a stark reminder on fans shouldn't get overhyped on players in one performance?
yeah.
We saw a great debut against Liverpool. Since then, I think he's been very, very, only my opinion, I think he's been really shaky. I know he's young, but he scares me. He's
He's like 50-50. Like he's produced some good moments and some good saves. But look, we discussed this yesterday, Sav. What I noticed as well, the parrying into the players, that is a worrying thing. And I think even one of the Sky commentators said it yesterday as well, when one of the saves he made in the second half, and he parried it to one, and I think the Brentford player nearly got it. I can't remember who cleared it. It was one of our 51 clearances that cleared it. But anyway,
See the Kingston.
Leave Kimsey alone, man. He's a new Peter Cech, brother. Leave him alone, man.
But the thing is, when people hear that Peter Cech scouted him, like when he was 16 years old or something like that, they just think, oh yeah, because Peter Cech scouted him, that's it. He's generational. He's like, but he did say that he's a very promising young keeper. He did say but we have to wait and see.
But what did our fans do after one game? Our fans after one game said, I don't think Vicario's going to get back in. And you're like, what?
Sav,
what?
Some of our fans still think Marcus Edwards would be a great player to sign for Spurs.
Look, the problem we've got with this keeper is the tactics. Look, the first game, he looked all right. And then since he's basically had to play past the ball out, just like Forster, just like Vicario, just like everyone else, he's looked as shady as the rest. Just like Austin had looked when he had to pass the ball out. These keepers are not made to be out-and-out sweeper keepers, like a Manuel Neuer sort of keeper. They're not made for it, these ones. These ones are better off, not quite goal line, but they ain't out-and-out ball-playing defender, goalkeeper sort of thing.
Yeah.
And the way they literally have to pass it out and put themselves at such risk with a pass, you can see they don't want to do it. They're just doing what they're told to do. A couple of times you could see where it looked to me like he just wanted to boot it up the pitch. But he done the dangerous pass because that is what he is told to do. We do more dangerous passes with our goalkeepers in front of our own goal than our own attackers are make in front of the other box.
I agree, Dan, but there was one moment yesterday where the ball was laid back to him with no one on him, and he completely fluffed his line with his feet. Like in terms of all he had to do was just trap it. Listen, I'm not knocking Kinski, by the way. I'm more knocking our fans that after one game had announced that this guy is our number one. And for me, when the 2 games I've seen Austin play, 2 or 3 games I've seen Austin play, I don't think he's done a thing wrong. And it makes you wonder, doesn't it, why we spent money on a goalkeeper? But hey, listen, it is what it is. Listen, I am going to end the show there. I was hoping.
We're not getting in my window, brother. That's kind of cold, isn't it? You just left me there hanging, man. You didn't even let me say what my target for the window was, man. It's a 1 out of 10.
Go on then.
It's a 1 out of 10. And it's a 1 out of 10, because it has to be a 1, brother. You know why it has to be a 1? Because they didn't plan for the window. This window, it was all opportunistic and desperation. I can smell a desperation from here. So it was a 1. You get a 1 for that, man. You get a 1 for Tell, and you get the same for Damso, because I don't think Damso was the target. And you get 1 for Kaminsky as well. So it's an all-around 1 for you.
What would you have done instead, Phil? Who would you have signed instead of the 3?
Well, brother, I saw Santiago Jimenez just go to AC Milan for £30 million. So I would have gone for that early in the window before anyone else would move. I would have looked at the centre half and said, well, let's see what's out there early in the window. I would have seen what was
based on what? Not you. I saw it to this person, so I was just saying based on what? What are we basing this on at this stage? Sorry.
Well, I was going to answer Steve here. I'm underwhelmed by Spurs window, Steve. I am. I look around Europe and I see so many talented players around Europe here. We don't push the boat out. We don't even risk it. We don't even. I listened to Savva's show yesterday, about this, like some rare Valladolid, the likes of Real Sociedad. We don't even try and go for them type of players, Steve. And that's downgrading to me. And I heard it earlier from Big Up Chris, yeah, he said it earlier. If you keep buying relegation players, yeah, do not be surprised at relegation results. I'll just say that to you. If you keep buying from relegation, yeah, do not be surprised that you're fighting relegation. And that's what I saw with the Pidgey years ago, and that's the same thing I saw with Solanke. That's their level, brother. So when you're in the relegation zone, don't be surprised you're there.
One last thing with this, quick. One last thing. You look at who was on sale at the start of the season for 25 mil, and it was blatantly all over Europe and that. Locatelli. And then you look who. Then you also look who AC Milan just bought. I can't pronounce his name.
Santiago Jimenez.
No, they bought a few
look at the price they just got them to. Look at the price that them two were going for. They just bought him at what, 35 mil? And we went and got Solanke for 70, 75 mil and went and got Odebert for 20, 25 mil.
Yeah.
Game over.
It is what we do. Look. I'm not as harsh as that. I gave the window a 6. I think that Danso's a good centre back. He is. My worry, as always, isn't Danso. My worry is what will Ange do to him. My worry is Danso then going to just sit on a bench when Van der Ven and Romero back? I don't know. So I've got question marks. Tell, I've got nothing against Tell, but again, I'm just really bored of seeing teenagers. I'm really bored of seeing kids, because what we do is we buy loads of kids, everyone praises them. Then when they have bad games, no one can critique because everyone says, but they're only young. It's like, well, what are we doing then? You know? So look, I gave it a 6. We'll see. Kinski, for me, I don't think we needed him. Maybe a few years down the line, he'll be brilliant. I don't know. I'm not knocking it, but it just felt like it was a very unneeded signing. I know what the club said, that they wanted him in the summer, but fast-tracked it after Ange had said we don't need a keeper, then went and bought a keeper. You know, another thing that Ange said that wasn't true. But look, guys, just quickly, I'm going to pass everyone over. I just want a scoreline. I don't want a big talk about it. A scoreline. Liverpool, Tottenham. Danny.
We said it yesterday, didn't we? I think I said it's either going to be here free. Oh, Danny or Danny.
It doesn't matter. I just need the score. I'm trying to end the show. I need just the
I'm
score.
I'm gonna say it's going to probably be 3-1 Liverpool.
3-1 Liverpool. Steve, Liverpool, Tottenham.
2-0 Liverpool.
Philly.
4-1.
Dan.
1-1, and then Liverpool win 2-1.
What?
1-0, and then that means Liverpool win 2-1. I mean, sorry, other way round. What am I saying? I'm just thinking elsewhere for a minute. No, my bad. I think it can go 1-0 and we win that 2-1.
Oh.
On aggregate, you win 2-1. Okay.
Yeah. I said it the wrong way round.
I'm going to go 3-1 Liverpool and we win, and they win 3-2 on aggregate. We'll see. We'll see which Spurs turns up. Guys, I am going to leave it there. Thank you very much to everyone. So far, we've not had the official news, but I think we know it's pretty much done. Watch our fans. They're going to make him sound like Lionel Messi. The very first goal he scores, he will be pronounced as the new Harry Kane. It is what it is. Steve, Billy, Dan, E, and Danny. Thank you very much, everyone. Please, everyone, I'm going to send you over to Tottenham away. All you need to do is just stay. It will send you there. Please just tap in Savva Raid. Thank you very much. Take care. I'll be back in the morning for a 10 a.m. show. And as always, Ange out, Levy out, Enoch out, and come on, you Spurs.